A dark portal opens, unleashing a powerful demon and an army of skeletal monsters radiating ominous red energy. The looming figure, surrounded by chaos, signals the beginning of a monstrous invasion as the undead march forward. The demon warrior warns the readers to pay attention as a monstrous creature with menacing tentacles emerges from the darkness. Chaos looms, but the warrior's intense focus urges them to stay engaged in the story. At this pivotal moment, a select few individuals are granted extraordinary powers or magical abilities. These chosen ones stand as humanity's last hope against the overwhelming forces of destruction. These empowered individuals are meant to band together, using their newfound abilities to combat the monstrous threats. That's the typical formula for how these stories should unfold. With heroes rising to face the chaos, the scene shifts to someone holding a phone showing the image of the heroes battling the monsters. It's a reminder that even in a world filled with danger, these moments of heroism are now just a spectacle to watch on a screen. Suddenly, the phone emits a brilliant blue light, catching the attention of the startled protagonist. As the glow intensifies, he realizes something far beyond the ordinary is happening right before his eyes. The protagonist stares in disbelief, realizing that his situation is far different from the typical stories of heroes and monsters. Something extraordinary is about to unfold, but in his case, it's unlike anything he's ever seen before. As the protagonist gazes at the chaos unfolding before him, monsters rise from the flames, and an eerie realization sets in. He understands that out of everyone, he is the only one who has been chosen to face this impending threat. With a mixture of disbelief and nervous excitement, the protagonist questions the reality of his situation. He can't help but wonder if everything unfolding before him is truly happening. To understand how everything led to this moment, the story takes a step back to reveal the events of the past. The journey begins at a seemingly ordinary school where the foundation of this extraordinary tale was laid. The protagonist is Bayan Taein, a seemingly average second-year high school student. To everyone around him, he's just another face in a typical school setting. Nothing out of the ordinary. He sarcastically admits that perhaps total loser is a more fitting description. Laughing to himself, he hints at his self-deprecating view of his life and current situation. Bayan Taein reflects on his past, describing himself as a wholesome boy who simply enjoyed reading webtoons. He laughs at an inside joke with a friend, revealing a carefree and light-hearted side to his personality. Excitedly, he comments on how much he enjoyed this week's webtoon episode, rating it a perfect 10 stars. He quickly notices a new series with an eye-catching thumbnail, and eagerly decides to check it out. Thrilled with the new series, he enthusiastically showers it with stars, bookmarks, and cookies, even leaving a comment. Half-jokingly, he adds that the author's health is less important than keeping up with the updates. Caught off guard, Bayan Taein exclaims in surprise as he accidentally bumps into a girl passing by. The unexpected encounter leaves him momentarily flustered. Panicked, he quickly apologizes, raising his hand in a nervous gesture. He's clearly embarrassed by the sudden situation. The girl, clearly irritated, turns back with a sharp remark, asking why he wasn't watching where he was going. Her expression and tone make it clear she's not pleased with the encounter. With a final annoyed glance, the girl turns away, clearly dismissing the encounter. Her cold expression leaves no doubt that she isn't interested in continuing the conversation. As she walks away, her footsteps echo in the hallway, leaving him standing there, watching her disappear into the distance. He's left in silence, reflecting on the brief but awkward interaction. He's in the middle of a typical one-sided crush on that girl, Jo Yui. His face lights up with dreamy adoration. His feelings are clear, though unreciprocated, as he finds himself lost in thoughts of her. Suddenly, Bayan Taein is grabbed from behind by a friend who accuses him of being a pervert while scolding him for making a creepy face again. The playful yet blunt comment snaps him out of his daydream. The friend continues teasing him, reminding Bayan Taein to stop staring at Jo Yui like that. Embarrassed, he scratches his head, clearly uncomfortable with the accusation. His friend is Kim Il-jin, the typical rich bully character, complete with a familiar clutch. To make matters worse, Bayan Taein's dad works for Kim Il-jin's dad's company, adding to the awkward dynamic between them. He sheepishly apologizes, raising his hand in a gesture of surrender. Despite the situation, he reflects that compared to the typical bullying villains in webtoons, his friend isn't so bad. His friend is actually kind of endearing. He jokingly orders the protagonist to buy him bread if he doesn't want to die. Using an old-school insult, the protagonist plays along, internally mocking the bully's lack of creativity and finding the situation humorously outdated. The protagonist admits that he's not completely satisfied with his life, feeling the weight of his circumstances. However, he finds comfort in the world of webtoons, jokingly expressing his love for Never, where his escape lies. Suddenly, a blinding flash of energy shoots through the hallway, catching everyone off guard. The protagonist's casual expression shifts as the unexpected burst of power erupts behind him. Hearing an agonized scream, the protagonist turns sharply, his expression shifting to one of concern. The sudden chaos and the source of the scream leave him on edge. The protagonist stares in shock as a monstrous, hulking creature appears before him, its grotesque form towering over the hallway. Completely bewildered, he can't help but wonder what kind of nightmare he has just walked into. The monstrous creature growls menacingly, its glowing yellow eyes locked onto the protagonist. It's terrifying, too. The grin drips with malice, as if ready to strike at any moment. The protagonist is frozen in shock, struggling to comprehend what he's witnessing. Beads of sweat roll down his face as he stammers, realizing the gravity of the monstrous presence before him. The protagonist's panic turns to disbelief as he realizes the monster before him resembles something straight out of a Gate Hunter story. His mind races, comparing the creature to the throwaway monsters he's seen in fiction, struggling to accept that it's now part of his reality. As the monster lunges toward him, the protagonist nervously hopes that a supporting character will appear to save the day. In a moment of pure desperation, he frantically wishes for any kind of savior, even a magical girl, hoping someone will come to his rescue. Suddenly, the bully collapses against the wall, coughing and gasping for breath. The protagonist is shocked, not expecting his friend to be affected so quickly. He is baffled as the monstrous creature suddenly focuses on his friend, leaving him to wonder why the situation is now centered on the bully. The creature looms menacingly over the helpless figure, intensifying the tension in the hallway. The protagonist's eyes widen in realization as he starts to piece together what's happening. With a look of shock, he wonders if this could be the pivotal moment he's been anticipating all along. He faces a crisis as the monstrous creature prepares to strike his friend. He finds himself at a critical decision point, whether to save the very person who has made his life difficult. Still deep in thought, he barely reacts as the monster lunges toward him with terrifying speed. In a dramatic turn, a system notification suddenly appears before the protagonist, declaring that he has been chosen. Shocked, he stares at the message, realizing that his life is about to change in an unimaginable way. His fear quickly turns to excitement as a status window appears before him. Ecstatic, he realizes he's just entered a game-like system, and his enthusiasm for what comes next is unmistakable. As his friend screams for help, the protagonist confidently declares that he'll awaken his powers and save him in no time. The system announces that the protagonist will have to train for 6,666 years in an interdimensional tower to gain godlike powers and save humanity. Shocked, he immediately protests, exclaiming that the time required is far too long. Frustrated, the protagonist yells at the system, complaining that he doesn't have time to read lengthy details in such a dire situation. Desperately, he demands that the system just give him a quick summary of what he needs to do. The system responds with a simplified and concise version, asking if the protagonist is in for climbing the tower for 66,666 years to become super strong. Satisfied, the protagonist nods in approval, appreciating the clear and direct explanation. Intrigued, he asks the system if he can choose any ability he wants, contemplating the limitless possibilities. A system message warns Taeyeon of the serious consequences of breaking the rules. The creature's menacing stance, and the shattered floor around it indicate imminent danger, urging him to make a crucial decision quickly. Visibly frustrated, Taeyeon challenges the system, accusing it of going back on its word and breaking the very rules it set. His intense expression, displayed on the system's interface, emphasizes the conflict between him and the controlling forces of this world. The system reluctantly agrees to his demands, presenting a golden skip card that radiates with power and significance. The intense glow around the card highlights its importance, signaling a pivotal moment where he is granted a major advantage. Surprised by his success, Taeyeon marvels at the fact that the skip card actually worked. The system confirms its immense value, revealing that the ticket grants him the rewards for completing 66,666 years of trials instantly, marking a significant leap in his progress. Without hesitation, he confidently agrees to use the powerful skip card immediately. The system prompts him for confirmation, and his decisive response highlights his eagerness to claim the massive rewards awaiting him. The system activates the powerful Tower of Trial skip ticket, and Taeyeon is overwhelmed with excitement as he holds the glowing item in his hands. His face lights up with joy, fully aware of the incredible boost he's about to receive. Nearby, the massive, terrifying creature towers over a panicked Kim Il-jin. His shocked expression reflects the overwhelming danger posed by the beast as its ominous figure looms threateningly beside him. Taeyeon is engulfed in a blinding golden light as he rises, his body seemingly transformed by immense power. The energy surrounding him is intense, signifying a monumental change. A brilliant explosion of golden light radiates outward, consuming the entire building and the surrounding area in a dramatic surge of energy. The sheer magnitude of the power unleashed shakes the cityscape. For a brief, almost comically dramatic moment, Earth transforms into the brightest shining star in the universe, its glow visible across the cosmos. Taeyeon looks at his hands in disbelief, questioning whether the immense power he just unleashed truly were. His expression is a mix of shock and wonder. The system congratulates him for successfully reaching the top of the Tower of Trials, informing him that he will now receive his reward. The system announces Bayan Taeyan's incredible new abilities, granting him S-rank superpowers and unlocking S-rank skills. It then declares that he is now transcending human limitations, marking his evolution into something far beyond ordinary. Surrounded by a barrage of notifications, his stats are maxed out. He stands in awe as the system confirms his complete awakening, ready to face whatever challenges come next with overwhelming strength. Bayan Taeyan radiates a powerful blue aura as he floats in mid-air, his newfound strength intimidating the creature. His overwhelming presence leaves both friend and foe in awe. With his eyes closed and a calm expression, he appears to be in complete control of his newfound power. A serene aura surrounds him, signaling his inner focus and mastery. He stands tall, radiating an ethereal blue light, his gaze sharp and focused. Facing the monstrous creature head-on, Bayan Taeyan stands confidently in the hallway. The once terrifying creature now appears hesitant as his newfound power overshadows its intimidating presence, leaving Kim Miljin in awe. Kim Miljin stares in shock, unable to comprehend the sudden change. His confusion grows as he questions whether Bayan Taeyan has somehow become even more attractive after his transformation, adding a layer of disbelief to the intense situation. Bayan Taeyan taunts the creature confidently, provoking it to attack now that he has its full attention. His calm demeanor contrasts sharply with the monster's aggression, showing just how powerful and fearless he's become. Caught off guard, the bystander nervously gestures toward the creature, his face filled with fear and confusion as he tries to comprehend the situation. The creature, still menacing, snarls back at him, adding to the tension of the moment. The creature, now visibly anxious, begins to sweat as it realizes the gravity of the situation. Its once fierce expression has softened into one of hesitation, showing its sudden doubt and fear. With a ferocious roar, the creature lunges toward the protagonist in a last-ditch attempt to attack, its mouth wide open and filled with fury. The intense movement and red backdrop highlight the sheer aggression and desperation behind the monster's powerful strike. Unfazed by the creature's attack, the protagonist casually inspects his hand with a calm expression, as if the situation is hardly worth his concern. His nonchalant reaction in the face of danger highlights just how powerful and in control he truly is. The protagonist calmly points at the creature mid-attack, speaking as if the situation was entirely predictable. His composed demeanor contrasts sharply with the monster's wild aggression, emphasizing the massive gap in their power. With a confident grin, the protagonist prepares to deliver his signature move, a simple yet powerful forehead flick. His casual demeanor combined with the playful tone shows his complete dominance over the situation. As he readies himself to humiliate the fierce creature, the protagonist flicks his finger with incredible force, releasing a burst of energy aimed directly at it. The motion, though simple, radiates with immense power, signaling the devastating impact about to unfold. The sheer force of the forehead flick sends the creature flying back at an incredible speed, completely overwhelmed by the unexpected power. Its body is flung through the air, highlighting the devastating impact of the protagonist's effortless move. The creature crashes through the building, leaving a trail of destruction. As the impact sends shockwaves across the city, the force of the protagonist's attack is so immense that it alters the entire landscape, showing the full extent of his power. The creature is propelled even further, spiraling through the air in a powerful beam of light that seems to stretch endlessly into the sky. As the dust settles, the protagonist confidently extends his hand while the remnants of the battlefield lie in ruins behind him. The bystander stares in disbelief at the sheer devastation, struck by the display of overwhelming power and the absolute destruction caused by a single move. The protagonist, sweating and wide-eyed, looks at the destruction he caused in shock, clearly overwhelmed by the extent of his own power. His reaction shows that the outcome far exceeded his expectations, leaving him both surprised and concerned. Still processing the aftermath, he is startled as the system begins calculating his subjugation rewards. His anxious expression reflects both his surprise and his anticipation of what comes next. The system bombards the protagonist with an overwhelming number of notifications, revealing the extent of his accomplishments, hundreds of gates and monsters subjugated, a new maximum damage record, and countless casualties. As he processes the staggering rewards, the system grants him titles and maxes out his stats, cementing his status as an unstoppable force. Completely overwhelmed, the protagonist stares in disbelief at the sheer magnitude of the rewards piling up. With wide eyes and sweat dripping down his face, he exclaims that he never asked for so much. He is horrified as he learns the staggering number of casualties caused by his actions, over 2.3 billion. His panic is evident as he questions what he's supposed to do with such a catastrophic consequence. The bystander, drenched in sweat and surrounded by crumbling ruins, stares in shock at the aftermath. His wide-eyed expression and exclamation of disbelief capture the sheer magnitude of the devastation. Standing amidst the destruction, he nervously asks what exactly happened. The protagonist, unfazed by the destruction, responds with confusion at the sudden change in tone, as if the situation doesn't warrant the formality. Deep in thought, the protagonist begins to piece something together as a glowing golden symbol materializes in front of him. With a determined look, he prepares for what might come next, confident that he's onto something crucial. The system activates the protagonist's powerful Bank skill, temporal rewind, as glowing clock-like symbols begin to spin around him. The intense golden energy swirls as he prepares to manipulate time itself, showcasing his control over this extraordinary ability. With fierce determination, Taein realizes that he has the power to reverse the catastrophic events. His focus sharpens as he prepares to harness his ability, confident that he can undo the destruction. Taein unleashes the full force of temporal rewind as golden clockwork energy spirals outward, resetting the flow of time. The sheer intensity of the skill warps reality. As the rewind takes effect, the devastated landscape blurs and reverses, restoring the city to its previous state. As time rewinds, the creature is brought back, charging toward Taein once more. However, this time he stands fully prepared, glowing with the golden energy of his time manipulation. Now fully empowered, Taein channels intense golden energy through his hands, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. His focused expression, and the radiant aura surrounding him signal that he's ready to end the battle once and for all. Face to face with Taein, the creature's menacing expression is now laced with fear as sweat drips down its face. His calm presence unnerves the beast, signaling that the tables have completely turned. Taein laughs, surprised that his newfound abilities actually work, and casually apologizes for scaring the creature. "It's my first time as a transcendent being," he explains. His light-hearted demeanor contrasts sharply with the intensity of the previous battle. He casually questions the fairness of the situation as the once fearsome creature now cowers before him, visibly trembling. Taein activates his rank skill, coordinate binding, stopping the creature in its tracks as it attempts to flee. He contemplates the situation with a casual demeanor, expressing a slight sense of guilt about having to kill the creature a second time. Meanwhile, the creature is trapped and powerless, its fear evident. With a calm demeanor, Taein activates his S-rank skill, Dimensional Exile. As the creature is engulfed in a glowing vortex, the system confirms the activation. The monster's body is swiftly pulled into the dark dimensional portal, effectively erasing it from this existence. Kim Il-jin, now on his knees in awe, praises Taein for vanquishing the terrifying monster. Meanwhile, Taein remains composed, casually adjusting his sleeves, unfazed by the praise. With a thoughtful expression, he corrects Kim Il-jin, explaining that he didn't truly vanquish the monster but merely sent it to another dimension temporarily. Kim Il-jin enthusiastically praises him, throwing himself to the ground in admiration. "Mr. Pervert," he calls out, "I believe in you." Taein, taken aback by the sudden intensity, questions the dramatic shift in behavior. Grinning widely, Kim Il-jin declares that Taein is his savior for having saved his life. He reflects on his past actions, admitting that he may have said some not-so-nice things before, looking up at Taein with newfound respect. However, Taein's expression darkens as he coldly brings up the past request for bread. His intense gaze, paired with the ominous atmosphere, suggests the issue is far from forgotten. Drenched in sweat and clearly terrified, Kim Il-jin hastily tries to dismiss it, nervously saying to forget about the bread. Shrouded in darkness, Taein slowly approaches Kim Il-jin, who cowers on the ground. His smirk grows more sinister, his eyes gleaming with a cold intensity. The dark, foreboding aura surrounding him emphasizes the power and menace he now embodies. He coldly reminds Kim Il-jin of his earlier request. Panicked, Kim Il-jin frantically reassures him that it's fine and he'll get the bread himself. He throws himself to the ground, begging for forgiveness with a voice full of desperation. Taein pauses thoughtfully, his expression unreadable as he considers the desperate apology. He then calmly halts the situation, telling Kim Il-jin to wait as there's something he needs to do first. Confused, Kim Il-jin looks on as chaos erupts outside, with monstrous creatures battling amidst explosions. Now in a complete panic, Kim Il-jin pleads desperately for Taein to save him. Appearing calm and unbothered, Taein tells him to wait. "Is there anything more important than saving me, and everyone else at school?" Kim Il-jin asks desperately. With a calm yet determined expression, Taein states, "I need to save my mom and dad first." Kim Il-jin, with a dazed expression and birds flying around his head, reluctantly concedes, "Fair enough." The system announces the activation of Taein's rank skill teleport as he begins to glow and lift off the ground. He vanishes in a flash of light, leaving Kim Il-jin kneeling on the ground in awe. The scene shifts to a serene moment as Taein's father enjoys a sweet afternoon nap in a luxurious bedroom. The scene humorously shifts again to a television broadcast showing the man in a deep sleep. Watching the broadcast, Taein's dad jokingly comments on the state of the bedroom shown on TV. Meanwhile, Taein's mom enjoys her perfect day off, relaxing on the couch with a satisfied smile. Suddenly, an emergency broadcast interrupts the program. A panicked news anchor warns that Seoul is under attack by mysterious creatures, urging citizens to evacuate immediately. Taeyeon's parents are startled, their relaxed state shifting to one of concern. Filled with anxiety, they cautiously approach the window. Taeyeon's dad peers outside and asks, "What's happening out there?" As Taeyeon's parents look out, they are met with a shocking sight of chaos and destruction, witnessing terrifying creatures wreaking havoc in the city. Taeyeon's parents express shock and disbelief as they confront the terrifying scene. Their wide eyes and tense expressions reveal their fear. They stand hand in hand, facing a terrifying creature with a single eye and a mouth filled with sharp teeth. The ominous purple aura surrounding the monster amplifies the sense of danger. His mother screams in fear while his father shouts, "Oni," in a desperate attempt to protect her. Suddenly, Taeyeon floats above the city, radiating energy. The creatures below hesitate, sensing his overwhelming power. He activates a powerful technique called reverse gravity. The system acknowledges the target change as he makes contact with the massive creature. The monster begins to lose its balance as the skill takes hold, pulling it violently upwards. Its body cracks and disintegrates from the intense force as it screams in confusion and terror, ascending higher into the sky. Taeyeon approaches his parents, who are watching him through the window with concern and relief. As he walks closer, they embrace, grateful for his protection. He addresses them with a solemn expression, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. "Dad, Mom," he begins, revealing his identity to his shocked parents. They are left utterly stunned, struggling to comprehend the sudden change in their son. They quickly switch from shock to concern, asking why he's not at school and scolding him for entering the living room with his shoes on, their parental habits showing despite the chaos. Taeyeon urgently dismisses their concerns about trivial matters, stressing the urgency of the situation. He begins an unexpected conversation, acknowledging the struggles they went through while raising him and how they often saw him absorbed in reading Webtoons on his phone. "Don't be concerned," he assures them. "I've been granted an important responsibility. I've been chosen as the one to safeguard humanity." His parents are utterly confused by his sudden declaration. He realizes that Seoul has already fallen into turmoil, overrun by zombies. He is shocked to discover that he seems to have been transported back in time 10 years, to his younger self. He resolves never to be indifferent again and immediately casts a series of powerful buffs to protect his parents, enhancing their strength, resilience, and intellect. He vows to protect them no matter the cost. Taeyeon casts powerful defensive spells, surrounding the entire building with layers of protection. "You're safe now," he reassures his parents. "Nothing will be able to harm you anymore." Brimming with confidence, he announces his intention to save the rest of the world. He expresses his love to his parents in a heartfelt yet determined manner. Overwhelmed, they pause for a moment before expressing their love for him in return. The scene shifts to a large school building. As Taeyeon returns, energy crackles around him. His companion, Kim Il-jin, who has been anxiously waiting, expresses relief upon seeing him back safely. He inquires about Taeyeon's parents, and Taeyeon reassures him that they are now safe. Visibly relieved, Kim Il-jin laughs nervously but then nervously reminds him about the promise to buy bread. Taeyeon is taken aback by his persistence. His expression darkens as he recalls his past experiences of being bullied. He declares that it's now his responsibility to teach a lesson to those who wronged him. He unleashes an advanced skill, stunning his opponent. He activates a high-level summoning skill, bringing forth a storm of burger buns that overwhelms his target. Taeyeon confronts Kim Il-jin, taunting him for his weakness and bringing up old grudges. He vividly recalls the mocking laughter, the humiliation of having his uniform stripped and burned, being forced to eat food from a toilet, and seeing his glasses locked with a padlock. "Do you remember?" Taeyeon asks, towering over his former bully. Panicking, Kim Il-jin denies ever doing such things. He admits to telling Taeyeon to buy bread but denies the other accusations, frantically pointing out that Taeyeon doesn't even wear glasses. Taeyeon's cold stare causes the bully to second-guess himself. Taeyeon accepts the apology with a calm demeanor. "I'll forgive you," he says, but then ominously offers to transform the bully into something he'd like. He activates a powerful skill, transmogrify. A surge of energy engulfs his target, and as Taeyeon completes his spell, Kim Il-jin finds himself transformed into an adorable yet shocked burger bun. Kim Il-jin, now in burger form, desperately yells in confusion and anger. Taeyeon can't help but laugh, finding it amusing. He offers Kim Il-jin a chance to return to normal, but only if he sincerely repents. In his burger form, Kim Il-jin quickly agrees. Suddenly, a girl appears in the hallway, her gaze fixated on Taeyeon as she cautiously approaches. Startled, Taeyeon nervously scratches his chin, trying to come up with an explanation while the burger bun looks on. He casually remarks about being chosen by the gods, while the transformed bun frantically demands to be changed back. The girl is shocked upon realizing the burger bun is alive. Taeyeon finds the situation amusing and playfully offers her a bite. She nervously questions whether Taeyeon feels any fear in this bizarre situation. As she looks out at the destruction, she reflects on how much the world has changed. The empty classroom and lack of communication create an eerie atmosphere. She questions his upbeat attitude, her eyes filled with tears. Jo Yui, he calls out her name, his expression serious as he stands confidently beside the transformed Berger Bun. The shift in his demeanor adds weight to the moment, leaving Jo Yui visibly startled. He asks her if she's familiar with Webtoons, his question catching her off guard. Her shocked expression suggests she may not be following his line of reasoning. The conversation takes an unexpected turn as they discuss the nature of Webtoons, pointing out that they are read for fun without overthinking the plots. One character even criticizes the author, suggesting laziness and a lack of skill as the reason for their unusual situation. Thaon is perplexed by the conversation, asking, "What on earth are you talking about?" Meanwhile, Jo Yui reflects that the situation is troublesome, commenting that Taein is too unromantic to be the main female lead. This humorous meta-commentary highlights the self-awareness of the characters. She dramatically reveals her thoughts, stating that she was the villain who disrupted the flow of the crucial first 1 to 3 episodes. A taken aback Taein exclaims, "What?" Taein contemplates summoning a new female lead to resolve the issue. The Berger Bun anxiously requests for everything to be reverted to normal. He activates Incest rank skill to summon the most suitable female lead from all dimensions. Jo Yui looks shocked as the powerful magic takes effect, surrounding her with light. The interdimensional summoning begins as a glowing magic circle appears on the ground. A thick, mysterious fog fills the hallway. As it continues to swirl, the Berger Bun suddenly speaks up, accusing the figure next to it of something suspicious. Thaon looks shocked and confused as a mysterious woman covered in blood and holding a knife appears, leaving everyone stunned. He is startled by her sudden appearance, gasping in shock. Meanwhile, the Berger Bun looks on with hearts in its eyes, completely oblivious to the tension. The woman looks at her hands in disbelief, realizing she has harmed someone close to her. She stands still, blood on her clothes and a knife in hand as she fully transforms into a villainess. Her face is filled with a cold resolve. As the woman, Leela, stands adorned in a grand setting, she recalls the moment Taein casually called her name, an action that struck her deeply. She reflects on how it was the first time someone had dared to say her name so casually, especially considering her status as the sole heir of House Liberon. Thaon panics, clearly unsettled by the drastic shift in the story's direction. He questions the abrupt genre change and frantically confronts Leela, demanding to know if she's aware of the significance of the first few chapters of a Webtoon. He complains about the slow pacing, worried that staying in the hallway for too long will ruin the Webtoon's flow. Leela takes offense at his raised voice, calling out his rudeness. He quickly tries to de-escalate the situation, nervously asking her to lower her weapon so they can talk. Leela, still holding a blood-stained dagger, calmly admits to stabbing her husband just moments earlier. Her unsettling confession leaves Taein shocked and bewildered. As he processes the gravity of the situation, he panics, urging her to get rid of the bloody dagger she's still clutching and to clean up the blood. The two girls are startled by the sudden appearance of Taein, who calmly warns them of something approaching. He quickly activates an rank skill, forming a glowing defensive barrier around himself as a monstrous creature swings its massive weapon with ferocity. The energy shield withstands the impact. Jo Yui screams in shock as she encounters the unusual sight. The talking Berger and Leela both seem just as confused. The creature slams against the shield with immense force, but Taein stands resolute. With a confident grin, he dismisses the creature as nothing more than a simple, mindless monster, perfect for warming up. Leela and Jo Yui are shocked as they discuss the combination of monsters and magic. Surrounded by terrifying monsters, Taein walks forward with an air of indifference. The system activates the rank skill freezing, and he launches a powerful ice attack that encases the enemies. As the system activates the rank skill stump, Taein slams the ground with explosive force, and a fiery shockwave bursts forth. He surveys the destruction, casually reflecting that he may have gone a bit overboard. The system sends a notification, proudly unlocking the achievement for defeating his first monster. He then faces a massive horde of terrifying monsters charging toward him. Taein clenches his fists with excitement, thrilled by the combination of game fantasy and gate hunter elements. The system activates the A-rank skill Mach Flight, sending him soaring through the sky. It then activates the C-rank skill Psionic Blade as Taein charges forward with a blade of pure energy, slashing through multiple enemies. With a final devastating strike, he releases a massive burst of energy, obliterating everything in its path. He now faces a towering mass of monstrous creatures emerging from a fiery gate. Contemplating his next move, he decides to unleash his S-rank skill, Dimensional Exile. A swirling blue vortex pulls the creatures into another dimension, helpless against the overwhelming force. With a confident smile, Taein decides to eliminate the gate entirely, watching as a massive black vortex consumes it. He lets out a relieved sigh, confident that his actions have secured Soul's safety for the time being. Taein activates the A-rank skill Teleport, instantly appearing in a new location. He pauses as he notices Jo Yui and Leela engaged in a conversation while the unnoticed Berger bun rests on the ground between them. Leela acknowledges Taeyeon's arrival, explaining that she's been listening to conversations about this unfamiliar world and has realized she has traveled to the future. Taeyeon awkwardly responds, trying to explain that her understanding isn't entirely correct. His uneasy smile reflects his struggle to clarify the situation. He then activates his rank skill, Transform, offering to help Leela adjust to the modern world. Leela looks surprised, unsure of what this transformation entails. As Taeyeon's hand glows with energy, he lightheartedly teases her, joking about how her outfit might be difficult for the illustrator to draw after the intense monster battle. Leela gasps in shock as Taeyeon's transformation skill takes effect, enveloping her in a bright golden light. The animated Berger bun with hearts in its eyes lets out an excited scream as it watches. Visibly flustered, Leela demands a more suitable outfit. Meanwhile, Taeyeon nonchalantly offers to tie her hair, commenting on how it would be easier for the illustrator to manage. Jo Yui looks horrified, realizing something she never wanted to know about Taeyeon's strange tastes. He tries to diffuse the tension, urging her to avoid using harsh words and reminding her they're friends. He defensively adds that he carefully selected something comfortable. Leela insists on being called by her new name, Kulswatch. She proudly declares her new royal status, explaining that she is now a princess of the Kulswatch royal family. With her transformation complete, she embraces her new identity as Leela Kulswatch. Taeyeon bluntly comments on her hair, pointing out that it still looks messy despite being tied up. Jo Yui stands by, shocked at his casual remark. Overwhelmed by guilt, Leela declares that she is no longer worthy of the Kulswatch name. In a sorrowful confession, she reveals that she killed her own husband, the crown prince. Taeyeon quickly apologizes, admitting he doesn't know anything about the backstory of her world. He looks utterly confused, admitting he has no idea what she is talking about. Despite his confusion, he somberly acknowledges the hardships she has endured. Taeyeon bluntly guesses that Leela is terminally ill, leaving both her and Jo Yui in shock. He continues to reveal more of her tragic past, suggesting she was forced into an arranged marriage with someone she didn't love, that her husband had taken a mistress, and that she was falsely accused and branded as a villainess. He brings up the final, darkest part of her past, the fateful incident where, covered in blood, she stood in shock, her expression filled with horror. Leela tearfully admits that everything Taeyeon revealed is true. He offers her some comforting words, acknowledging the hardship she's endured but reassuring her that she doesn't have to continue living that way. He reminds her that the prince attacked her first. The system activates this rank skill, Seraphic Blessing, surrounding Leela with a golden light of purity and healing. As the blessing envelops her, she feels an unfamiliar warmth. Taeyeon proudly announces that he has healed all of Leela's illnesses, freeing her from her terminal condition. He looks at her with a gentle smile, encouraging her to live freely in this new world. Leela reflects on the word freely, realizing it was the first time anyone had ever encouraged her to live without restraint. Not her powerful father, her most admirable friend, or even her husband had ever given her such a sense of freedom. She softly expresses her gratitude, her cheeks flushed. The system shows that Taeyeon has defeated a total of 33 monsters. Surprised, he brushes off the system's praise, confidently stating that his story is just beginning. The system then notifies him that the constellations have taken an interest in his achievements, leaving him puzzled. It explains that by satisfying the constellations, he can receive sponsorships and unique abilities. Taeyeon, Jo Yui, and Leela stand surrounded by multiple system notifications. He stares in disbelief as constellations representing games, quizzing, despair, solitude, and jealousy take an interest in him. Without hesitation, he decisively commands the system to block all of their interests, leaving Leela surprised. He nonchalantly admits that he's not particularly fond of anything related to constellations. Taeyeon clears his throat confidently, and addresses the group. With a determined smile, he extends a bold invitation. Will you join me in the noble task of saving the world? He confidently announces that he has shared all of his power, standing amidst the chaos of a burning city. He encourages Leela and Jo Yui to fight the monstrous creatures ahead, leaving them shocked. Panicking, they question why they need to risk their lives. Taeyeon reassures them with a confident smile, explaining that as his companions, they're essential to the plot, and cannot die. Frustrated, Jo Yui points out that at his level, he could easily handle the monsters himself. He calmly contemplates how boring it would be to handle everything alone, emphasizing the importance of compelling stories for the supporting characters. Leela confesses her dark past again, revealing that she killed her husband. Her demeanor darkens as she coldly expresses her newfound willingness to kill anything in her path. Jo Yui and the animated Berger Bun react in sheer terror. As a massive monster charges toward them, Leela swiftly moves into action. Taeyeon, with a confident smirk, decides to make things more thrilling by forming a team. Leela steps forward, gripping a glowing crimson blade. Her skill activates, unleashing a powerful wave of malice that rips through the monstrous enemy. She fully embraces her role as a dagger assassin, her eyes glowing with a sense of freedom and exhilaration. Zhou Yui watches in shock as Leela's demeanor shifts dramatically. Taein, however, is pleased, commenting that they now have a solid character concept for her. Suddenly, a menacing tentacled creature looms behind Leela, wrapping its tentacles around her. Zhou Yui and the animated Berger panic. As Leela is in danger, Taein commands the Berger Bun to rush in and save her. Shocked by his seemingly insignificant role, the Berger Bun feels the pressure but confidently declares that he would do anything for Leela. Taein suggests that Zhou Yui should demonstrate her abilities, but she immediately resists. She passionately confronts him, pointing out his extraordinary strength and ability to turn back time, accusing him of being specially chosen. She urgently questions if he can reverse the catastrophic changes that have transformed the world, unable to understand how he can prioritize entertainment over the lives of everyone. Yes, Taein calmly responds, his indifferent attitude leaving Zhou Yui visibly shocked. He declares with a sharp grin that in this world, having fun is the ultimate priority. Zhou Yui notices the sudden shift in his demeanor and becomes uneasy. Taein quickly alerts her about a dangerous monster bird flying toward them. Hesitant but determined, she begins to summon her hidden magical powers. With a burst of power, she swings her staff, causing a massive explosion that obliterates the monster. Taein and Leela are left in shock after witnessing her unexpected display of power. He and the Berger Bun are both surprised at her impressive stance, comparing it to that of a baseball player. Zhou Yui casually mentions her serious training from her younger days, leaving Taein astonished. Suddenly, Taein unleashes a powerful burst of dark energy. He notices the energy swirling around his hand, and begins to suspect it might be linked to a monster's influence. A figure cloaked in dark energy observes him from a distance, impressed by his ability to interfere with their powerful aura. The mysterious figure smirks, acknowledging Taein's ability to challenge them with his bare hands. A mysterious figure emerges, cloaked in a dark aura, acknowledging the unexpected presence of a powerful master from the east. A bystander looks on in awe, recognizing the formidable opponent as the Thousand Devils. Taein stands in shock and admiration, realizing the legendary Thousand Devils is a real person. Zhou Yui looks at him in disbelief, scolding him for his strange behavior. Taein excitedly introduces the man as Chiyama, pointing out the character's iconic status as the ultimate villain in the martial arts genre. With a stern expression, Chiyama comments on Taein's tendency to talk too much and questions whether the powerful energy from the east was caused by his actions. Taein nonchalantly admits to causing the shockwave with his earlier flick. As Chiyama speaks about the decline of martial arts, he reflects on how he began losing interest in the calm world. As he gazes upward, the sky begins to swirl with ominous energy, and a horde of terrifying beasts emerges. His eyes glow red with malicious intent as dark energy swirls around him. Just as he was about to immerse himself in the chaos, a menacing creature appeared from a portal. Suddenly, a powerful energy surged from the east, catching both Chiyama and the creature off guard. Chiyama quickly realizes the danger and prepares his most powerful technique, the extreme heavenly demon god seal. As the shockwave from the devastating power ripples across the land, he stands in awe of the sheer destructive force. He is suddenly struck by an immense force rushing towards him. He then observes in shock as time itself begins to reverse, restoring everything. He grins wickedly, recognizing that only a master of supreme skill could wield such power. Using advanced movement techniques, he swiftly crosses vast continents and oceans, finally arriving in front of Taein, Leela, and Zhou Yui. Taein is visibly confused, questioning how Chiyama, who ran across the sea from China, speaks Korean so fluently. Frustrated, Zhou Yui begs for the conversation to make more sense. With a menacing grin, Chiyama acknowledges the unknown master from the east and prepares to eliminate his opponent, demanding to be entertained. Taein, overwhelmed with excitement, can't contain his admiration. Chiyama unleashes his devastating technique, the Heavenly Demon Dragon Destruction Palm. A colossal dragon made of dark energy erupts from his hand, colliding with a towering structure and shattering it. Taein rushes in, but Chiyama easily dodges his attack. Suddenly, Taein swiftly moves behind him, boasting about how satisfying it feels. He is in awe of Lord Chiyama's power, expressing surprise at how strong he has become. Chiyama, however, dismisses the situation, showing clear disinterest and a preference for hunting monsters instead. As he walks away, showing no further interest in the situation, Leela watches him, clearly frustrated by the turn of events. She questions whether Chiyama is just making excuses because his technique didn't work, expressing her disbelief at how things ended. Chiyama glances back at Taein, his expression cold as he dismisses the significance of the place they are in. He criticizes the situation, thinking that someone as inexperienced as Taein running around shows how bleak the future here is. Chiyama suddenly turns, his expression dark and commanding as someone grabs his shoulder to stop him. His sharp gaze and firm stance suggest he's ready for a confrontation. Taein firmly grabs Chiyama, warning him that he's crossing a line. Chiyama winces in pain, clearly surprised by the sudden force as Taeyeon's grip tightens, showing that he won't back down. Taeyeon's eyes glow with determination as he firmly corrects Chiyama, making it clear that it's not just Korea, but the Republic of Korea. His voice and intense aura show his deep pride and seriousness, leaving no room for disrespect. Taeyeon releases a powerful force, sending Chiyama flying backward. The impact is clear as Chiyama struggles to regain his balance, caught off guard by Taeyeon's unexpected strength. Chiyama, now on the defensive, looks bewildered and shaken as he struggles to comprehend the situation. His confidence is shattered as he realizes he couldn't sense Taeyeon's presence at all, something that seems impossible to him. Fueled by rage, Chiyama unleashes a deadly attack, his aura flaring with intense energy. With a menacing expression, he reaches out, determined to end Taeyeon's life in a single, powerful strike. As the sky darkens and the ground begins to shake violently, Taeyeon looks around, confused by the sudden chaos. The environment crumbles under the pressure of Chiyama's devastating power. As the air fills with an ominous energy, Taeyeon quickly reacts, gathering his own energy and unleashing a powerful counter-strike. The force of his move clashes with Chiyama's destructive power, causing an intense explosion that shakes the entire area. Chiyama summons an enormous, swirling sphere of dark energy, gathering incredible power as debris and rocks are pulled into its vortex. The ominous sphere looms in the air, radiating destruction as he prepares to unleash it upon Taeyeon. Two girls, visibly upset, shout in unison, calling someone a pervert with expressions of disgust. The scene shifts to them crossing their arms defensively, clearly offended. Chiyama's eyes glow with fierce determination as he channels a powerful martial art technique that warps the very fabric of space around him. His energy surges, showing the immense strength he possesses. Taeyeon leaps into the air with excitement, his fists raised triumphantly as a powerful energy blast erupts around him. "How refreshing," he exclaims, clearly invigorated by the release of power. Chiyama swings his fist at Taeyeon, but Taeyeon effortlessly dodges, leaving Chiyama shocked. Taeyeon remarks on how Chiyama, despite being annoying, still manages to be both cool and entertaining. With a wide grin, Taeyeon confidently extends his hand toward Chiyama, offering an unexpected proposal: "Become my companion." Taeyeon confidently points towards Chiyama as Layla and Jo Eun-ye watch with curious expressions. The tense atmosphere calms as they all stand together amidst the wreckage, hinting at an unexpected alliance. Chiyama is in disbelief, realizing that the technique he spent centuries perfecting is having no effect. His face shows shock and frustration. He unleashes a furious burst of dark energy, shouting his claim as the most powerful man under the heavens. His pride refuses to accept defeat, declaring there's no way he could lose to someone like Taeyeon. Taeyeon looks on with a mix of surprise and disbelief, questioning Chiyama's bold claim. With a mischievous grin, Taeyeon's eyes light up as he announces, "I just thought of something fun." He confidently calls out to Chiyama, standing tall with a glowing energy in his hand. As Chiyama looks up from the ground, Taeyeon's face twists into a menacing smile. "Your chance at a normal life is over." His hand glows as the system announces the activation of his B-class skill, Transmogrify. Layla, holding her Berger-shaped companion, looks on in shock. Both she and her companion are stunned by the sudden turn of events. Taeyeon unleashes his Transmogrify skill, emitting a powerful aura that causes Chiyama to stumble. Layla, Jo Eun-ye, and the others watch in awe. Struggling to comprehend the situation, Chiyama scoffs at Taeyeon's transformation, calling it a shallow trick. However, his confusion grows as he questions what is unfolding. Chiyama's expression shifts to panic as he notices a change in his voice. Shocked, he touches his throat, realizing something is drastically wrong with his body. Jo Eun-ye and Layla stand in complete shock. Meanwhile, Taeyeon confidently declares that Chiyama is no longer the number one man under the heavens. Enraged and confused, Chiyama demands to know what Taeyeon has done to him. Jo Eun-ye and Layla yell out in frustration, calling Taeyeon a pervert and complaining that things have gone too far. Taeyeon, exasperated, tries to defend himself. With a calm and thoughtful expression, Taeyeon points out that changing the gender of a charming character for fun is a very old creative trope, noting that it has become rare in recent times. As Taeyeon starts a lengthy explanation, Jo Eun-ye quickly interrupts him, telling him to stop talking because his speeches are too long. While Taeyeon panics, Chiyama, enraged and desperate, charges at him, demanding to be turned back to normal. Taeyeon quickly retaliates, landing a sharp blow on Chiyama's head. Surprised, Chiyama yells out in pain. Taeyeon teasingly points out that it's probably been a long time since Chiyama, always at the top, has been hit like this, warning that if he acts up again, he'll get another smack. Jo Eun-ye and Layla watch in disbelief, criticizing Taeyeon for claiming he'd handle things carefully, only to resort to hitting and threatening Chiyama. Layla sarcastically pleads, "You're a bad guy. Please turn him back to normal." Taeyeon casually accepts the situation, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Looks like we've gained another party member." Layla, Jo Eun-ye, and Chiyama stand by, seemingly resigned. Chiyama, now looking defeated and embarrassed, pleads with Taein, asking if he can just be allowed to return. A title card appears, labeling him Warlock Monk, solidifying his new role. Despite his reluctance, Taein cheerfully instructs everyone to get friendly, and suggests they hunt some monsters. Jo-eun Yae, Lala, and Chiyama are left stunned. Taein bursts into laughter, reveling in the ease of auto hunting as he activates his class skill, teleportation. Jo-eun Yae quickly calls out, "Where do you think you're going?" With a cheeky smile, Taein declares, "I'm off to save the world," leaving Jo-eun Yae and the others momentarily speechless. Jo-eun Yae looks exasperated as she gestures towards Chiyama, questioning what she's supposed to do with him now. The scene shifts to Washington, showcasing the White House. Inside the Presidential Emergency Operations Center, officials express their frustration over a dire situation. One leader insists there's no time to assess damage, while another emphasizes that at this rate, humanity is finished. An advisor urgently urges the president for a swift decision. The advisor suggests using tactical nukes, but the president's expression turns grave as he questions the morality of targeting their own territory. The Secretary of Defense grimaces, warning that even if they deploy all their weapons, it may not be enough. The scene shifts to chaotic battlefields where soldiers fight monstrous creatures. As long as a specific gate remains open, the onslaught will continue. The president slams his fists on the table, wishing they could just nuke the gates. With a confident smile, Taein interjects, "I'll take care of that for you." The president, confused, asks, "Who are you?" Unfazed, Taein excitedly introduces himself. "I'm the pervert from Korea. I am 17 years old, and I'm the savior of the world." The high-ranking officials react with a mix of confusion and disbelief. As chaos escalates, Taein instructs everyone to listen to him, while a panicked official demands the guards remove the intruder. Confronted by an armed guard, Taein remarks nonchalantly, "This is kind of hurtful." An official panics, insisting Taein is a monster and urging the guards to shoot. Gunfire erupts. The agent's shocked expression captures a significant turn of events. Taein stands poised, raising his hand as surrounding objects defy gravity. He then emphasizes the importance of trust, urging them to rely on him. With a chilling smile, he commands the launch of all nuclear weapons possessed by the Yos. A man in a suit protests the dangerous plan, but Taein insists on swift action. As he activates his class skill, mass manipulation, his eyes glow. Taein stands confidently at the center of a swirling vortex of energy. The men watch in awe and fear, trapped. With determination, Taein grips a phone. A man on the other end issues urgent orders to initiate Code 389, the Doomsday Protocol. An officer urgently commands the immediate launch of all tactical nuclear weapons. With a firm grip, the officer pulls the launch control lever. Missiles soar into the sky. A barrage illuminates the blue expanse. Taein stands resolute, gazing at the earth below as a flurry of missiles descends. He activates his C-class skill, Invisible Hand, and a shimmering aura surrounds him. An ethereal glowing hand materializes in the cosmic void. Taein then activates his B-class skill, Replicate, as shimmering symbols swirl around him. He extends his hands, summoning a dazzling array of energy orbs. With a confident smile, he focuses on the missiles. Drag each and every missile without missing a single one. The missiles veer through the sky, guided by his invisible hand. With fierce determination, Taein commands the missiles to be directed into the gate. The missiles hurtle toward their targets, piercing through shimmering portals he has created. With a triumphant smile, Taein exclaims in joy. The scene shifts to Moscow, Russia. In the Supreme Council room, a military officer urgently declares that the US has launched all its nuclear warheads, prompting panic, and calls for retaliation. With a confident demeanor, Taein dismisses the notion of retaliation, reassuring them there is no need for immediate action. In a sudden burst of aggression, the officers draw their weapons and fire. With a slight grimace, Taein raises his hand, deflecting the gunfire. The officer's eyes widen in shock. Back in the US, a panicked official exclaims that all the gates have vanished. With a playful grin, Taein casually announces, "I've saved the world." The older man, visibly puzzled, explains that since the nuclear warheads exploded inside the gates, there was no effect on reality, and the gates vanished along with them. The room erupts in cheers, hailing Taein as the Korean hero. However, the older man reminds everyone that there are still monsters outside. With an enthusiastic expression, Taein encourages everyone to do their best. The system announces the activation of his class skill, teleportation. A bald man offers him a supportive good luck. With a powerful leap, Taein executes the Chiyama rushing step, descending upon a colossal creature with force. As he stands triumphantly over the defeated monster, a companion cheers him on. Another companion expresses frustration, exclaiming at Taein with a mix of anger and relief for his arrival. They humorously recount the near-death experiences they faced while he was away. One excitedly recounts how a missile shot into the gate and disappeared, asking if Taein was responsible. He casually confirms his involvement. Thayan muses about the need for a tank in the party. His expression shifts to one of focus as he channels energy, producing a bright green light. A scream echoes as one of the characters yells, "Lala," amidst a chaotic scene. A powerful figure shrouded in an aura of energy addresses Thayan as the transcender of Earth, asserting that his actions have profoundly disrupted the order of the universe. Rene, clad in radiant armor, declares her identity as the Holy Seat of Justice. With a firm grip on her sword, she proclaims that she will judge Thayan for his actions. As Thayan stands amidst the ruins with his companions, he appears bewildered. His friends reflect a mix of determination and concern. With a confident smile, Thayan declares he has found his target. He is confronted by Chiyama, who exclaims about sensing the energy of a true master, demanding Thayan stay still. Visibly excited, Thayan calls out to the system, eager to engage with it as it inquires about his past comments regarding the holy seats, hinting at a controversial decision he made. The system's response suggests a playful tone, revealing a back and forth dynamic that adds depth to Thayan's character and his relationship with the system. Thayan, looking slightly apprehensive, acknowledges the system's remark about blocking the holy seats, indicating a moment of self-reflection. His expression reveals a mix of understanding and concern, hinting at the implications of his past actions and the weight they carry. Thayan, with a playful grin, attempts to clarify a misunderstanding, asserting that his past comments were misinterpreted. He explains that his focus was consumed by the urgent threat of monsters invading Earth. Rene, with a serious expression, points out a critical issue regarding humanity's lack of sacrifice. Her statement underscores the gravity of their situation. Thayan looks up with a mix of realization and intensity, acknowledging the weight of responsibility placed on him. His statement implies that the consequences of their actions are interconnected, hinting at a deeper conflict stemming from his relationship with Rene. Thayan's expression shifts to one of shock as he processes Rene's assertion. His reaction indicates a deep concern, revealing the heavy burden of responsibility he feels. Thayan expresses his growing horror as he pieces together the catastrophic consequences of the gate's opening. His realization about the countless lives lost deepens the gravity of their situation. He stands resolute, confronting Rene with a piercing question about the holy seats and their role in the current chaos. Rene affirms Thayan's accusation with a calm yet serious acknowledgement. An ominous figure declares that every living being in the universe serves a purpose in supplying the energy and entropy required for the holy seat's survival. The figure explains that the intelligence and strength of a species directly correlate to the amount of entropy they can harvest. The strengthened beings, they are subjected to trials as monstrous creatures emerge, pursuing terrified individuals. Some species successfully overcome these trials, emerging stronger and providing more entropy. The figure chillingly concludes that species may either thrive by overcoming challenges or face extinction, becoming the foundation for the emergence of a stronger species. Thayan reflects on the fact that humanity has managed to overcome the trial individually, yet this achievement has come at a cost. He expresses regret that humanity lost the opportunity to evolve collectively. Rene explains that the holy seats intended to monitor Thayan's progress, but his actions have raised significant concerns. She declares her decision to personally manifest and pass judgment on him, indicating a serious escalation. Visibly frustrated, Thayan finds the situation utterly ridiculous. His frustration escalates into a passionate outburst as he questions how Rene can casually present such a serious explanation. He expresses his bewilderment as the narrative unexpectedly shifts into a sci-fi realm, questioning the author's direction. Thayan humorously calls out to an unexpected character, Berger, to summarize the complex explanation in just 3 lines. The whimsical character, Berger, presents a playful 3-line summary. The holy seats drain energy from humanity by opening chaos-inducing gates, and expresses annoyance about having to condense the information. Thayan hesitates, starting to interject with a but. Fueled by frustration, he declares that the revelations are absurd. Layla, filled with rage, declares her inability to forgive those responsible, drawing a weapon. Chiyama reaches out, desperately trying to intervene, firmly asserting that they are not on the level to interfere. As the system announces the activation of an S-class skill called Void Surge, Thayan is engulfed in a swirling vortex of energy. The system then announces the activation of a class skill called Reconfigure. With a fierce shout, Thayan launches himself into the air. With a determined smirk, he expresses his disdain for the whole Holy Seat concept as he activates the S-class skill known as Maelstrom Blade. As he unleashes it, a swirling vortex of energy engulfs the area. Layla and the other characters watch in awe. Rene, poised and fierce, prepares to counter Thayan's power. She unleashes a powerful attack, filling the scene with explosive energy. Thayan, in mid-action, wields a sword imbued with incredible power, one that can erase even the existence of the trajectory it cuts. He is taken aback as Rene effortlessly blocks his strongest sword skill, expressing disbelief at her power. Her confident stance and the title Transcender of Earth highlight her formidable abilities. Rene confidently declares that Taeyeon is no match for her. Kneeling on the ground, Taeyeon incredulously questions her assertion. With newfound determination, he boldly declares his intention to use an S-class skill called Planet Buster, generating an immense burst of energy. Rene stands ready to respond as energy crackles around her. A blinding beam of light shoots forward, signifying the release of Taeyeon's powerful skill. As their forces collide, the explosive energy from his Planet Buster attack erupts behind him. Unfazed, Rene remarks with a smirk, "Not bad." With enthusiasm, Taeyeon activates an L-class skill called multicasting, relishing the opportunity to create a crisis for himself and smoothly counterattack. Rene confidently taunts, "Bring it on." With infectious enthusiasm, Taeyeon suggests they create a dopamine rush action scene together. He then looks taken aback, exclaiming, "Ha," as he processes an unexpected turn of events. Rene commands the Transcender of Earth to accept her judgment peacefully. In the foreground, Jo Eun-ye reacts in horror, crying out. Taeyeon lets out a powerful scream filled with anguish and desperation. Filled with determination, he activates his S-class skill called Temporal Rewind, channeling energy as he prepares to manipulate time. He confidently asserts that he can simply rewind time as many times as needed. He expresses his determination to keep rewinding until he figures out a solution. Rene and Jo Eun-ye react with surprise. Rene asserts that the holy seats, as cosmic beings, remain unaffected by space-time distortion. A character exclaims with urgency that he can sense the energy of a true master. Taeyeon responds with alarm, insisting they need to calm down. As the situation intensifies, Taeyeon expresses frustration, questioning what the author is thinking by introducing such an overpowered character. With a steely gaze, Rene warns Taeyeon not to test her patience any longer, insisting he should just accept his judgment. Taeyeon questions the continuous talk of judgment, demanding clarity. As the tension escalates, Rene channels her energy, forming a glowing orb in her hand. She dramatically reveals a set of golden scales, symbolizing her role as a judge. Taeyeon looks puzzled, contemplating the significance of the scales of justice. Rene explains that the scale represents justice, and one must place certain values on each side. The laws of the universe will then weigh these values. Taeyeon observes with a knowing expression, remarking that she seems to really dislike listening to explanations. Rene confidently asserts that she will demonstrate her judgment directly. She elaborates that the scales will measure both the benefits and threats that Taeyeon's existence brings to the universe. Rene poses a pivotal question about which side of the scales weighs heavier. Taeyeon expresses his confusion, urgently questioning which side represents what. Rene balances the scales, showcasing the contrasting values. Her expression shifts as she asserts that Taeyeon's very existence poses a significant threat to the order of the universe. She firmly declares that the decision rendered by the scales is the absolute truth, and according to this truth, she is obligated to suppress him. Looking perplexed, Taeyeon gestures in frustration. He then smirks confidently, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He addresses Rene, asking if the scales of justice can solve any problem humanity faces. Rene calmly affirms that from a cosmic perspective, humanity's issues are indeed trivial. "My name is Rene," she states, asserting her identity. With a confident smile, Taeyeon suggests a challenge, "Then before you go, why not solve one of humanity's major problems by weighing it on the scales?" Rene responds with an authoritative tone, "Oh, as the holy seat of justice, I cannot ignore such a request. What value do you wish to weigh?" Taeyeon, appearing confused, questions the group, What are you doing?" Jo Eun-ye responds cheerfully, Hey, don't worry. This is fun." Taeyeon's eyes widen with excitement as he exclaims, "Universal balance game." "I can't resist," he smirks, ready for the challenge. His face lights up with a wild grin as he presents two absurd choices, dramatically weighing the options of wielding a 99 reinforced wooden stick versus the existential question of what am I doing alone. Rene stands there, momentarily taken aback, a look of confusion on her face. Taeyeon stands confidently, wearing a mischievous grin. The girls around him look on with puzzled expressions. The cartoon Berger, with its wide eyes, floats in a whimsical space, questioning the unfolding events. Rene, with a look of shock, demands to know, "What did you say?" Taeyeon, with an unsettling grin, questions the excitement between the two options. He expresses surprise and curiosity about a mysterious object held by Lala. Jo Eun-ye's wide-eyed and astonished reaction indicates that Taeyeon is unfamiliar with these popular webtoons. Taeyeon humorously suggests to Jo Eun-ye that she should sell her unused brain. Her startled reaction adds a comedic twist. Taeyeon contemplates using a forgetting skill to erase his own memories. The presence of an awkwardly placed Berger on the ground adds a touch of absurdity. Rene advises to just ignore Taeyeon, suggesting his fixation on webtoons is excessive. Taein enthusiastically claims that webtoons are the most entertaining invention in the world. Rene's serious response about the scales not judging trivial human emotions like fun contrasts sharply with his excitement. Taein smirks as he points out her lack of knowledge about the world. He responds dismissively, fine, whatever, then smirks as he suggests he will dumb it down for her. Rene's expression shifts to one of concern as she questions whether the mood has changed. Taein confronts her, questioning her role as the constellation of justice, and her responsibility to maintain the order of the universe. Rene affirms this. She passionately warns about the dire consequences if the universal order were to break down. Taein pauses thoughtfully, then poses a poignant question, wondering if the potential sacrifice of his life is merely a means to an end. He stutters as he tries to respond. Rene's anxious expression suggests she is concerned about his reaction, and her question about the necessity of small sacrifices for the greater good adds a layer of moral complexity. Rene explains that from a cosmic perspective, questioning the nature of universal order is inherently biased. Taein asserts that while a cosmic view may offer fairness, it feels completely unfair from a human perspective. Rene reacts with surprise and a hint of anger, questioning whether he believes he is more important than the universe itself. Her pointed challenge to ask those scales underscores the philosophical tension. Taein confidently declares that the debate ultimately boils down to the distinction between just and unjust. Rene holds up the scales, suggesting they weigh it out. She activates the scales, summoning glowing orbs of energy. She continues to manipulate them, and Leia looks bewildered, asking what just happened. Taein confidently responds that the result is obvious. Rene stands in contemplative silence. Taein confronts her, questioning whether she still intends to restrain him. Rene acknowledges his point, stating, "You are correct," as she contemplates the implications of their earlier discussions. Leia acknowledges Taein's intelligence, stating, "Mr. Taein, you're incredibly smart," with a sense of admiration. However, Taein's confident demeanor is juxtaposed with the bewilderment of the other characters as someone exclaims, "I still don't get what's going on at all." Taein explains that justice can change depending on perspective, indicating his understanding of the complexities of morality. His confident smile suggests he is pleased with this realization. He playfully offers to have Rene keep an eye on him if she's concerned about him disrupting universal order, displaying his confident demeanor. His invitation to stay by my side suggests a bond forming between them. Rene expresses her frustration, stating that she never intended to disrupt universal order but is upset about the constellations attacking humanity. She questions whether aiding weaker beings should be a fundamental duty of her role as the constellation of justice. Rene acknowledges Taein's previous statement as incredibly rational and insightful, indicating a shift in her perspective. A character observes Taein with disbelief, realizing he has managed to turn a cosmic being into an ally simply through his persuasive words. Taein challenges the morality of the constellations by questioning if it was just for them to open gates on Earth and massacre humanity. Rene's expression shifts to one of shock and concern as she processes Taein's powerful statement. Her expression deepens with a sense of turmoil as she grapples with his challenge. She holds two glowing orbs, one blue and one red, symbolizing the contrasting forces. Taein stands confidently with a smirk, flanked by Chiama, as they face Rene, who holds the scales and glowing orbs. The juxtaposition of Taein's relaxed posture against Rene's serious demeanor highlights the tension. Rene stands silently, holding the scales with a contemplative expression. She lets out a sigh, revealing her frustration or resignation. Taein, surprised, reacts by questioning her. Rene ascends into the sky, enveloped in a golden aura. She hovers in space, surrounded by a radiant light, and declares, "Cleansing Nova," indicating her readiness to unleash a powerful ability. Panicked civilians scream for help as a massive creature looms behind them. The creature's eye is illuminated, conveying a sense of menace. A powerful blast erupts in the background, causing panic and shock. Explosions and bright light fill the frame as chaos unfolds. Rene's intense gaze is illuminated by a radiant golden aura. Radiant bursts of energy shoot out into space, symbolizing her immense power. The girl appears contemplative and slightly amused as she brushes her hair back. Taein and the other characters stand on a desolate street, gazing up at a brilliant light. Chiama looks around in shock, realizing that the demonic energy has vanished. Taein expresses relief, exclaiming, "Woo," as expected of a constellation. His playful acknowledgement highlights his growing admiration for her abilities. With a stronger sense of camaraderie, Taein concludes that the current events should wrap up this episode's highlight. He questions whether he is being tricked, but Rene reassures him, insisting, "Nah, it's your imagination." Taein confidently declares, protecting Earth is a piece of cake." With a cheeky grin, Taein excitedly exclaims that he has scored an incredibly reliable party member, referring to Rene. Her surprised expression, along with the designation, playfully suggests uncertainty about her abilities. Taein and the other characters react in shock as something unexpected occurs, with Taein exclaiming while another character says, "Oh my." He expresses his bewilderment and frustration, shouting, "Why? What the heck are you doing?" as he reacts to Udo Rene's unexpected action of disarming. She responds, casually, "I just disarmed since we're not in combat." Taein desperately urges, "Put something on right now." In a striking scene, Udo Rene initiates her transformation with the word transform displayed above her. Taein expresses surprise and admiration, exclaiming, "Oh, she's pretty." He then exclaims in disbelief, "Why would you wear something with zero defense?" His plea of, "Hey, please," emphasizes his protective instincts. "Just keep your clothes on when you're supposed to be dressed," he says with a look of exasperation. Udo Rene observes Taein and reflects, humans are incomprehensible. His confused response underscores the comedic disconnect between them. Taein is taken aback by the system's unexpected address, Mr. Pervert. His surprised expression as he responds, "What is it?" captures his bewilderment. The system informs Taein that the other constellations are even angrier now, saying, "Even the constellation of justice has been swayed." His frustrated exclamation, "Oh, for crying out loud," captures his exasperation. Taein expresses his frustration, feeling that humans should be the ones who are angry. He resolves to confront them directly. The system informs him that the master of the trial tower wants to meet him in person. Lela comments that many believe the tower's master should be held accountable for the current chaos. Taein considers the system's proposal to escort him to the dimension of eternal night. He resolves to confront the situation head-on, determined to give the tower's master a piece of his mind. He is caught off guard as the system announces a transfer. Taein expresses that it would be a shame to embark on the journey alone. The group expresses frustration, demanding to be returned to normal. Taein realizes the system is initiating a transfer without their consent, causing panic. He urgently calls out to the system to speed up the process. As the system announces the initiation of the transfer, one of the companions humorously points out that the system is casually stating, "Whatever, here goes nothing." A bright, blinding light envelops the characters. Swirling smoke and energy indicate the aftermath of their arrival. A grand tower reaches towards a celestial sky, radiating a powerful beam of light. Taein and his group find themselves disoriented. As they regain their composure, the talking Berger expresses its discomfort. Taein wonders where they are. He realizes they are on the top floor of the trial tower. Meanwhile, Udo Rene greets them with a smirk. "Welcome, Constellation of Justice." A shadowy figure materializes, expressing honor at having such a distinguished guest. The figure introduces himself as Tsukishi Neko, the master of the tower. He expresses his delight at seeing Udo Rene again. He then addresses her companions with concern. Suddenly, a menacing figure erupts with fury, shouting at them for daring to enter the sacred space. He threatens to rip the life out of their bodies. The figure looms larger, and Udo Rene and her companions stand frozen in shock as a dark presence unleashes a roar. In a moment of desperation, Jo Eun-ye pleads, "Mommy." Taein turns to his companions with a confident smile, exclaiming, "Guys, this is it. Our first raid boss to face as a complete party." The scene intensifies as Taein faces the formidable master of the tower, Tsukishi Neko. Taein stands confidently, his expression calm. He exclaims with excitement, a wide grin on his face. Jo Eun-ye expresses her concern, questioning if Taein is truly considering fighting. Meanwhile, Lela, visibly frightened, declares her desire to go home. Taein reassures his team, "Don't worry. If we work together, we can overcome this." The master of the tower angrily questions Taein's audacity to stand at the top without having climbed the 66,666 floors. In a moment of frustration, Taein realizes he's facing the threat of being beaten up again. The ominous figure, fueled by rage, demands to know how far Taein intends to insult him. The tower master declares he will explain what his problem is. He taunts Taein, listing off traits he perceives: ignorance, arrogance, cunning, self-righteousness, and stubbornness. As the insults continue, he labels him irresponsible and vulgar. Frustrated, Taein shouts, "How long are you going to keep ranting?" The tower master, with a menacing presence, declares, "Above all, you are self-centered," unleashing a massive wave of energy. Taein screams in agony. The tower master threatens ominously, "I'll make you suffer the 66,666 years of pain you should have experienced. I'll make sure you pay." Lela gasps, "Eek," as she nervously covers her mouth, while Jo Eun-ye, gripping her staff, asks, "What do we do?" The imposing figure apologizes, "I'm sorry, but since you've encountered me here, you'll have to die." In a dark, brooding tone, a shadowed creature retorts, "The one who's going to die is you." A powerful figure raises their hand, summoning a colossal, ominous black dragon that emerges with a fearsome roar and unleashes a devastating attack. Chioma confronts the gravity of the situation, acknowledging that it may seem unfair. He is engulfed in a fierce confrontation, grappling with overwhelming energy. As dark energy envelops him, He faces the reality of his situation while a menacing voice taunts him, suggesting a betrayal. The antagonist addresses Rin, offering an apology for presenting an unsightly appearance. Rin questions the master of the tower, pointing out the inconsistency in treating a human who has cleared the tower as per the established rules. The master asserts his identity as an ultimate being who serves the constellations. He explains that he is compelled to act against certain individuals due to the discomfort their existence brings to the constellations, including the constellation of Bahamut. Thayan, with a look of shock and determination, questions the presence of the constellation of Wrath, realizing the dire implications. Rin responds with a calm acknowledgement, fair point. At this moment, everyone except Rin was thinking the same thing. Layla stands with her staff while Jo Eun-ye nervously clutches her hands. The master of the tower bellows in rage, his power surging as he holds a struggling figure tightly. Rin and Jo Eun-ye stand back to back, their expressions tense. An ominous figure looms as it proclaims, "No, we're definitely not dying." A blinding flash erupts as a figure emerges, caught in a whirlwind of energy. The imposing figure reacts with shock, exclaiming, "No way." The dark figure, filled with rage, bellows in disbelief, "How did you escape my authority?" Thayan calmly asserts, "You're ignorant and arrogant." He smirks confidently. In these kinds of battle stories, it's only natural for the protagonist to counterattack after taking a hit. He extends his hand dramatically as he prepares to unleash a powerful counterattack. Shiyama appears confident, addressing the group with a stern warning, "Listen up, you lot. Don't you dare forget that feeling of death you just experienced." Thayan expresses surprise, "What the? How on earth?" He reassures the group, "If you felt like you were dying, it means you absolutely won't die. Especially if you see dying written in red." Rin watches in disbelief, exclaiming, "Incredible. How could a mere human face the tower's master so effortlessly?" Thayan stands confidently, stating, "I'll admit I underestimated you, but you're wrong about one thing. Your comrades will definitely die." He confronts the master with resolve, targeting my friends first. "How cunning of you." The master, radiating immense power, questions in disbelief, "How did he get so strong?" "At least 1,000, 10,000 times stronger." Thayan, with a confident smirk, declares, "Finally I get to say this line. I was only using 0.1 of my power, you know." He reflects, "Come to think of it, wasn't it around episode 3, panel 20? He grins confidently, ready for what lies ahead. Levitating confidently, Thayan reflects on his awakening moment, feeling thrilled. He clenches his fist as a system notification appears, indicating a limit reset. He reveals that he intentionally placed a cap on his strength. He playfully exclaims, "Oopsie," as a system notification confirms the release of limits, allowing him to unlock 100 of his abilities. The Berger character reflects humorously, "No wonder. I used to be able to flick continents away, but I felt too weak fighting Rin." Thayan apologizes to his friends, "Sorry guys, this dude's tougher than I thought, so I can't save any screen time for you. Please just handle it yourself or whatever." The system announces, "Class skill activated, shock sting." The tower's master, visibly shaken, exclaims, "Impossible." Thayan, with a confident smirk, declares, "Tsukishi Neko, your self-righteousness and stubbornness end here." Rin expresses concern, "Lord Thayan, something's not right. His power comes from me, so he shouldn't be able to surpass me." In a moment of desperation, Thayan calls out, "Please help." The opposing force responds coldly, "How irresponsible." Thayan asserts himself, "You should clean up your own mess." He then reflects, "Wait, doesn't saying it like that make me the crap this bastard took?" The master of the tower, panicking, exclaims, "Wait, if I vanish like this, chaos will engulf this tower and dimension." Rin warns, "The order of the universe might crack." Thayan expresses his disgust, "How disgusting," as he prepares to launch a powerful attack. The tower master, visibly shocked and in pain, exclaims, "Gah." In a moment of defiance, he warns Thayan, "You shall regret this. Mark my words." Thayan responds playfully, "Bye. Not coming back here. Good job, you beat the super early boss." Thayan and his friends stand over the remnants of the tower master's defeat. Rin stands in shock, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of Thayan's power. Glowing with newfound power, Thayan addresses his friends with a casual grin, apologizing for worrying them. Their frantic expressions contrast sharply as they demand to be sent back home and restored to normal. Thayan gasps in realization, his expression shifting to one of alarm. He expresses his frustration, realizing he can't retrieve the line he said earlier about being self-centered. Visibly annoyed, he complains that the earlier incident is going to bug him and calls the person who made the comment a self-centered bastard. The system announces Thayan's achievement of defeating Tsukishi Neko, the master of the Eternal Night Dimension and Tower of Trials. He has completed the challenge and unlocked Stage 1 of Ascension, receiving a reward for subjugating the first cosmic entity. Thayan reflects on the recent events, likening the new Ascension to a power-up gimmick that can be activated during challenging moments in battle. He expresses excitement about the idea and wonders how many stages of this power-up exist. Rene confronts Taein, questioning if he understands the gravity of his actions. She warns him that by killing the master of the tower, he has made enemies of every constellation. Taein sarcastically questions if he should have died as the master suggested. While she hesitates to agree, Taein confidently asserts that not every constellation is against him and that he has Rene as an ally, showcasing his determination and optimism. As Taein speaks, Rene interjects, questioning his assumption about her role. Taein boldly demands to be taken to the constellation of Wrath mentioned by the Tower Master. Rene expresses concern, questioning if he truly intends to fight such a powerful being. Taein reassures her that he doesn't plan to fight, but instead intends to approach the situation through dialogue. In a moment of encouragement, a friend expresses confidence in him, stating that they believe he will protect universal peace alongside the constellation of justice and that they'll be there to cheer him on. As a powerful summoning spell is unleashed, a bright light radiates from the center of the scene, causing awe among the characters. The scene shifts dramatically to reveal a towering structure, brilliantly illuminated and reaching high into a cosmic sky. The group of characters is captured in a moment of ascension, floating upward enveloped in a radiant golden light, their expressions a mix of determination and wonder. The group finds themselves in a chaotic situation, reacting with alarm. Taein looks around, confused, while Rene stands beside him, ready to reveal where they are. They find themselves on a red pathway leading to a fiery chasm, realizing they are in the center of a volcano crater. Taein comments on the intense heat while Rene expresses concern about the Burger's cheese melting. One character questions Taein about constantly dragging them to dangerous places. Taein expresses that having his friends nearby gives him strength, but a companion dramatically urges him to stop with the sentimental remarks. Layla looks distressed, covering her face as if overwhelmed. Amidst the fiery background, a character bursts into laughter, filling the scene with an intense and chaotic energy. In a powerful stance, Rene wields a glowing sword, radiating confidence. A powerful figure confronts them, demanding to know how they dared to bring insects into her dwelling. A massive explosion erupts, unleashing a blinding light. A fierce clash unfolds as two powerful figures collide. In a moment of intense struggle, Rene grits her teeth with fierce resolve. As the confrontation climaxes, lightning surges around them. In a surprising twist, a familiar face reappears, grinning as he addresses Rene with a friendly yet mocking tone, calling her buddy. In a moment of fierce determination, Taein leaps into action, vowing not to let any harm come to his friends. Chiyama and the girls stand in shock. Layla expresses her frustration, questioning Taein about his sudden change in approach after his earlier intentions to resolve matters through dialogue. A powerful explosion sends an opponent flying. Taein expresses his frustration with the constellations, claiming they aren't impressive. Rene appears surprised, questioning Taein about their current actions. He responds nonchalantly, clarifying that their intention was to save her from someone who resisted them. Rene expresses frustration about Karina's uncontrollable anger, emphasizing that he has a natural tendency towards violence. Tsukishimiko observes a stunning landscape filled with floating islands and waterfalls, questioning if this is the new assigned planet. He expresses his excitement, declaring that it is so beautiful it will become his new favorite. Suddenly filled with rage, he yells out, his fierce gaze conveying his readiness for battle. He shouts about discovering the beauty of the new planet, his exaggerated reaction showing a mix of awe and frustration. He is caught in a moment of chaos, reacting with a loud scream as explosive energy surrounds him. A dramatic explosion occurs on a planet with fiery energy erupting outward. Visibly enraged, Tsukishimiko shouts in despair, questioning why he always finds himself in such situations. Taein, looking concerned, remarks, then he's just stupid, as he observes a large, muscular man in the background who appears frustrated and angry. Tsukishimiko, filled with rage, exclaims, how dare a bug lay a hand on this? As he prepares to retaliate, a blast of energy erupts, and in the aftermath, the landscape is scorched, with rocky debris scattered about. Taein and his group are in a state of alarm. Rene explains that the dimension of burning is integrated with Karina, making their surroundings highly dangerous. Taein warns that if Karina's anger explodes, the crater around them will also erupt. He realizes the lava is formed from the melting of the Obsidian of Wrath, and if anything comes into contact with it, they could face severe consequences. He prepares to calm Tsukishimiko down and activates his level skill, Absolute Zero. Taein unleashes the skill, manifesting a powerful ice entity. Karina, filled with rage, responds with a powerful outburst. Rene informs Taein that they can't stop Karina, who embodies pure anger. Overwhelmed, Taein exclaims in frustration about the constant explanations. He unleashes a powerful attack with his icy energy directed at Karina, who responds with a furious expression. He expresses disbelief, realizing that the constellation he faces is at a vastly higher level than the owner of the tower he previously battled. Tsukishineko revels in the exhilarating cold feeling, expressing regret that he only understands this feeling now as it fuels his anger. Taein is confused as the system indicates that this level skill Empathy Annex will be activated. Taein and Tsukishineko engage in a powerful clash, their hands glowing with energy. Tsukishineko appears confused, his expression shifting as he processes Taein's actions. Taein protests against the idea of linking constellations to emotions, while Udo Rinne reassures him that he is attempting to calm them down. Unfamiliar feelings enter Taein's mind, and he exclaims that he feels good but is also getting angry. Meanwhile, Shiyama reacts positively, indicating that the anger is invigorating. Udo Rinne exclaims that Taein's reason will be consumed by rage, questioning what's wrong with him as he appears to be like a zombie. Taein acknowledges that it doesn't seem right. He apologizes to Tsukishi for interrupting and throwing the first punch, asking if there's a way to resolve the situation through dialogue. He looks shocked as Tsukishi's fist is about to strike. He throws a punch at Tsukishi, who responds with an angry remark about Taein's failure. Frustrated, Taein reacts to the insult. Tsukishi expresses his frustration, claiming that Taein's entropy expectation value is too low, and blaming him for ruining his plans to annihilate and reset everyone. Taein questions if the gate was opened not to test humanity but to exterminate them. Tsukishi confirms his suspicion. Taein expresses his irritation, and a character advises him to tone down the exclamation marks. The system indicates that Ascension Stage 1 has been unlocked. A powerful character channels immense energy, glowing with a bright aura. An intense burst of energy erupts, and the other characters react in awe. Udo Rinne expresses her disdain for cosmic concepts like order and constellations. Taein declares his ambition to become the protagonist of the top webtoon. The imposing character stands tall, exuding a powerful presence. Tsukishineko, with a menacing expression, confronts his opponent with disbelief and anger. He questions how someone he perceives as insignificant can possess such immense power. Taein is surprised as he notices a transformation, his hair and eye color are changing, and he speculates that the first stage might be purple. He launches into the air amidst a burst of energy. A powerful explosion occurs in the background, and a character in the foreground watches with a shocked expression. Tsukishineko, with a wild mane of fiery red hair, appears intensely enraged. Taein, now with vibrant purple hair, stands with a slight smirk, unfazed by the molten lava behind him. Visibly startled, he exclaims with surprise as a powerful burst of energy radiates from his hand. Tsukishineko, wide-eyed, exclaims, "Gas! No way," as he laments, "I gave it my all, and this is what I get." With a determined expression, Taein prepares to strike, his fist glowing with a powerful purple aura. He unleashes a wave of energy, commanding the opponent to cut it out. With an intense gaze, he commands them to just fall down quietly. With a calm demeanor, he remarks, "This is supposed to be fun, you know," while extending his hand. Tsukishineko, visibly distressed, shouts in agony with a notable mark on his forehead. Taein, with a confident smirk, stands poised, displaying his glowing purple hand. Udo Rinne, with a shocked expression, exclaims in disbelief about the fallen constellation at the hands of humans, realizing the magnitude of the event. Taein confidently declares the collapse of cosmic order. He bursts into laughter, showcasing a moment of amusement. Tsukishineko, filled with excitement, exclaims his enjoyment and questions why Taein didn't arrive earlier. Taein, with purple hair, is taken aback, expressing surprise at the rapid progression. To phase 2. Tsukishineko taunts him, insinuating that all of his companions have already perished. Taein expresses panic as he acknowledges the taunt. The atmosphere is tense, with the characters struggling to regain composure. Udo Rinne exclaims that as Karuna's anger intensifies, the surrounding heat becomes increasingly unbearable. Tsukishineko, with a confident demeanor, addresses Udo Rinne, questioning why they are wasting time on insects who will soon be extinct. A character responds angrily, calling him a bastard. Tsukishineko declares that the person before him is an insect who cannot prevent humanity's doom, boasting that he has already set his plans in motion. He proclaims that he has spread his rage virus across the earth. Taein, with a look of surprise and disbelief, questions what he just heard. The imposing figure boasts about his malevolent plan. Taein, looking shocked and determined, stands firm against the chaos. With a fierce expression, he calls out to Karuna with intense passion. Udo Rinne, filled with urgency, shouts at another, calling them a maniac, while pointing out that the volcano is erupting. In a state of panic, one character exclaims, "We need to get out of here." With a fierce expression, Taein lets out a triumphant hey. A towering eruption shoots up from a volcano, sending molten lava and energy into the sky. A massive explosion erupts with a blinding flash of light. A bright streak of energy shoots through the cosmos. A character's frustration is evident as they shout, "Damn it, Karuna." Udo Rinne expresses urgency, "Let's head to Earth. We have to stop that rage virus." Another character responds confidently, "I was already on my way." Rine reflects with a somber expression. To think that the trial we set for humanity was not a fair chance but a one-sided massacre. She exclaims in frustration, what even is justice? The scene captures a nighttime cityscape where a bright star shines. Rine is seen carrying Jo Eun-yae in a protective manner. Taeyeon activates a B-rank skill, Revitalize. His hands are surrounded by a glowing green aura, and other characters appear to be recovering. He expresses remorse, I'm sorry. It's because of me. Taeyeon responds with a surprised huff. To another character, who is shouting. He looks shocked as another character lunges toward him with a fierce expression. He expresses confusion and alarm at the unexpected situation. A group of enraged individuals approaches Taeyeon, who appears stunned. The scene shows a large crowd facing a stark red glow. Taeyeon, with a shocked expression, sees the title of a trial, First Trial Constellation of Wrath, Zombie Apocalypse Edition. A philosophical question is posed. What is a human being? Set against a cosmic backdrop. A renowned psychologist is shown analyzing a DNA strand. Chromosomes are shown intertwined with molecular structures. Early humans are depicted engaging in communal activities. A luminous double helix of DNA is featured. A scientist in protective gear handles a flask in a high-tech lab. Two individuals are engaged in conversation, emphasizing communication and tool usage. A formal meeting symbolizes complex social structures. The South Korean flag is shown amidst a backdrop of chaos and flames, raising the question of what might happen if humanity faces dire circumstances. Challenges hint at potential conflict and upheaval. The scene portrays a distressed police officer in front of a burning building, conveying a sense of horror and despair. This scene raises a poignant question about the nature of humanity in the face of overwhelming chaos and violence, challenging the definition of what it means to be human. In a world overtaken by chaos, a new threat emerges, transforming once familiar faces into horrifying creatures. The chilling label of zombie now defines these relentless beings, signaling a terrifying shift in humanity's struggle for survival. The planet trembles as the devastating effects of the rage virus spread, engulfing everything in its path. This catastrophic outbreak not only alters the landscape but also threatens the very essence of life itself. As the realization hits, Berger Bun passionately declares that everyone has turned into zombies, emphasizing the surreal situation. The other puzzled person questions the very existence of zombies, highlighting their experiences from a world untouched by such horror. Jochema and Rine engage in a perplexing discussion, with Jochema expressing her confusion about the topic at hand. Jochema and Udo share a similar sentiment, emphasizing their lack of understanding. As the conversation unfolds, Lela stands confidently amidst a chaotic scene as people reach out to her in desperation, seemingly calling her name. The tension in the air is palpable, with the onlookers appearing frantic and overwhelmed by the situation unfolding around them. Lela stands before Taeyeon, her expression filled with concern as she engages in a tense conversation. Taeyeon, with a serious demeanor, seems to be addressing something significant, creating an atmosphere charged with urgency and emotion. As Taeyeon prepares to unleash a powerful ability, Lela watches in alarm, exclaiming her disapproval. Taeyeon activates a B-class skill, Chain Lightning, channeling energy that crackles ominously around him, creating an intense and dramatic moment. Taeyeon's hand crackles with energy as he channels the powerful Chain Lightning skill, creating an intense visual display of electricity. The atmosphere is charged with anticipation, highlighting the magnitude of the power he is about to unleash. The powerful Chain Lightning arcs through the scene, striking down toward an opponent, while Lela and Taeyeon look on in shock. The intensity of the moment is heightened as the electricity crackles ominously, showcasing the formidable force unleashed by Taeyeon's skill. Taeyeon expresses his exhilaration about defeating zombies, a broad smile on his face as he relishes the victory. The atmosphere lightens momentarily as he revels in the thrill of the battle, showcasing his enthusiasm for the chaotic fight. Taeyeon turns to Lela with concern, checking on her after the intense battle. His caring demeanor contrasts with the earlier chaos, emphasizing their bond amid the turmoil they just faced. Lela confronts Taeyeon with intense emotion, her eyes filled with tears as she questions his actions. Her distress highlights the seriousness of their situation, emphasizing her frustration and concern over what they are facing. Taeyeon reacts with playful exasperation, rolling his eyes as he addresses Lela's concerns. His light-hearted tone contrasts with the serious atmosphere, suggesting a mix of camaraderie and annoyance in their ongoing conversation. Taeyeon's expression shifts to one of shock and realization, indicating that something significant has just occurred. The intensity of the moment is palpable, hinting at a turning point in the unfolding events. Taeyeon's face reveals shock and disbelief as he processes the gravity of the situation, with a smudge of dirt marking his cheek. The expression on his face captures the weight of the moment, hinting at an unexpected consequence or realization. Lela, visibly upset, confronts Taeyeon with disbelief, her tears reflecting her emotional turmoil. Her fierce expression conveys a sense of urgency and concern, highlighting the gravity of the situation they find themselves in. Lela, with an intense gaze, questions Taeyeon about the countless times their lives have been put at risk due to his reckless actions. The atmosphere is thick with tension as the other characters look on, emphasizing the serious repercussions of their previous encounters. Taeyeon defends himself, reminding Layla that he has saved them repeatedly. Yet, frustration creeps into his voice. His emotional response reflects the burden of their chaotic situation, pointing out that they should never have been involved in such dangerous circumstances. Layla expresses her deep-seated fear and desperation, recalling the traumatic moments when she thought she might die. Her emotional plea reveals her longing to see her parents again, highlighting the gravity of their situation and the stakes involved in their survival. Frieren confronts the group with a mix of fear and frustration, demanding to know if they understand the terror of their recent ordeal. Her emotional plea emphasizes her sense of injustice, questioning why she had to endure such traumatic experiences. Layla expresses her anger and frustration, blaming the situation on Taeyeon's reckless idea of fun. Her emotional outburst captures her deep disappointment and sense of betrayal, underscoring the gravity of their predicament. The group confronts Taeyeon, expressing their feelings of being mere tools for him to showcase his abilities. They emphasize the stakes of their situation, stating that he must defeat the enemy or save them on his own to resolve the conflict once and for all. Taeyeon questions the group's perception of camaraderie, his head bowed in disappointment. His emotional tone reveals his discontent with their view, emphasizing the importance of true friendship and mutual respect in their dire situation. Layla reflects on the brutal actions she witnessed, her tone filled with disbelief as she questions the morality of the situation. Her emotional turmoil highlights the gravity of the violence, emphasizing that such brutality should never be considered fun. Taeyeon remarks on the familiar tropes found in zombie stories, implying a sense of inevitability about their situation. Layla, confused and frustrated, challenges his nonchalant attitude, demanding to understand his perspective on their grim reality. Layla clings to Taeyeon, expressing her shock at the idea that those infected by the virus might have been saved. Her emotional reaction underscores her hope for redemption amidst the chaos, reflecting her desire to find a solution rather than succumbing to despair. Layla, filled with desperation and hope, implores Taeyeon to bring the victims back to life, believing in his abilities. Her emotional plea underscores the gravity of their situation as she clings to the hope of reversing the horrors they face. Taeyeon stands silently, visibly conflicted as he processes Layla's plea, his expression marked by uncertainty. The tension in the air thickens, highlighting his struggle between hope and despair in the face of such a heavy request. Taeyeon, visibly upset, questions Layla's assumption, passionately asserting that he would never willingly harm innocent people. His expression conveys a mix of hurt and determination, emphasizing his commitment to preserving life amidst the chaos. Taeyeon calmly reassures Layla, stating that she is misunderstanding the situation. His composed demeanor suggests that he intends to clarify his intentions, creating a moment of tension as he seeks to alleviate her fears. Taeyeon explains to Layla that he merely paralyzed their attackers with electricity, ensuring they are still alive. He expresses optimism, suggesting that, as she mentioned, they can likely be cured, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. Layla expresses her frustration, asserting that she doesn't want the main character to simply crush every new enemy without thought. Her plea underscores her desire for depth and development in their struggles as she fears being criticized for falling into repetitive patterns. Jochuma questions the relevance of the ongoing conversation. Clearly confused by the topic, Jochuma and Frieren echo this sentiment, expressing their complete lack of understanding, which adds to the overall tension in the scene. Taeyeon reassures Layla playfully, asserting that no matter how wild things get, he wouldn't cross a certain line. Meanwhile, a panicked character in the background draws attention to an impending threat, creating an atmosphere of urgency and tension. Taeyeon pauses, looking puzzled as he responds to Layla's concern. Unaware of the danger lurking behind him, the atmosphere shifts as the background character's menacing presence heightens the tension, signaling an imminent threat. Taeyeon and Layla react in shock and terror as the unexpected threat manifests behind them. Taeyeon exclaims in panic while Layla covers her eyes, both grappling with the horror of the situation as chaos ensues around them. Taeyeon reacts with shock as a bizarre green energy emanates from the previously incapacitated character. The sudden transformation creates an intense moment, suggesting a significant escalation in the danger surrounding them. Taeyeon breathes a sigh of relief, remarking on how close they came to danger as he observes the fallen figure enveloped in green energy. Layla stands beside him, sharing in the tension of the moment, both aware of the precarious situation they narrowly escaped. Layla anxiously questions Taeyeon, worried that he might be turning into a zombie after the recent chaos. Taeyeon, trying to reassure her, downplays the situation, insisting that the virus is nothing to worry about, aiming to alleviate her fears. Taeyeon activates a B-class skill, Splendid Cure, as green energy envelops his hand, signifying his ability to heal. His expression shows a mix of concentration and determination, highlighting his commitment to helping those affected by the chaos around them. Taeyeon reacts with confusion and alarm as he notices something unexpected happening with the healing energy. His startled expression reveals his concern, suggesting that the situation may not be going as planned. Taein panics as he realizes the initial healing attempt has failed, exclaiming in disbelief. In response to the urgency, he activates his class skill, Seraphic Blessing, signaling a powerful attempt to rectify the situation and restore hope. Taein expresses his frustration and panic, questioning why his healing isn't working as he watches Layla in distress. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he declares that he has no choice but to take further action, indicating a pivotal moment in their fight against the odds. Rene declares that the virus is a celestial power, asserting that it cannot be interfered with. She explains that to preserve the order of the universe, the only solution is to sever Taein's head before he succumbs to rage, presenting a grim ultimatum. Taein, shocked and frustrated, protests against Rene's alarming suggestion, feeling anger rise within him. His expression shows a mix of disbelief and irritation as he grapples with the gravity of the situation and the threat to his very existence. Taein urgently pleads with Rene to reconsider as she prepares to unleash her powerful attack. His desperate cry reflects the high stakes of the moment, emphasizing his fear of the drastic action she is about to take. Taein, in a fit of frustration, declares his identity as the main character, questioning the absurdity of the situation he finds himself in. His emotional outburst highlights his struggle against the chaotic events unfolding around him, emphasizing his confusion and determination to reclaim control. Taein questions whether the story is faltering due to his overwhelming strength, expressing his frustration at the situation. He perceives the current events as a forced plot twist intended to restore balance, highlighting his awareness of narrative mechanics, even in dire circumstances. Taein erupts in anger, his expression fierce as he unleashes a primal scream filled with frustration. The intensity of his emotions is palpable, showcasing the internal struggle he faces as he grapples with the overwhelming pressures of the situation. Taein, amidst the chaos, catches the attention of nearby enemies as he screams, drawing their focus. The atmosphere is charged with tension as the zombies react to his outburst, setting the stage for an impending confrontation. Rene expresses regret over the escalating conflict, hinting at the seriousness of the situation as she readies her weapon. Jochima interjects, urgently warning that Taein cannot be killed, emphasizing the high stakes and the potential consequences of their actions. Jochima insists that Taein must help return her to her normal state, emphasizing the urgency of her situation. Taein looks on in shock as another character echoes her sentiment, adding to the tension and highlighting the stakes involved in their predicament. Rene warns the group that zombies are breaking loose, her grip tightening on her sword as she prepares for the impending chaos. She commands the others to move aside, stating that maintaining universal order makes her actions unavoidable, setting the stage for an intense confrontation. Rene confronts Jochima, questioning whether she is being challenged, her demeanor fierce as she stands ready for a confrontation. The tension between them escalates, setting the stage for a potential clash amidst the chaos around them. Layla interjects urgently, emphasizing that they don't have time for conflict and must prioritize their safety. She warns that they need to find refuge before the transformation worsens, highlighting the imminent danger they face. Layla expresses concern about how they will navigate past a group of zombies, her anxiety evident in her tone. Jochima responds confidently, assuring her that it will be fine, indicating her readiness to face the challenge ahead. Layla urgently calls out to Rene, asking if she can teleport them to safety. Her tone reflects desperation as she seeks a quick escape from the imminent danger posed by the zombies. Rene asserts that there should be a safe place nearby, her expression determined as she prepares for action. Her confidence provides a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos, suggesting a plan to navigate the current dangers. In a moment of panic, a man screams in terror as chaos unfolds around him, highlighting the overwhelming fear of the situation. The scene captures the desperation of those caught in the turmoil, emphasizing the urgency of their need for safety. The scene shifts to a building, showcasing its structure amidst turbulent weather, hinting at the chaos outside. The ominous atmosphere suggests that this location might serve as a potential refuge or a site of further conflict in the unfolding events. Taein is seen restrained, his expression twisted in anger as he struggles against the bindings. The intensity in his eyes reflects a deep frustration, suggesting that he is on the brink of a powerful transformation, heightening the tension in the scene. Jochima observes Taein's condition, noting that he seems to have entered a state of demonic deviation. She confidently asserts that she can resolve the situation easily with acupuncture, indicating her familiarity with dealing with such transformations. Jochima swiftly applies her acupuncture technique on Taein, causing a visible reaction as he gasps in surprise and discomfort. Layla watches anxiously, her expression a mix of concern and curiosity as the situation escalates. Taein experiences a violent reaction as Jochima's acupuncture technique takes effect, causing blood to erupt from his mouth in a shocking display. Layla watches in horror, her confusion evident as she tries to process the sudden turn of events. Taein, still reeling from the effects of Jochima's treatment, sarcastically questions the validity of her methods, referring to them as total quackery. His struggle to regain composure is evident as he coughs, indicating the intensity of his condition. Jachima dismissively critiques the idea that celestial powers can be resolved through mere luck, expressing her disbelief in a frustrated tone. Rene stands nearby, visibly strained, indicating the intensity of the situation they are facing. Thayan exclaims that he feels revitalized, noting that the pressure from the blood pooling in his head has subsided. His relief is palpable, while Rene watches with a mix of concern and hope, reflecting the precarious nature of their situation. Jachima smirks, playfully shrugging off the gravity of the situation as she addresses Rene, her demeanor teasing yet confident. Rene, slightly flustered, shows signs of concern, reflecting the contrast between their attitudes in the face of danger. Thayan acknowledges that he has regained his senses but expresses urgency, warning that time is running out. He fears he will soon lose control again, highlighting the precariousness of their situation as his companions react with concern. Thayan expresses his frustration and confusion about the situation, questioning the motives behind the actions taken against him as the main character. He realizes with alarm that he cannot access any of his skills, amplifying his sense of helplessness. Thayan is deep in thought, urgently trying to comprehend the situation while questioning the author's intentions behind these events. His intense expression reflects the weight of the circumstances, showcasing his struggle to find clarity amidst the chaos. Thayan's eyes widen in shock as a realization hits him, marked by a sudden surge of emotions. The expression on his face conveys a mix of alarm and understanding, emphasizing the gravity of his newfound insight. Thayan declares that he has come to an important realization, claiming to have figured out how to navigate through the current predicament. His companions, including Rene and Jachima, react with curiosity and concern, eager to hear his solution. Thayan smirks confidently, declaring that he knows he is destined to die in the next chapter, a bold statement that underscores his awareness of the narrative stakes. His expression reflects a mix of acceptance and determination, hinting at the challenges ahead. In a state of confusion and disbelief, a character exclaims in panic about their unexpected situation, questioning how they ended up in their current location. Their frantic expression conveys a mix of fear and urgency as they look around to understand the unfolding chaos. With tears streaming down her face, a character passionately reminds her companion of their promise to stick together until the very end. Her desperate plea underscores the emotional weight of their situation, revealing the bond they share amidst the chaos surrounding them. With a somber expression, a character confesses to the group that he was wrong about the situation, and reveals the shocking truth that he was bitten earlier. His admission adds a sense of urgency and dread as the looming threat of transformation into a zombie becomes increasingly real. The character, with a heavy heart, apologizes to his friends as he prepares to face the consequences of his actions. He reassures them to take care of themselves, signifying a poignant farewell that resonates with the gravity of their situation. In a moment of desperation, the character yells no, as she witnesses a crucial event unfold. Her emotional outburst reflects her fear and concern, indicating that something significant is at stake. A character gazes at their phone, visibly upset, as they see a notification displaying the word soba, indicating their emotional state. The screen shows a high rating of 9.98, possibly related to a series or episode, emphasizing the significance of what they're witnessing. The character lies in bed, absorbed in the content on his phone, his expression reflecting a mix of realization and emotional weight. Despite acknowledging the clear sacrifice being made, he struggles with his feelings as tears threaten to surface, hinting at a deep connection to what he's witnessing. As he sits on his bed, the character enthusiastically rates the content he just experienced with a perfect score, eager to express his thoughts. He prepares to leave a comment, reflecting on how deeply moved he was, recalling a moment when he was overwhelmed with emotion and fell to his knees in tears. The character in the image is expressing cynicism about traditional education, suggesting that Webtoons with life philosophies might offer more meaningful lessons than standard school curricula. There is also a disclaimer indicating that the views are the personal opinion of a pervert, not reflecting the author's stance. This adds a humorous tone to the dialogue while questioning the value of conventional education. The character is calmly eating instant noodles, seemingly unfazed by the situation around him. The action suggests a moment of casual indifference or relaxation despite any tension that might be present. Thayan is shown with a determined and self-sacrificial attitude, ready to put the needs of others before his own safety or well-being. His expression and the glowing effect on his face suggest a powerful resolve or a pivotal moment of transformation. Rene and Lela react with shock and concern at Thayan's mention of sacrifice. Their expressions show disbelief and worry, emphasizing the seriousness of Thayan's decision and how unexpected or troubling it is for them. The moment underscores the gravity of the situation. Jachima appears visibly distressed as she speaks to Thayan, questioning his resolve. She addresses him by name, revealing her concern and disbelief over his intention to become the original zombie. Her expression and words convey a sense of desperation, trying to appeal to him to reconsider his decision. Thayan is surrounded by various characters as he is questioned about his motives for self-sacrifice. The individuals present include a high school girl with the strength to take down hundreds, a dagger assassin specializing in dismemberment, Jachuma, a cosmic being Udo-Rinne, and humanity's greatest man, Kane, formerly just a burger bun on the table, humorously emphasizing the oddity of the situation. Taein is hesitant and begins to speak, but he's interrupted by Jachuma, who seems to be familiar with his actions, remarking, "Ha, you're doing it again." It suggests that Taein's tendency towards self-sacrifice is something he's attempted before, and she is expressing both frustration and concern for his repetitive behavior. Jachuma confronts Taein, telling him to stop sacrificing himself and reminding him that they are not helpless people who need his constant saving. Meanwhile, Taein seems surprised, thinking to himself that this situation might not unfold as a typical self-sacrifice scenario, indicating his expectation of being the hero, and the realization that others can contribute as well. Taein realizes that what Jachuma said is true, causing him to rethink his actions. The group feels confident in their strength, easily taking down the zombies without fear. In this world where humanity has been completely overtaken by the infection, the group moves forward through the desolate cityscape. With no new survivors to encounter, their journey feels eerily monotonous, surrounded only by the undead. Jachuma is seen with an excited look, preparing to take on some zombies, while Layla looks concerned, trying to hold her back. The tension rises as Jachuma seems ready for action despite their previous agreement. Taein struggles to regain his composure as a glowing aura binds him tightly, indicating his internal battle. The tension builds as he desperately tries to focus, fearing he might lose control again. Jachuma appears startled upon noticing Taein's struggling state, while Jachuma downplays the situation, attributing it to simple hunger. The group's reaction is a mix of concern and disbelief. As they assess the severity of Taein's condition, Layla expresses her surprise at feeling hunger despite the dire circumstances around them. Her unexpected realization adds a touch of normalcy amidst the tense atmosphere. The group is caught off guard as they stare at a peculiar glowing burger on the table. Its presence leaves them baffled. The unexpected sight shifts the atmosphere, adding a surreal touch to the tense situation. The animated burger suddenly shouts out in desperation, its eyes wide, with panic as a red aura flares up around it. The unexpected outburst adds a bizarre twist to the scene, leaving everyone stunned by the talking food. Jachuma approaches the animated burger with a calm but menacing expression, suggesting it sacrifice itself as emergency food. The burger recoils in terror, pleading desperately as the situation takes an unexpectedly absurd turn. The animated burger, clearly panicked, quickly tries to divert attention by urging everyone to follow its lead. It seems to be trying to stall for time or come up with a plan to avoid its grim fate. Jachuma emerges from the shadows, holding the frightened burger in her hand as she questions it with a knowing look. It seems like she had anticipated the burger's attempt to escape, revealing that she had already seen through its ploy. Jachuma and another character arrive at a hallway piled high with countless burger buns, presenting a seemingly endless supply of emergency food. Jachuma reassures everyone that there's more than enough for all, hinting at a bizarre abundance amidst the chaos. As the group stares at the mound of burger buns, Layla questions Jachuma about the practicality of eating them. The unusual situation leaves them unsure how to approach consuming the strange emergency rations. Layla demonstrates how to eat the burger bun, casually tearing it open and taking a bite. Despite the bizarre situation, she points out how odd it was to find the buns piled in the hallway. Jachuma jokingly asks Mr. Burger Bun if they can eat their friends, causing a startled reaction from the animated bun, who adamantly rejects the idea. Jachuma, Layla, and another character eagerly bite into their burgers, seemingly satisfied as they enjoy their meal. Meanwhile, the animated bun looks on nervously, unsure of what to expect next. Jachuma and the other character pause mid-bite, surprised by the taste or texture of the burger. The narrator hints at their unfamiliarity, suggesting their backgrounds from a medieval European worldview and rural China make the experience seem even more strange to them. Jachuma is overwhelmed by the incredible taste of the burgers, expressing delight at the unexpected flavor. The narrator notes that the burgers, developed by a major corporation, have a stimulating taste that leaves a lasting impression on them. Udo-Rinne, with long blonde hair, asks Taein for his thoughts, observing his state closely. Taein appears exhausted, struggling to catch his breath. As the situation unfolds, Taein expresses gratitude towards Udo-Rinne for keeping him under control. His eyes glow red, indicating that he was on the verge of losing himself to his darker impulses. Udo-Rinne regrets bringing Taein to her constellation, warning that his rage will continue to consume him until his final breath. Her tone reflects a mix of sorrow and resignation over the consequences of her decision. Taein struggles against the intense pain as the restraints tighten around him, leaving him in a state of desperation. His resolve wavers, unsure of what action to take next as the pressure builds. Udo-Rinne steps closer to Taein, determination in her eyes, refusing to let him succumb to the darkness. Her resolve is clear as she vows to prevent Taein's transformation into something unrecognizable. Ado Rene confesses to Taeyeon that the pain caused by the constellations was unfair and expresses a desire to make amends. There is a sincere determination in her eyes as she seeks to set things right between them. Taeyeon, with a faint smile, expresses gratitude for Ado Rene's words, appreciating the acknowledgement of the struggles he faced. Despite the pain, there is a glimmer of hope in his eyes as he feels understood. Ado Rene reassures Taeyeon, urging him to endure a little longer and expressing confidence in finding a solution. With a determined tone, Ado emphasizes the strength and reliability of their allies in overcoming the current crisis. The group appears content after their meal, with Jochema remarking on how the heated food tasted even better. As they enjoy the brief respite, Ado Rene observes the scene with a thoughtful expression, considering their next steps. Ado Rene and the restrained figure share a tense silence, as if weighing the unspoken words between them. The atmosphere in the dimly lit room adds to the heaviness of the moment, hinting at unresolved issues. Taeyeon erupts in a fit of rage, his energy surging violently and causing a powerful shockwave. The intensity of his frustration is almost palpable, radiating in waves of red energy that light up the scene. The tension escalates as Taeyeon struggles to maintain control, his energy flaring wildly. Ado Rene steps in, trying to contain the chaotic surge, but the situation seems to be spiraling out of hand. As the situation worsens, Jochema observes the chaotic energy engulfing Taeyeon. Realizing the difficulty in restoring him to a stable state, despite the apparent hopelessness, she prepares to take drastic measures to return him to normal. Jochema explains the impact of the transformation on her abilities. Struggling to maintain control over her energy, she admits that ever since her body changed, channeling her power has become a significant challenge. Jochema notices something unusual as she sees Leila's hand, which seems to be affected by dark energy. Leila looks at her hand in surprise, unsure of what just happened. Jochema senses a mysterious energy nearby, alerting the group with urgency. The glowing symbols in her hand suggest a powerful force is at play, drawing closer to their location. Jochema is startled to detect an energy that feels different, and calm, and untainted by anger. This unexpected discovery suggests the presence of someone who remains unaffected by the chaos around them. Ado Rene expresses disbelief, insisting that all life on Earth is infected with the rage virus, making the presence of unaffected energy seem impossible. However, Jochema remains confident in her sensing abilities. Convinced they haven't failed her before, she steps forward, challenging Ado Rene's statement and firmly disagreeing with her conclusion about the rage virus. Her confident demeanor suggests that she possesses knowledge or insight that could contradict Ado Rene's claim. Jochema points out the presence of a normal human nearby, confidently identifying their location as about 2 li away. She insists that by listening carefully, one can even catch the sound of their breathing, challenging the assumption that everyone is infected. Ado Rene reacts with surprise as she senses something unexpected, her expression reflecting disbelief and shock. The realization catches her off guard, challenging her earlier assumptions about the situation. Ado Rene feels a sudden and unfamiliar presence, her expression shifting to one of concern as she questions the strange energy she's sensing. The unexpected sensation leaves her uneasy, as if something completely out of the ordinary is nearby. Jochema and Leila are surprised to hear about the possibility of other survivors, with Jochema expressing disbelief at the idea. Leila clarifies that technically, even the infected are still considered alive, adding a grim reminder of their situation. Ado Rene senses a presence approaching, struggling to identify its nature, while Jochema urgently insists they take action. With concern for the potential survivors' safety, she emphasizes that there's no time to waste. A powerful surge of energy erupts as the enraged Taeyeon lets out a deafening roar, causing a shockwave that forces Ado Rene to struggle against the intense force. The overwhelming aura pushes her back, indicating the escalating danger of the situation. Ado Rene braces herself as the chaotic energy swells, recognizing the threat of Taeyeon's immense power, which could rival even a cosmic being. She resolves to stay and restrain the rampaging force. Aware that failure could mean catastrophic destruction for the Earth, Ado Rene tells the others to proceed without her. As she prepares to confront the escalating threat alone, the tension heightens as she braces for the coming battle, aware of the potential sacrifice. Jochema dashes forward with Berger Bun in her arms, leaping across rooftops to evade the chaotic scene. As Berger Bun screams in panic, Jochema stays focused on finding a safe route. Jochema and Leila watch in shock as Jochema takes off alone with Berger Bun, leaving them behind. They can't believe she would rush off like that without a plan or any backup. Leila watches anxiously as Jochema disappears into the distance, questioning whether she'll be able to handle the situation alone. She can't help but worry about the risk she's taking without any support. Jochema appears in midair, conjuring spheres of energy that pulse with power, catching the attention of the men below. The intensity of her presence looms over them, signaling an imminent confrontation. As Jochema moves through the air with Berger Bun in hand, it questions her reasons for bringing it along. She explains that it understands the world better than anyone and, being light, won't be a burden. As Bergerbun contemplates Jochumma's words, it wonders if it actually has a purpose and is needed in this chaotic world. The thought brings a mix of surprise and determination to its expression. Jochumma rushes forward, confronting two hostile figures standing in the street as they prepare for a showdown. The tension escalates as she readies herself for whatever threat they might pose. Jochumma senses a calm energy coming from the upper floors of the apartment, holding on to Bergerbun as she contemplates the unusual presence. The unexpected discovery leaves her curious about what or who might be residing there amidst the chaos. Bergerbun, while noticing the approaching zombies, expresses a sense of relief, confident that Jochumma can handle the threat. Despite the chaos, there's a lingering trust in her ability to protect them. As the zombies approach, there's doubt about whether the building's door will open, given the drastic changes in the world. With the main entrance likely sealed, getting inside becomes an immediate challenge. While rushing towards the building, Jochumma questions how they will find the right floor. Amidst the chaos, the uncertainty adds to the tension as they press forward. Jochumma propels herself and Bergerbun through the air, bursting through a window with a dramatic entry. The impact shatters the glass, leaving shards suspended around them as they plunge inside. Jochumma lands on the floor with a thud, holding Bergerbun tightly as they come to a stop. The sudden landing leaves them both slightly disoriented, but Jochumma quickly regains her focus. She glances at Bergerbun in her arms with a mix of surprise and disbelief, realizing they had managed a daring maneuver. The unexpected agility catches her off guard, but she quickly composes herself. Jochumma steps cautiously into the dimly lit apartment, scanning the room with curiosity and suspicion. She questions whether anyone could actually be residing in such a seemingly deserted space. She listens intently, her senses sharp, as she detects a calm and steady breathing coming from behind a closed door. She notes that it belongs to someone untouched by the rage that plagues the rest of the world. Jochumma cautiously opens the door, holding Bergerbun close as she steps inside, ready for whatever might be waiting beyond the threshold. Jochumma's eyes widen in shock as she notices something unexpected inside the room, clutching Bergerbun tightly in her hands. Bergerbun looks bewildered, its wide eyes filled with uncertainty as it stares at the strange sight before it. Jochumma steps into the room, taking in the sight of a neatly arranged bedroom adorned with various posters on the wall. The dim lighting and quiet atmosphere add a sense of mystery to the peculiar discovery. Jochumma examines a shelf lined with figurines and various objects, puzzled by their unfamiliar appearance. The items give off a mysterious vibe, making her wonder if they could possess some hidden significance or power. Jochumma is startled by a sudden rustling sound coming from the bed, her eyes quickly darting to the source. She notices a figure beneath the sheets, causing her to tense up in surprise and anticipation. Jochumma summons a dark energy in her hand, ready to confront whatever threat may be present. As she prepares to strike, Bergerbun urgently calls out, trying to stop her from acting rashly. A figure emerges from under the sheets, revealing themselves in the dim light. The mysterious person slowly rises, as if unaware of the impending danger nearby. The pink-haired girl sits up groggily, her eyes still adjusting to the dim light around her. She looks confused, as if just waking up from a deep sleep, unaware of the commotion outside. Jochumma holds the Bergerbun creature as it suddenly bursts into excited praise, showering her with compliments. She looks surprised and slightly bewildered by the sudden outburst of affection. Jochumma throws the Bergerbun creature to the floor in disgust, expressing her displeasure at its antics. The pink-haired girl watches in surprise, taken aback by the sudden action. The pink-haired girl is startled and struggles to comprehend the situation, her face filled with confusion and disbelief. She tries to grasp the reality of what she's seeing, but the words falter as she speaks. The pink-haired girl exclaims in astonishment, her eyes wide with excitement as she processes the bizarre sight of a talking Bergerbun and a celestial entity. She can't help but point out how surreal the situation feels, like something straight out of a manga. Jochumma and the talking Bergerbun are both taken aback, their expressions showing shock and confusion as they process the pink-haired girl's surprising reaction. The girl cheerfully poses with a playful smile, fanning her face with her fingers as if capturing a picture. She excitedly exclaims that the scene feels just like a moment from a Webtoon. Jochumma, looking perplexed, asks Bergerbun if people from this country are usually like this. Bergerbun responds with a straightforward, "No way," reflecting his own disbelief. The excited girl exclaims with sparkling eyes, thrilled by the idea of a dream featuring a talking Bergerbun and a centaur, calling it so fun. Jochumma, watching her enthusiasm, reacts with a simple "bah," showing her confusion at the girl's reaction. The girl excitedly introduces herself, saying, "Hello, I'm called Ina Ra." She seems thrilled by the idea that this might be a dream, adding to her bright and cheerful demeanor. Jochumma questions Ina Ra, asking if she's in high school, and Ina Ra, caught off guard, wonders how she knew. Bergerbun, surprised, asks if Jochumma and Ina Ra know each other, noting that Ina Ra is pretty famous. Bergerbun mentions that Ina Ra has a nickname at school. In a brief flashback, a teacher announces that report cards are available and asks the students to come forward to collect them. The teacher points out that Ina Rad is still sleeping, and instructs the class representative to hand out the report cards. The class representative, while distributing them, expresses frustration, questioning if she's considered foolish for handling it every time. Her eye shows intense focus as she realizes something significant about Ina Ra's grades. The class representative is astonished, noting that she's never seen Ina Ra awake, yet is shocked to find that Ina Ra scores a perfect 100 on every test. Back in the present, Ina Ra stands in front of Jochima and Berger Bun, who call her the sleeping top student, highlighting her unusual academic success despite her sleeping habits. Jochima questions if Ina Ra has really been sleeping and skipping school all this time, to which Ina Ra laughs and admits that she just really loves to sleep. Jochima reminds Ina Ra that it's the school anniversary today, which explains why no one is at school. Ina Ra realizes this, surprised by the lack of students. Jochima, with a serious look, mentions that even with monsters pouring out from Hell's Gates, Ina Ra was just sleeping through everything. Ina Ra, delighted and unaware of the gravity, exclaims that it feels like a gay hunter setting, calling it a fun dream, though admitting it's a bit scary, too. Jochima, determined, simply says, "Let's go." Ina Ra reacts with surprise, startled as she's suddenly grabbed to be taken along. As Jochima carries Ina Ra, she protests, saying she must be heavy, but then dismisses it since it's a dream. Jochima reassures her, noting that her similarities to a certain person might make her helpful. Suddenly, they are pulled into a chaotic, energy-filled vortex, both screaming as they are engulfed by the powerful force. A dark silhouette looms over the city, hearing a desperate cry for help amid the chaos below. As mysterious symbols light up the streets, the shadowy figure smirks with a wicked grin, finding the situation interesting and laughing ominously. Lela watches through the window in surprise, hearing screams as she notices Ina Ra and Jochima approaching. Shocked, she exclaims, "Oh, they're coming." Jochima bursts into the room carrying Ina Ra, announcing, "I brought her." She mentions that she explained the situation to her on the way, though Ina Ra appears disoriented. Ina Ra, blushing and feeling her heart race, is surprised by her reaction, quietly wondering, "Oh, my heart's racing," before exclaiming, "Oh." Jochima and Udo Rene are both captivated by Jochima's beauty, repeating to themselves, "Next to a beautiful person." Beautiful person, clearly taken by her presence. A classmate recognizes Ina Ra, asking if she's the sleeping top student of class 3. Ina Ra smiles shyly, confirming with a, "That's right. Nice to meet you." Jochima, the white-haired girl, looks concerned as she exclaims, "This is bad. Taeyeon's condition is getting worse." Udo Rene warns that while Taeyeon's condition is still preventable, if it continues to escalate, their only option will be to kill him. Her serious expression shows the gravity of the situation as she struggles to control his intense energy. Taeyeon's energy surges wildly as Ina Ra watches in shock, exclaiming, "Taeyeon." Berger Bun, noticing Ina Ra's reaction, asks if she knows him, too. Ina Ra nervously replies, saying Taeyeon might not remember her well. A flashback shows Ina Ra recalling her childhood friendship with Taeyeon, who first introduced her to Webtoons. Ina Ra, still believing it's a dream, excitedly thinks of Taeyeon's appearance as part of it. Jochima corrects her, stating it's not a dream. Udo Rene, overhearing their conversation, is shocked by the revelation that Ina Ra, the top student, is childhood friends with Taeyeon, whom she calls a pervert. Ina Ra realizes Udo Rene's identity as the Justice Celestial, noting she was informed on the way there. Berger Bun admires how quickly she adapts to the situation. Ina Ra has a mysterious look as she thinks to herself, saying, "I think." With a playful grin, Ina Ra confidently declares herself the main character of the dream, basking in the vibrant, surreal colors around her. However, her friend insists with urgency that this isn't a dream, adding a touch of tension to her carefree attitude. Lela looks on with a serious expression as Taeyeon, visibly flustered, struggles to make sense of the situation. Meanwhile, Ina Ra lightheartedly teases, attributing the scene to her unrequited love appearing in what she believes is a dream. Ina Ra leans in close to Taeyeon, her eyes glinting with mischief, as she insists that this dream is meant just for the two of them. Taeyeon, visibly uncomfortable and bound by glowing energy, seems overwhelmed by her intensity. Jochima and Udo Rene watch in shock as the male lead seems to lose control, going berserk. Just as things escalate, the female lead arrives, appearing uncertain about how to handle the intense situation. Lela, wide-eyed and flustered, reacts to Ina Ra's mention of unrequited love, struggling to process the situation. As Ina Ra closes in on Taeyeon, Lela demands to know what exactly she's doing, her tone filled with disbelief and confusion. Ina Ra tightly holds Taeyeon, trying to calm him as he struggles, his eyes glowing with a dangerous intensity. She firmly tells him to stop, her expression showing both concern and determination. With a gentle yet intense gaze, Ina Ra reassures Taeyeon, speaking softly to bring him back to his senses. She reminds him who she is, hoping her words will pull him out of his frenzied state. Meanwhile, Rene watches with alarm, warning everyone to stay back, aware of how dangerous Taein has become. Despite her fear, she doubts Inara's attempt to calm him will succeed. Inara raises her hand, her eyes emitting a fierce glow as she channels a mysterious energy. The blonde girl, Rene, stands in shock, clearly unsettled by Inara's sudden surge of power. Inara speaks with an eerie calmness, urging Taein to let go of the pain and assuring him that everything will be fine. Nearby, another girl watches in disbelief, calling Inara a lunatic for her intense approach. Inara's confident facade begins to crumble, and tears start to flow down her face. Despite her strong words, a deep sadness is evident in her expression. Taein's face contorts in agony, his skin crackling with a fiery glow as he struggles with his inner turmoil. His pain appears overwhelming, and he seems to be on the verge of losing control. A single tear falls from Taein's eye as he begins to regain some sense of himself. The intense energy around him fades slightly, indicating a shift in his emotions. With a gentle touch, Inara places her hand on Taein's neck, soothing him as he finally seems to relax. His face softens, and the fiery marks on his skin start to disappear, showing her calming effect. Inara embraces Taein, providing a comforting presence as he leans against her. Rene watches them from a distance, stunned by the peaceful aura now surrounding them. Rene stands in the room, looking utterly baffled by the scene unfolding before her. Glancing at the strange Berger-shaped creature beside her, she murmurs to herself that this feels oddly familiar, as if she's seen something like this before. Two onlookers, shocked by what they are witnessing, exchange glances, with one of them murmuring in disbelief. They can't believe what they're seeing, as if the scene is beyond anything they expected. Inara gently places her hand on Taein's head, creating a calming aura around them. Taein, now visibly relaxed, seems to find peace in her touch, his tense expression softening. A close-up of Taein's eyes shows him slowly opening them, coming back to full awareness. His gaze is steady, as if he's finally regained his senses. Confused, Taein mutters to himself, clearly unsure of what just happened. His expression reflects a mixture of bewilderment and relief as he takes in his surroundings. Inara, beaming with confidence, playfully points out that her heartfelt hug and tears were the ultimate cheat code to bring Taein back. She proudly declares this as a classic trick, laughing as she explains it was a foolproof method to snap him out of his trance. Taein, looking puzzled and uneasy, asks Inara who she is, clearly not recognizing her. His confusion leaves the girl behind him shocked, unable to believe what she's hearing. Inara stammers, nervously introducing herself as she tries to explain. Taein, still bewildered, realizes she's the sleeping top student but questions why she's dressed so unusually. Jakshama, with a surprised expression, informs Taein that Inara was able to heal him. Taein, taken aback, questions how this could be possible, showing clear disbelief. Taein reflects on the situation, doubting that a random girl with no celestial powers could perform such a miracle. His expression shows lingering confusion as he tries to piece things together. Taein recalls Inara's earlier actions, noting how it felt like something straight out of a story where a childhood friend's affection could bring someone back to their senses. This realization leaves him pondering if there's more to Inara's role in his life. Jakshama, with a concerned expression, informs Taein that he's finally back. She stands alongside the others, who all look relieved but wary, keeping an eye on the situation. Taein, now calm and composed, expresses his gratitude with a simple thanks, showing a slight smile as he acknowledges the help he received. Handing over a coat, Taein suggests to Inara that she wear it since it's chilly. Inara, caught off guard, blushes in surprise at his unexpected gesture. Inara, overwhelmed and flustered, struggles to meet Taein's gaze, admitting to herself that even though it's a dream, she can't bring herself to look him in the eyes. Taein, with a confident tone, invites Inara to join their party, revealing her role as a supporter. Inara's face lights up with surprise and wonder at the unexpected invitation. Taein explains that they need someone smart like her to face the challenges ahead, believing that her skills could be the key to overcoming the trials set by the evil Karuna. One of the onlookers, realizing Inara's unique abilities, is taken aback by the possibility that a human like her could neutralize a celestial's power. She wonders if Inara could be even more dangerous than Taein himself. Taein, deep in thought, concludes that their only option is to confront Karuna directly. Inara, still in disbelief, marvels at the vividness of the experience, questioning if she simply dreamed up this whole situation. Lela stands in shock, her voice filled with urgency as she reveals the gravity of the situation. Earth's fate is on the line. Taein looks puzzled, trying to grasp the seriousness of her words, while Inara watches with wide eyes, clearly unsettled by the tension. Taein, with determination in his eyes, urges Rene to return to Karuna's lair, ready to confront their challenges head-on. However, he cautions that without a new approach, they risk repeating their previous failure, hinting at the need for a smarter plan this time. Taein clutches his head, feeling overwhelmed as he expresses doubt about their chances in a fight. Ina-Re watches him with concern, clearly sensing his frustration and uncertainty. Ina-Re, seeking clarity, asks Taeyeon for an explanation of the chaotic situation. Her gaze reflects her confusion and need for answers as she looks to him for guidance. Taeyeon's expression shifts, a mix of determination and surprise as he realizes something crucial. His focused gaze hints that he may have found a glimmer of hope in their desperate situation. Ina-Re stands tall, her eyes filled with confidence as she recalls Taeyeon's brilliance. She silently acknowledges his intelligence, considering him the smartest person she knows. Taeyeon, now resolved, assures Ina-Re that he'll reveal everything, urging her to devise a strategy. His confident tone suggests a renewed sense of purpose as they prepare for the challenge ahead. The cityscape is ominous, shrouded in shadows as night descends, heightening the tension. A powerful beam of light pierces the dark sky, illuminating everything in its path with an intense green glow. In a fiery setting, a man with red hair laughs menacingly, his eyes gleaming as a group approaches him. With a grin, he comments on the surprising return of his opponent, intrigued by their boldness. Observing the group, he questions if their numbers have increased as the heat intensifies around them. The protagonist, facing the red-haired man, expresses his frustration, thanking him sarcastically for the endless suffering but declaring he's had enough. The red-haired man smirks, showing no signs of intimidation as he prepares to face his rival. The red-haired man erupts in anger, his voice filled with rage as he hurls fiery insults at Taeyeon. His body ignites with flames, and he lunges forward, his fury palpable, as he prepares to unleash his wrath. Taeyeon, however, stands his ground, unflinching in the face of the man's fiery attack. His gaze remains steady, his hand glowing with energy, signaling his readiness to face this powerful opponent head-on. The corner of Taeyeon's mouth lifts in a subtle smirk, a sign of his unbreakable resolve. It's clear he's no longer intimidated, and is prepared to counter the man's aggression with his own strength. A fierce explosion erupts, filling the scene with intense flames and crackling energy. The air is thick with power as the impact of the clash sends shockwaves throughout the area. Leila and Jachima are taken aback by the sheer force of the explosion, their expressions revealing both surprise and concern. Jachima holds her head, struggling to steady herself amidst the chaotic energy surrounding them. The red-haired man stares in shock, his eyes wide with a mixture of anger and disbelief. It's clear that he didn't anticipate the strength of his opponent, and this unexpected turn leaves him momentarily stunned. Taeyeon's entire body radiates with an intense golden energy, his eyes blazing with newfound strength. He seems calm yet determined, as if fully embracing his power for the battle ahead. A mysterious figure appears beside Taeyeon, summoning a protective shield infused with the light of justice. Their combined energies create an aura of invincibility, preparing them to face any attack head-on. Taeyeon smirks, ready to elevate the intensity of the fight. His confidence is evident as he challenges his opponent. The surge of his energy promises an epic confrontation, one that he seems eager to reignite. The red-haired man's face contorts with fury, flames flickering in his eyes. As he seethes with anger at Taeyeon's resilience, he calls out to him, his tone dripping with a menacing intent as he prepares to strike back with even greater force. Taeyeon stands confidently, his sharp eyes glowing with determination as he faces the monstrous opponent in front of him. The air crackles with electricity, and Sigoi now, with his fiery red hair, watches intensely, sensing the overwhelming power surging from Taeyeon as the tension builds for the battle ahead. Ado-Rinne stands her ground, her hands glowing with powerful energy as Sigoi now with a fiery beard, accuses her. His anger flares as he shouts, demanding to know why she's siding with these insects, accusing her of attempting to take down someone as powerful as him. Ado-Rinne, determined and resolute, defends her actions, telling Sigoi that she's here to protect him. Sigoi, enraged, responds with disbelief, questioning her loyalty as his anger intensifies. As the confrontation escalates, Taeyeon stands unaffected, his aura charged with energy. His calm demeanor contrasts sharply with Sigoi, who now faces an unexpected blow of power. Sigoi, overwhelmed by the force, reacts violently, his shouts echoing as his fiery aura clashes against Ado-Rinne's power. The atmosphere is charged with tension and chaos, signaling a shift in power dynamics. Taeyeon, now fully empowered, grins confidently as he declares that with the protection of justice on his side, he can now face any challenge, standing toe-to-toe with the constellations' power. Sigoi laughs menacingly, finding amusement in the situation as he taunts his opponents, clearly enjoying the confrontation. His mocking laughter fills the air, his fiery energy growing stronger by the second. As Sigoi releases his power, the fiery aura intensifies and Taeyeon looks on, focused, his gaze sharp and unwavering. The energy between them crackles, hinting at the impending clash. Taeyeon notices a glowing necklace on Sigoi, his expression shifting to one of realization. His eyes widen as he spots the source of the surge in power, recognizing the trigger for Sigoi's next transformation. A flash of light surrounds the necklace, its power surging as it triggers Sigoi's second phase. The atmosphere grows even more chaotic, the the intensity rising to new heights. Sigoi now sneers, challenging Taein with a mocking smile as he taunts, "Do you truly believe you can match the power of a constellation?" His confidence is palpable as he prepares for the next move. With a growl of fury, Sigoi now demands that Taein be prepared to face not just the power of a constellation, but his own immense strength, pushing the battle to a new level of intensity. The clash between Taein and Sigoi now intensifies as fiery explosions erupt around them, shaking the ground beneath. The energy released from their battle rips through the atmosphere, a fiery storm of power. From the cosmos above, the flames spread across the Earth's surface, creating a fiery spectacle that burns across the planet. The destructive force is immense, threatening everything in its wake. The energy builds up further as a blinding explosion erupts, sending shockwaves through the surroundings. As the battle rages on, Adorine cries out in pain, her strength wavering as she struggles to keep her ground. Sigoi now watches with a sinister grin, as the pain of the attack is clearly taking its toll. Adorine, her voice filled with fury, accuses Sigoi now of being a pervert, but he only smirks, unfazed by her words. The tension between them grows as the chaos around them escalates. Adorine, stunned by the shift in power, looks at Sigoi now with shock and disbelief, recognizing his newfound strength. She questions how he could have become this powerful, realizing she underestimated him. Sigoi now grins, his voice filled with arrogance as he declares that he hasn't gotten any stronger, dismissing the other's perception of his power. His expression reveals his disdain as the situation grows more intense. With a sudden shift, Sigoi now turns his attention to the group, mockingly addressing them as insects. He coolly asks, "Would you believe me if I said I've been holding back my anger all this time?" Sigoi now's voice becomes bitter as he reflects on his life, his anger having ruined everything around him. His hands shake as he recounts the destruction caused by his uncontrollable rage, his deep frustration apparent. Explaining that the thing that angered him the most was his own rage, the very emotion that has always defined his existence. His hands, now glowing with energy, symbolize the internal conflict that drives him. Inara stands behind Adorine, her concern visible as she quietly watches the scene unfold, while Adorine listens intently, her own focus shifting to Sigoi now's admission. Sigoi now grips the artifact tightly, his anger clearly bubbling over as he reveals that he's been pouring all his rage into it for countless eons. The amulet of rage pulses with energy, reflecting the power he has accumulated over time. With a sudden shift, Sigoi now declares that the time has finally come to release his pent-up anger, his face twisted with fury. His eyes glow with the intensity of his emotions, signaling the unleashing of his full power. The ground cracks and the air around Sigoi now trembles as he unleashes the full force of his rage. A surge of fiery energy erupts, transforming him into a being of pure destruction. As he stands surrounded by violent flames and lightning, Adorine, her eyes widening in shock, exclaims in disbelief, questioning the overwhelming power now unleashed before them. Layla stands behind her, equally stunned by the sight. As the magnitude of Sigoi now's rage begins to take form, he, with a menacing grin, summons two massive fiery serpents from the ground, their eyes blazing with fury. The creatures add to the intensity of the chaos as the flames surround them, further amplifying the battle. As Sigoi now prepares for the final blow, his anger reaches its peak. With a fierce command, he orders, "Kill them all," setting the stage for a destructive onslaught. Meanwhile, Taein, with determination in his eyes, enters the Ascension stage, releasing a surge of power. He announces that he will do his best and believe in everyone around him, setting his resolve for the battle ahead. The system activates Taein's B-class skill, Replicate, allowing him to multiply his presence. Taein, with his new power, smirks, saying he wasn't going to use it but has no choice now. In an overwhelming display, Taein's multiplied clones surround the battlefield, their numbers growing exponentially as they stand ready to face the impending chaos. The sheer number of his duplicates overwhelms the environment, setting a tense atmosphere for the battle. Sigoi now continues his maniacal laughter, mocking his opponents as they struggle to fight back. His voice echoes through the chaos, and he taunts them, telling them their efforts are futile, for they will all be destroyed today. With determination, Adorine strikes, her sword glowing with fiery energy as she attempts to cut through the fiery onslaught. Her movement is swift, but the sheer power behind Sigoi now's forces makes it seem like an endless struggle. Sigoi now watches as the fiery serpents he summoned clash against their attackers, laughing at the hopelessness of their efforts. Despite their resistance, the serpents keep coming with no end in sight. Ina-Ra, terrified by the overwhelming number of enemies, warns Adorine that their plan has gone off course. Realizing the dire situation they're in, the battle seems endless, and their attempts to fight back are futile. Adorine, seeing the hopelessness of the situation, suggests they go back and bring Taein into the battle. Despite the danger, she knows they need him now more than ever to turn the tide. Adorine acknowledges the growing threat as she feels the weight of the situation. She regrets not realizing Taein's power sooner, now wishing she had acted differently in order to protect everyone. Rene, filled with regret, reflects on her failure to provide crucial information earlier, acknowledging that it's now too late to change things. The weight of the situation bears down on her as she prepares for the next step. Determined, Rene grits her teeth and declares that she must set things right, her resolve solidifying as she charges forward. The flames around her swirl as she braces for the battle that lies ahead. Rene swings her sword, cutting through the fiery serpent in front of her. The powerful blast of energy pushes the creature back, but the battle is far from over with more threats looming. With a fierce expression, Rene unleashes her ultimate move, Cleansing Brilliance, a brilliant flash of light that illuminates the battlefield. The sheer force of the attack creates a massive explosion, striking down the serpent in her path. The light of her attack flickers as Rene, sword in hand, faces the looming threat. The battle intensifies as she takes on the fiery serpent head-on, her focus unwavering despite the danger. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Rene's face shifts to one of shock and concern. Her eyes widen as she witnesses something unexpected, her body tensing in reaction to the impending danger. Rene unleashes her ultimate move, the Celestial Horse Black Dragon Destruction Technique, with immense power. A massive dragon made of fiery energy surges forward, clashing against the monstrous serpent summoned by Sigoi. As the fierce battle continues, Jokshima and Rene stand side by side, preparing for the next strike. Behind them, the battlefield is alive with the chaotic energy of the confrontation, showing the dire circumstances they face. Jokshima, with a sinister grin, mocks the protection of justice, calling out to surround it with overwhelming force. Her words drip with malice, her confidence growing as the battle shifts in her favor. Rene's face tightens in shock and realization, her eyes wide as she processes the sudden turn of events. Her expression shows a mix of concern and determination as the stakes of the battle rise. Jokshima, standing behind Rene, confidently declares that they too can fight. Her resolve evident despite the overwhelming odds, she steps forward, ready to face the threat alongside her allies. Jokshima, her expression filled with hope and determination, announces that they've received a share of power from Taein. With Rene's blessing added, they now have a chance to win against their powerful foe. Rene, her gaze unwavering, reflects on the strength of the creatures she faces. Her mind focused on the intense battle, she acknowledges the remarkable will to live of the creatures before her, knowing the challenge is not over yet. With a fierce expression, Rene confronts the opposition, declaring that they are wrong. Her aura flares with energy as she gathers her strength to counter the looming threat. As the energy surges, Rene channels her power, announcing that humanity's fight is not over. The determination in her voice is clear as she prepares to unleash the final move against the enemy. As Rene unleashes her power, she proclaims that among the life forms they've created, humanity is the noblest. Her aura glows brightly as she prepares for the final stand. With flames erupting in the background, the scene shifts to an intense confrontation. A powerful explosion rocks the area as Taein channels his energy, his focus unwavering. Sigoinau's fury intensifies as he shouts, demanding to know how long his enemies think they can hide from him. The flames swirl around him, his rage erupting into a fiery assault. In a dramatic moment, a powerful force surges through the battlefield as Taein narrowly avoids the blast. His body is thrown backward by the explosion, but his will to fight remains strong. Taein activates his rank skill, self-exclusion, in a last-ditch effort to avoid being completely overwhelmed. His strategy is to distance himself from the main conflict, but the danger is not yet over. Taein, determined and unyielding, confronts the attacking force, stating that the real issue lies in their underestimation of him. He questions why his opponent hasn't yet counterattacked, challenging their arrogance. Taein's face is filled with tension as his words tremble through clenched teeth. He's trying to explain himself, a fiery glow surrounding him, the intensity of the moment clear in his eyes, but the emotion is strained. Taein's expression shifts, his eyes darkening with a hint of defiance. Yet his words contradict his appearance as he grins and coldly declares that he doesn't want to fight. The flames around him intensify, matching the turmoil within him as he holds his ground in this moment of uncertainty. Taein's words hang in the air but are met with a violent reaction. Sigoinau, his fiery form radiating intense heat, erupts in fury, his eyes burning with anger as he demands to know what Taein just said. The atmosphere thickens with tension as the flames around them grow, reflecting the heat of the confrontation. Taein, calm and calculating, challenges Sigoinau with his words, hinting that constant fighting would lead nowhere. After all, constellations don't die easily. His gaze sharpens as he eyes the potential for an endless battle. In the next frame, the fiery Sigoinau retaliates with wild fury, gripping Taein by the throat while declaring, "I'll make you my comrade, too." The flames around them flare as they both brace for the chaos that's about to unfold, Sigoinau's voice ringing out with intense energy as a battle between them is set to ignite. The scene shows a desolate school building under a dark, ominous sky. The words just now imply that something dramatic or catastrophic recently happened, hinted at by the cracked ground, and eerie atmosphere. Rine seems to be in a moment of surprise or deep thought, with her bright green eyes wide and her finger near her lips. The fluttering sound effect adds a playful or delicate atmosphere to the scene, possibly indicating light movement or emotion. In this scene, Inara confidently presents a plan, asking for feedback from the group. Rine seems thoughtful, possibly evaluating the idea, while Lela appears surprised or unsure, suggesting some hesitation or uncertainty about the plan. The dynamic hints at a mix of confidence, reflection, and skepticism among the characters. Jochima expresses skepticism and concern about dealing with a cosmic being, highlighting the danger or impossibility of the situation. Despite this, another character reassures her by placing confidence in Rine, implying that Rine has exceptional abilities or a crucial role in their plan. The scene balances tension and hope. In this scene, Layla addresses Taein with a sharp tone, calling him a pervert and demanding his opinion. Taein appears reserved or indifferent, with his arms crossed and eyes shadowed, suggesting either irritation, embarrassment, or a lack of willingness to engage. The dynamic hints at tension or teasing between the two. Taein vehemently opposes the proposed plan, his face filled with fear and intensity as he says, "Absolutely not." Layla questions him sharply, "Why not?" demanding an explanation. Rine stands silently, observing the exchange. The idea of recruiting Hyuga Karina, a fearsome and fiery character, as an ally is revealed. This decision seems controversial among the group. Taein reacts dramatically, claiming the plan is way too weird, emphasizing his discomfort with this unconventional idea. Taein humorously breaks down the situation, saying they're already struggling with their current group dynamics, and adding another character would cause chaos. His meta-comment about reader expectations adds comedic relief. Taein humorously comments that readers expect more action instead of dialogue-heavy scenes. Jochima and Rine look puzzled, clearly not understanding his meta-remark. Jochima firmly opposes the plan to recruit Hyuga Karina, reminding everyone of his villainous history as someone who once tried to destroy humanity. Another character, filled with dark energy and glowing red eyes, declares that they won't be satisfied until they personally kill Hyuga Karina, rejecting any possibility of an alliance. Rine asserts that humans cannot kill constellations, deeming it an impossible feat. A tense magical energy crackles between her and Jochima, showing their conflicting views. Jochima suggests that Rine fight on their behalf. However, Rine refuses, explaining that as a guardian of cosmic order, she cannot engage in battles, as it's against her purpose. Rine offers her support, stating that if the plan is to recruit Hyuga Karina, she will lend her strength as well. Taein is visibly anxious and protests, saying the plan won't work. Inara challenges him to propose a better idea if he has one, putting him under pressure. Taein struggles to come up with an alternative plan, visibly frustrated and deep in thought. After realizing there's no other viable option, Taein reluctantly concedes, saying, "Fine, there's no other choice." The final scene shifts to the ominous school building as Taein resolves to gather information, stating, "Tell me everything about Hyuga Karina." Taein boldly declares, "I'll make you my ally too, Hyuga Karina." As he confronts the fiery figure engulfed in flames, Hyuga Karina retaliates with an overwhelming attack, striking Taein with a massive burst of flames. A glowing transformation occurs as Hyuga Karina's form shifts, showcasing his imposing power and fiery presence. Hyuga Karina acknowledges Taein's brilliance, commenting that his star shines brighter than most, hinting at Taein's latent potential to become something extraordinary. The narration suggests that Taein's brilliance could make him a constellation, a being of immense power if he continues to develop his potential. Taein, frustrated by Hyuga Karina's evaluation, defiantly shouts, "Who are you to judge me?" showing his determination to forge his own path. Hyuga Karina recalls voices from others criticizing him for being vulgar and troublesome. The colorful celestial imagery suggests a judgmental and dismissive stance from his peers. Hyuga Karina, overwhelmed by rejection, screams in frustration, "Why does everyone avoid me?" This reveals his deep-seated feelings of isolation and anger. A celestial figure, possibly representing a higher authority, calls out to Hyuga Karina, drawing his attention with an ethereal presence. The figure praises Hyuga's consistent nature, hinting at his unwavering character despite his flaws. Hyuga is officially appointed as the constellation of Wrath and tasked with fulfilling a mission for the sake of cosmic order. The imagery highlights his transformation and newfound purpose. Hyuga Karina reflects emotionally, realizing, "So this is what it feels like to be acknowledged," indicating his longing for recognition and acceptance has finally been met. Hyuga Karina, overwhelmed by the new feeling of acknowledgement, ironically becomes angry, exclaiming, "It makes me angry," showcasing his emotional turmoil. A confrontation unfolds as another character accuses Hyuga Karina of quietly fulfilling his duties as a constellation, calling attention to his past. Enraged by the perceived arrogance, Hyuga strikes back fiercely, shouting, "A mere bug dares to prattle on like it knows something." Taein taunts Hyuga, urging him to unleash all his rage and boldly claims, "I'll take it all on," while absorbing the fiery attack with a determined expression. Taein, maintaining composure after the confrontation, confidently asks, "What do you think?" implying that he seeks acknowledgement as a steadfast comrade. Hyuga Karuna remains quiet, his fiery expression unreadable as he evaluates the situation and Taein's resolve. Taein, despite his confident exterior, inwardly prays for his bluff to work, acknowledging that he's at his limit. Hyuga, moved by Taein's words and courage, admits, "You're the first one who's ever said that to me," indicating a shift in his perception. Hyuga, still testing Taein, calls him a pathetic little bug and dares him to prove his strength by enduring his wrath. Hyuga envelops Taein in flames, testing his limits and pushing him to the brink. The intense flames highlight the life or death stakes. In the heat of the confrontation, Taein faces his mortality, thinking, "I'll die," as he struggles to endure Hyuga's power and stand his ground. Taein, caught in the overwhelming flames, suddenly processes his own thoughts and exclaims, "Wait, die." The scene erupts into a massive fiery explosion, emphasizing the destructive force of Hyuga Karuna's unleashed power. Jachuma, with impressive speed and skill, steps in to counter the flames, showing her strength and determination in the face of danger. Exhausted but focused, she is seen panting, suggesting that the effort took a toll on her, but she remains vigilant. The scene shifts to a giant multi-headed dragon engulfed in flames, towering over the battlefield. A voice cries out, "For Taein," signaling a dire situation. Hyuga Karuna reflects on the destructive rampage, admitting, "It's been so long since I've unleashed my pent-up rage to this extent," showing both satisfaction and recklessness. Hyuga Karuna feels satisfied after unleashing his fiery power, stating, "Feels good," showing his momentary calmness after the rage. Taein lightheartedly comments, "It's okay to say thank you," breaking the tension with his confident demeanor, which surprises Hyuga Karuna, who realizes he survived the ordeal. Taein exclaims, "Impossible," as he questions how he made it through such a devastating situation. Taein wonders about his survival, acknowledging that he had no more tricks or strategies left, and pondering the mysterious circumstances that saved him. With wide-eyed disbelief, Taein speculates whether his survival could be linked to a legendary phenomenon, heightening the mystery. Despite everything, Taein remains upbeat, jokingly assuring Hyuga Karuna that he's fine and even calling him a good guy, showcasing his unshakable optimism and charm. Hyuga Karuna furiously shouts, "What do you even know to keep running your mouth?" showing his anger at being challenged or misunderstood. Taein openly states, "Sure, you probably did release a rage virus intending to wipe out humanity," boldly confronting Hyuga about his actions. Taein reflects on the unique nature of the rage virus, noting how infected individuals didn't act like typical zombies, adding an analytical touch to the chaos. Taein recounts how even non-infected individuals were attacked, revealing his own encounter with the virus, and how it began spreading through his body. Taein smirks confidently despite the gravity of the situation, showcasing his resilience and quick-thinking nature. Hyuga Karuna, engulfed in fiery determination, contemplates the desperation and intensity of the moment, possibly reconsidering his stance or the path forward. The fiery figure stands in a vortex of energy, a symbol of transformation and power, highlighting a pivotal moment of internal awakening. Taein, facing Hyuga Karuna's fiery form, speaks with resolve, suggesting the scene is a negotiation or a test of willpower. A close-up of Taein's face shows his contemplative state, possibly pondering the weight of the situation or formulating his next move. A flashback shows a young boy sitting alone while others play soccer, portraying feelings of isolation and longing for connection. A solemn expression is on young Taein's face as he reflects on his loneliness and struggles, emphasizing his emotional depth. The adult Taein comforts his younger self with a heartfelt gesture, standing tall and reassuring, symbolizing growth and healing. A young man places a reassuring hand on someone's shoulder, smiling warmly under a golden glow. A glowing figure with fiery hair and blank eyes stares ahead, surrounded by a radiant light. Taein faces the red-bearded man, placing both hands on his chest with a calm but assertive demeanor. The red-bearded man glares intensely, his glowing red eyes filled with fury as veins bulge on his face. A close-up of the red-bearded man's eye shows the red glow intensifying as it focuses with fierce intent. Taein confronts the red-bearded man aggressively, grabbing his chest as tension rises between them. Taein smirks confidently, appearing unfazed by the intense confrontation. He delivers a powerful strike, sending the red-bearded man flying backward amidst a burst of energy. The red-bearded man yells in desperation, his anger and frustration clearly visible as veins bulge on his face. He retaliates with a devastating attack, aiming directly at Taein with overwhelming force. Taein is blasted backward from the impact, his body spinning in midair from the tremendous blow. The red-bearded man unleashes a powerful fiery attack with a shout of bugs, targeting his opponents directly. An intense explosion erupts, filling the scene with blinding light and massive force, indicating a significant impact. Udo Rinne and Jachuma quickly react to the unfolding chaos around them, shouting warnings and preparing for action. The red-bearded man dives towards his target, roaring in anger as he prepares to strike. He launches a direct and ferocious attack, screaming in rage as he attempts to overcome his adversary. Jacquemin and Udo Rene appear shocked and distraught, with Jacquemin shouting in desperation and Udo Rene calling out in concern. The red-bearded man glares furiously, shouting, "You," as he locks his intense gaze on his opponent. A defeated man lies on the ground, smiling weakly and lamenting that he can't even get angry as he is restrained by a large, armored hand. Inara appears distressed, calling out for Taein and frantically asking what to do while attempting to aid the fallen man. Udo Rene sternly tells Huja Karuna to look around, hinting at a dire realization or a shift in the situation. The red-bearded man stands resolute, his posture exuding defiance and readiness as the night sky forms a backdrop. A close-up of his glowing red eye captures his unrelenting focus and determination. A dramatic scene shows a mystical light illuminating two monstrous figures, possibly signaling the awakening or clash of powerful creatures. A red-haired man with a fur-lined cloak stands tall and imposing in a dark, starry environment, radiating a commanding presence. He mocks the group, his sinister smile contrasting with their anxious and tense expressions. The protagonist reaches out to the red-haired man, asking him to join as a comrade, conveying a sense of determination. The red-haired man looks upward thoughtfully, as if contemplating the offer or his own decision. The protagonist confidently extends his hand, sealing his resolve, while the group behind him observes with mixed emotions. Taein reassures the red-haired man, expressing optimism about his decision but acknowledges uncertainty about the future. Taein expresses reliance on the red-haired man, but a sudden movement shocks him, creating tension. The red-haired man declines Taein's offer, revealing that he cannot join, leaving Taein startled. Udo Rene and Layla react with surprise and concern, seemingly grasping the implications of his decision. The red-haired man explains that constellations vanish when their purpose ends, admitting his time is nearing its end. The red-haired man offers a glowing artifact to Taein, urging him to take it, suggesting its importance. He presents an artifact called the Obsidian of Wrath, describing it as a relic that holds his years of anger. He explains its importance and urges Taein to use it on his journey. While Taein desperately asks him to stay, the red-haired man laughs and apologizes for underestimating him, addressing him as a comrade. With a regretful expression, the red-haired man laments finding a meaningful bond only to vanish now. His form begins to dissolve in glowing light, symbolizing his departure, leaving Taein staring silently. Taein mutters the red-haired man's name, deeply moved and uncertain about what comes next. Taein looks startled as a green aura envelops him, signaling an intense shift in the environment. Udo Rene attacks Taein, accusing him of being unworthy of survival. Udo Rene declares the collapse of cosmic order due to the vanishing constellation, blaming Taein as a threat. Ciela rushes toward the conflict, calling out to Udo Rene to stop. Udo Rene apologizes, raising her weapon with resolve to strike down Taein. Taein stares in shock, fully aware of the incoming danger. Udo Rene fiercely wields her sword against a foe, demanding they stop as energy crackles around them. Udo Rene, startled and tense, questions the opponent's identity. She pauses mid-attack, sensing something unusual in the opponent's reaction. Udo Rene recognizes the opponent in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. Amoy Shiroi introduces himself confidently, surrounded by an aura of power, shocking Taein. Taein identifies Amoy Shiroi as the mysterious, powerful figure he had heard of. Udo Rene questions Amoy Shiroi's sudden appearance, demanding an explanation. Amoy Shiroi cryptically deflects, hinting at a more significant purpose for his presence. Udo Rene learns of a royal decree from the King of Constellations, leaving her stunned. Amoy Shiroi evades the question teasingly, preparing to reveal the king's decree. The decree demands a divine ceremony for Taein, leaving him in shock. Udo Rene and Layla react in disbelief, questioning the meaning of the divine ceremony. Amoy explains the ceremony as an offer to ascend and become a constellation. Taein dismisses the offer, showing frustration and disbelief. He accuses the constellations of treating humans as disposable, exposing his anger. Amoy tries to calm Taein, clarifying that not all constellations share the same perspective. Amoy admits the awkwardness of the situation, subtly pressuring Taein to accept the ceremony for his own benefit. Taein firmly refuses the divine ceremony. Standing resolute, he reinforces his decision with unwavering determination. Amoy Shiroi cheerfully admits he anticipated Taein's defiance. He reveals he has been observing Taein, emphasizing his fondness for fun. Amoy Shiroi, as the constellation of entertainment, expresses his fascination with Taein's actions. He hints at other constellations watching Taein, especially after Karuna's fall. Taein aggressively demands Amoy maintain his distance as Amoy playfully apologizes. Amoy assures Taein he'll report the refusal to the King of Constellations, but warns of possible consequences. He warns Taein that all constellations, including the 12 zodiac houses, will now be his enemies. Taeyeon questions the 12 zodiac houses, and Amoy Shiroi confirms their significance. Amoy begins explaining the importance of these powerful constellations, revealing that the 12 zodiac houses are the brightest stars chosen by the king of constellations. These 12 are the most advanced, symbolic, and influential constellations. Amoy emphasizes that each member has the power to annihilate all life in the universe. He taunts Taeyeon, suggesting the thrill of facing such overwhelming foes. Amoy Shiroi cryptically mentions excluding one of the 12 from the challenge. He reveals that the constellation of justice has allied with Taeyeon, surprising Udo Rinne. Taeyeon is shocked to learn that Udo Rinne is part of the 12 zodiac houses. Udo Rinne confirms her identity as a member, explaining that her title is Constellation of Justice and she represents Libra as the 7th of the 12 zodiac houses. Taeyeon is amazed at the revelation, recognizing the mark that identifies the zodiac houses, which Amoy Shiroi confirms is unique for each. Amoy mocks Udo Rinne for struggling against Karena, implying her position may be at risk. Udo Rinne responds calmly, stating that the title is secondary to preserving universal order, and she would yield it if necessary. Amoy Shiroi brushes off her seriousness with a playful remark, lightening the tense atmosphere. Taeyeon demands to know Amoy Shiroi's intentions, while Amoy teases about his desires. Amoy Shiroi compares Taeyeon to himself, expressing his joy in pursuing fun. Amoy Shiroi challenges Taeyeon, promising mutual entertainment. A new opponent appears, radiating power, excited to face Taeyeon. The opponent unleashes her energy, threatening to kill Taeyeon with a powerful attack. Amoy Shiroi sarcastically remarks on the harshness of her words, mockingly pretending to be frightened by her intensity. The opponent launches a devastating celestial demon explosion attack. Taeyeon reacts with shock as the attack unfolds. Amoy Shiroi smirks, claiming to understand how the battle dynamics work. A mysterious force or technique is initiated, marked by glowing energy. Another combatant joins the fray, countering with powerful energy of their own. A massive surge of energy resembling a dragon is unleashed in retaliation. The energy strikes a celestial body, illuminating it with a piercing impact. The celestial body explodes into a spectacular burst of radiant destruction. A massive fiery beam descends from the heavens, intensifying the battle. Amid the chaos, Udori and her allies protect others as they struggle against the overwhelming force. Udorini warns the celestial demon of near death without her protection, but the demon dismisses the concern as an exhilarating challenge. Amoy chimes in, agreeing with the demon's perspective on the thrill of facing stronger opponents. Amoy Shiroi playfully mocks the situation, wondering where everyone is heading. Amid the battle's intensity, Taeyeon confronts Amoy Shiroi, who muses about humans' interesting nature. Amoy teases Taeyeon, claiming he saved his life earlier, finding hurt at Taeyeon's anger. Taeyeon recognizes an attack named Infernal Nova, realizing its devastating potential as it closes in with zero distance. Amoy assures Taeyeon that he will protect him from other constellations if he maintains the fun. He reveals his identity as Amoy Shiroi of Capricorn, the 10th house of the zodiac. Taeyeon listens attentively, surprised by the revelation. Amoy leans in and whispers something cryptic to Taeyeon. Amoy cheerfully encourages Taeyeon, expressing high expectations for him. He hands Taeyeon a magical flute, instructing him to use it to summon him whenever needed. Amoy Shiroi bids a playful farewell, retreating with the others. Taeyeon stares at the flute deep in thought, processing everything that just happened. A powerful beam of light connects with Earth, signifying the end of the celestial conflict. Taeyeon and his group return to a peaceful cityscape, visibly exhausted, but safe. Leia admits she struggles to adjust to these chaotic events, while others laugh at her reaction. Taeyeon reflects on the fast-paced events, holding the magical flute left by Amoy Shiroi. Udorini apologizes to Taeyeon for attacking him earlier, calling him a pervert in jest. Taeyeon dismisses her apology with a smile, acknowledging the hardships everyone endured. Udorini decides to return to the Constellation King Shrine for further instructions. While others plan their next steps, Leia asks Taeyeon what his plans are moving forward, leaving the moment open-ended. The Taeyeon appears thoughtful and distracted while someone calls everyone's attention to something important. Taeyeon with a surprised expression looks back as Limra and Jo Yunir react with concern and curiosity. The trio stands before a bright light at a construction site, staring at something monumental in the distance. Construction. Workers are pointing at something significant, coordinating amidst the ongoing activity. Rescue workers load an injured individual into an ambulance, suggesting a recent emergency. Taeyeon realizes the anger virus has been eradicated and reflects on having saved the world. A close-up of Taeyeon's eyes shows a moment of deep contemplation or realization. Taeyeon smiles confidently, declaring the group's mission complete as his unusual companion reacts humorously. Taeyeon encourages everyone, saying their work is done and they can return to their normal lives. Taeyeon admits he hasn't achieved much despite his title, looking slightly embarrassed. As the others react, Taeyeon announces he will handle things alone, surprising Jo Jr., Limra, and Leia. A status window suddenly appears, shocking Tannen as he questions its origin. The system screen reveals a mysterious message, leaving Tannen confused as his companion also reacts. Tannen complains about the lengthy system message, while trying to understand the implications. The system announces a penalty for Tannen's involvement in eliminating Huzukuru. Tannen is alarmed and frustrated, questioning the penalty. As the atmosphere darkens around him, the system announces that penalties will be imposed on someone for being involved in destroying a subordinate named Karina. Tannen looks shocked as the system announces penalties for his involvement in destroying Karina. Tannen appears distressed and panicked. Realizing the severity of the situation, the system declares Tannen and his companions as special observation targets who must now participate in the trials of the constellations. Tannen is surrounded by a group of girls including Inara looking surprised as the system message appears. Tannen looks nervous while showing Inara the system screen that confirms they are now part of a special trial. Inara appears shocked and stressed while Tannen stands behind her with a worried expression. The system confirms with that's correct, likely responding to Tannen and Inara's realization about their situation. Tannen, Inara, and Yudo Renai look shocked and concerned, indicating a sudden realization or event. Tannen seems frustrated or annoyed as the system tells him to cut it out, already implying chaotic or uncooperative actions. Tannen is overwhelmed and yelling at the system, frustrated by the chaos caused by the constellations and ongoing trials. Tannen looks embarrassed and hurt as the system comments sarcastically, that felt so good inverted. Udori looks surprised and concerned as she looks down at Tannen, possibly reacting to his state. The system confirms its decision, saying, that's how it's going to be now, indicating the trials and chaos will continue. The system informs Tannen that he overcame the wrathful constellations trial and will receive a reward. Tannen appears relieved and thoughtful after hearing the system message about his reward. Tannen and the group Inara, Udorene, and others are shown standing together watching a glowing object likely connected to the trial's conclusion. Tannen nervously sweats as Inara, Udorene, and others glare at him intensely. The awkward tension is palpable. A cityscape is shown with visible cracks on a building, suggesting recent destruction or chaos from an event. Tannen bows down deeply, likely apologizing or pleading for forgiveness in a desperate manner. Shiamama looks serious and ominous, holding a glowing purple orb, while Jo Yuner appears shocked and concerned, urging her to stop. Leia, visibly upset, holds a Berger plush while Edo-Ri looks worried, seemingly trying to comfort her. Leia is seen from behind walking toward Tannen, who is on the ground, suggesting a confrontation or intense conversation. Leia appears sad and conflicted, clutching the Berger plush as if for emotional support. Jo Yunir is seen comforting Leia as Ina-Ra and Tannen look on concerned by the situation. Tannen is shown with a bright and hopeful smile, possibly following a moment of resolution. The sky is bright and clear, symbolizing peace or a hopeful turn of events. Leia rushes through a doorway, looking panicked or determined, while another girl reacts in surprise. Leia hugs a woman tightly, showing relief and comfort. The woman smiles warmly, reassuring her. The woman, crying tears of joy, welcomes Tannen, Udori and Jo Yunir as they enter. Tannen bows politely. A man, likely Leia's father, appears emotional and concerned as he sees the reunion. Leia continues to hug the woman while the man watches, possibly still processing the moment. Tannen grins awkwardly with a nervous laugh while Yudo, Rini, and Jo Yunir look unimpressed in the background. The man shakes Tannen's hand, showing a moment of connection or acknowledgement. Tannen smiles confidently with the Berger plush companion on his shoulder, suggesting a light-hearted conclusion. A wall clock shows a specific time, marking the end of this emotional encounter or signaling the start of something new. Tannen sits with Yela's father on a sofa, smiling awkwardly as they talk about bizarre topics like the living Berger bun, which amuses and confuses them both. Leia's father reassures Tannen, placing a hand on his shoulder while Tannen looks surprised, indicating a moment of understanding or approval. Tannen smiles nervously and laughs, likely trying to ease the tension or mask his awkwardness in the situation. Leia and Inaro walk together cheerfully, showing a light-hearted moment of bonding between the two friends. Jo Jr. and Udo Rai walk together with Jo commenting on her confusion about human clothing, highlighting her unfamiliarity in a humorous way. Tannen looks shocked as the Berger plush transforms, glowing with pink hearts, adding a comedic and unexpected twist. Leia smirks confidently while talking to Chiama, who seems serious and slightly annoyed, possibly about the situation at hand. Chiama looks visibly frustrated and angry, her red eyes glowing as she reacts strongly to something said or done. In a calm moment, Leia smiles warmly while her mother works in the kitchen, showcasing a peaceful family scene. Leia smiles gracefully with a tray in her hands, exuding confidence and charm against a warm, glowing background. Tiam looks shocked and slightly flustered, while the Berger plush next to him seems to react as well, adding a comedic effect. Jo Yunir, Shiama, and Leia's father are sitting together. Jo smiles brightly. Shiama looks skeptical with crossed arms, and Leia's father remains relaxed. Tan gives a soft, confident smile, suggesting contentment or amusement during the gathering. A beautifully baked lasagna and a shrimp pasta dish are showcased, sparkling to emphasize their delicious appearance. A mouth-watering plate of steak shines as the Berger plush reacts dramatically, exclaiming, "Wow! What in surprise!" Everyone is seated at a table set for a feast, creating a warm and celebratory atmosphere with Leia's family and friends gathered. She and Mel with a confused expression holds a fork while Jo Yuner smiles cheerfully, enjoying the moment of eating together. Leia's father compliments Tian, saying he eats well and would make a great son-in-law. Tian looks flustered and unsure how to respond, clearly caught off guard by the comment. Elayla looks frustrated while a cheerful girl laughs happily beside her is eating with a fork while Aura looks shocked and worried. Leia appears calm but has a suspicious expression as she observes something. A group of friends including Tay and Ina Re, and others are sitting together and laughing. A Berger plushie looks scared and nervous as if it's alive and aware. A clock shows the time is 11:10. An empty food container and dirty plate suggests that all the food has been eaten. A Tannen smiles warmly at a girl who is laughing with her hand covering her mouth. The cheerful girl is shown smiling brightly, looking very happy and content. Tianan, Ina, Ra, and the group are shocked as they face someone sitting at the table, likely a new threat. Udorini and Tan are alarmed by something or someone they see. A mysterious figure in a white outfit confidently smirks, holding a fork. Tannen reacts angrily or protectively, while the figure continues to act smug. The mysterious figure looks sinister, smirking ominously as flames appear around them. The figure releases some kind of glowing energy toward Tian, startling him and others nearby. The figure now glows brightly, surrounded by light, appearing divine or immensely powerful. The figure raises their finger with a confident expression, as if making a declaration or delivering a message. TM looks determined and angry while another man behind him seems worried. The mysterious figure in white waves confidently as Udo Ri and another person watch surprise. A vast cosmic scene with glowing pillars, planets, and a mysterious dark figure standing over Earth, hinting at a powerful force. Tannen and Ina Ra look serious and alarmed, ready to take action. The white-robed figure waves smugly, glowing with golden energy, as if saying goodbye or taunting the group. The group stands frozen, watching the figure vanish in a burst of golden light. Leia, Jo Yunir, and Chima look shocked while sitting at the table, still processing what just happened. Tannen clutches his head in frustration, overwhelmed and anxious about the situation. Tan calms down, touching his head with a slightly confused yet determined expression. Tannen confidently talks to the group while Ina and the Leia look surprised. The man in black smiles calmly, surprising everyone with his sudden composure. A peaceful scene outside shows sunlight, trees, and buildings, signaling a calm moment. The group gathers outside as Tannen stands in the center, looking like he's about to make a decision. Tianan smiles while the Leela looks confused. A plushy Berger sits on Tianan's shoulder. A glowing magic circle appears, signaling an interdimensional summon in progress. Tianan activates the summon with excitement as bright lights swirl around him. Tianan declares he is summoning the most beautiful and charming woman across all dimensions with determination. The Leia looks shocked and confused while another girl in the background also questions what's happening. Tianan uses the system skill interdimensional teleportation with intense focus. The glowing energy surrounds him. The Leia looks shocked and concerned as Tianan activates his skill. Tian looking determined and excited glows with powerful energy while the Berger plushie on his shoulder reacts nervously. The teleportation activates with bright blue light indicating the interdimensional process has begun. The scene shifts to a clear blue sky symbolizing the teleportation destination. Tyne appears in a new place shielding his eyes as he adjusts to the bright surroundings. She shields herself while the Leia follows behind, seemingly trying to keep up. Tyne smiles confidently, ready for what lies ahead. While the plushie still looks anxious, the group Enara, Udo, Rei Shima, and the others gathers behind Tyne as they face the next part of their adventure. A massive golden dragon roars ferociously, its eyes glowing with rage and power. Tianan stands calmly with his back to the dragon, his Berger plushie companion on his shoulder as he observes the situation. The dragon continues to roar and Tian, unfazed, says sarcastically or confidently, "A dragon, of course." A giant dragon appears, flying toward the group and roaring. It seems dangerous. Inra looks terrified, screaming in panic as Adori and Leia stand shocked. The dragon breathes fire, unleashing a massive attack that destroys everything in its path. The fireball intensifies, showing the dragon's rage and power. Tannen steps in confidently, glowing with energy, and preparing to face the dragon. Tannen calmly addresses the dragon, saying, "Easy. There, big guy," showing his control over the situation. Tannen counterattacks, using his power to intercept the dragon's fire breath. A massive explosion occurs, bright and powerful, creating a shock wave. Tan stands victorious, facing the aftermath of the battle as the ground shows the destructive force of his attack. Tianan activates the S-rank skill Temporal Rewind, a high ability that shines with golden energy. Tan faces the dragon, using a golden shield-like skill to block its attack, surprising the dragon. Tam looks thrilled and confident, sparkling with excitement as he controls the situation. The dragon pauses, looking uncertain, possibly intimidated by Tian's calm demeanor. A mysterious golden figure appears, radiating immense power. As the dragon's energy surrounds him, the figure's glowing yellow eyes emphasize his strength and intimidating presence. The golden-haired man stares forward, serious and determined, ready for action. Tianan confronts the man standing, face to face, suggesting a significant encounter or upcoming battle. Tianan mocks the situation, calling it anticlimactic, which leaves the golden-haired man Riene speechless and frustrated. Tianan confidently smirks, maintaining his carefree and playful attitude, while Leia looks unimpressed. Riene grows visibly annoyed, showing frustration and disbelief at Tan's behavior. Riene reflects, possibly explaining or strategizing. As he turns serious in a calm forest setting, an ancient Merle appears, showing worshippers around a flame, hinting at some deeper lore or prophecy. A grand structure is revealed, resembling a sacred place with celestial light shining through, suggesting something significant. Tan and his group gather with him, proudly pointing, possibly declaring a plan or victory, while the others look either confused or intrigued. Yudori watches intently, his yellow eyes focused, as though preparing for a response or decision. Tian maintains his goofy confidence, further lightening the mood despite the tension. Udori looks confused, unsure about the situation, or what just happened. A bright sky appears, symbolizing clarity or a revelation. The group gathers around, sitting and listening as Udoi addresses them. A magical tree is shown, glowing with radiant fruits that appear mystical and powerful. A fiery dish explodes, glowing on a plate, likely something of great significance or power. A rainbow-colored egg appears, shining with an otherworldly glow, indicating its importance. Cute bunny-like creatures with trees on their heads appear, suggesting a mystical or peaceful setting. Udori declares these are the four, holding up his fingers, explaining their importance. Tan reacts excitedly, curious about what Udori is sharing. Tan confronts Udori, pointing out something confidently, leaving Udo confused. System notifications, rank skill activated. Exquisite summon appears, showing Tan is using a high ability. Tianan begins his summoning, surrounded by glowing blue magic circles with immense energy radiating. Tianan's hand moves swiftly, showing his summoning skill in action as he commands precision. Tianan touches Yudori's hand, surprising Yudo as the magic flow links between them. A lava-filled cavern appears, hinting at a dangerous or fiery destination Tianan's summon may involve. Yudori looks shocked and frustrated, as though Tian's actions disrupted his plan. Yudo appears tired and resigned, possibly giving in to Tian's overwhelming power. Udorine looks serious, seemingly making an important realization or decision. The group runs frantically, likely escaping from an approaching danger or chaotic event. Udorine confronts Tan, visibly upset, while Tannen stays calm, holding up a hand in defense. Tannen and another companion prepare themselves, both focused and determined for what's ahead. Udori looks conflicted, with sweat showing his internal struggle or growing concern. Yudo closes his eyes, appearing frustrated or as if trying to calm himself. Tan confidently faces Yudo, showing no fear, suggesting he's still in control of the situation. Tianan smirks confidently, signaling his next move or decision with his Tradamar cheeky attitude. A glowing mystical tree appears, symbolizing a place of power, importance, or resolution. Three mysterious figures stand confidently in a glowing forest. Their silhouettes and posture suggest strength. A fiery cave with lava flowing. A voice explains the need to cross the Demon King's underground caves to reach the lava sea. A blonde man says, if someone is strong enough, they might survive the challenge. His tone seems doubtful but encouraging. Ten in a white shirt, and Tai looks confident with his arms crossed. He appears ready for a challenge. Tianan turns to Ina Re, who looks nervous and avoids his gaze. Tension is visible between them. Tianan uses Incest class skill, Temporal Rewind, creating two identical versions of himself. Blue energy crackles around them. The system confirms that this is class skill Temporal Rewind has been activated. A blonde man looks shocked as two versions of Tannen smirk at him. The duplication skill surprises him. A group of 8 characters gathers in the forest. Tianan, Ra, and others appear to be discussing a serious matter. Characters are introduced with names. Tianan is labeled pervert, and the others Jo Yini, Leela, Ina Ra, and Decassos are shown with serious expressions. Tai again appears labeled as pervert, followed by a funny character named Berger Bun. 2 more characters, Heavenly Demon and Adolina, are introduced. A peaceful forest scene with sunlight sparkling through the leaves. The atmosphere looks calm and magical. The group of characters Decassos, Tannen, Jo, Yaini, Ayla, and Ina Ra is walking together through the forest. Decassos looks focused, gazing into the distance with sharp yellow eyes, likely sensing or analyzing something. Decassos leads the group while Tan looks shocked. behind him, and Hai calmly follows. Bright sunlight shines through the forest canopy, hinting at an important location or moment. A stunning magical structure is revealed beneath a massive tree. The glowing detail suggests a significant and powerful place. Tian looks surprised while Ray excitedly smiles behind him, showing contrasting reactions. Tian notices something unusual in the forest as blue projectiles shoot through the sky. He reacts with hum. Ten raises his hand to block or redirect the incoming attack. DeCassos and Joe and I look alarmed. A mysterious archer draws an arrow preparing to attack. The silhouette suggests an elf-like figure. The archer, now fully visible, is poised to release his glowing arrow, showcasing precision and skill. Someone shouts, "Stop, Veldor," as the archer and his group remain positioned in the trees. Veldor, the archer with long blonde hair and sharp features, looks conflicted or hesitant to act. DeCassos looks shocked or angry, while Ten observes the situation calmly in the background. Veldor appears stressed and sweating as another older archer, also in green, stands confidently beside him. Tian looks calm but focused, speaking about the situation with a serious expression. Dor leaps down from a tree, landing in front of Dassos and Ten, showing his swift movement. Tian and Dassos look surprised as they watch Dor approach, clearly preparing for something. Dor confidently walks forward with his bow in hand. His posture is calm but commanding. Veldor smirks with confidence, showing his sharp and calculating nature. Lily, surrounded by glowing energy, removes her blindfold, revealing her hidden power. Lily stands radiant among flowers, glowing beautifully with magic as if unleashing her true form. Dor's confident demeanor breaks as his face turns red, his heart pounding with surprise and admiration toward Leela. Ten stands alone before a massive dark castle glowing red with ominous lightning hinting at an upcoming dangerous confrontation. Tyne looks confident, smiling as Adolina holds Berger Bun and Heavenly Demon stands calmly behind him. The reddish atmosphere suggests danger nearby. A glowing red silhouette shows a demonic presence observing Tyan and his group from afar, surrounded by fiery energy. The massive figure of a powerful demon sits on a throne shrouded in darkness and flames, exuding a menacing and overwhelming aura. A massive and majestic tree stands tall, likely the world tree, glowing with magical energy. A table filled with colorful food, including heart-shaped treats and vibrant fruits, looks festive and welcoming. Ina, Ra, Leela, and Tyanan stand at the table, surprised and excited as they look at the unique food. Leela compliments a delicious fruit called a crunchy plum, as Boldor proudly presents it, enjoying her reaction. DeCassos looks shocked and comments on the surprising hospitality of the proud Boldor toward humans. Boldor, slightly flustered but polite, offers help to Lily, referring to her as the woman of prophecy. Ten enthusiastically thanks Boldor while shaking his hand, which shocks and annoys the elf prince. Shin reveals they are looking for the bud of the world tree, a key objective in their quest. Boldor, looking angry and offended, yells at Tannen, telling him to take his dirty hands off it. Inara panics and tries to calm Tyne as he nervously realizes the situation is escalating. The elf prince explains that the world tree's flower has already bloomed and won't bloom again for 30 years. Inara, worried, asks if there's any other way. Tianan begins to think deeply. Tianan suggests that intervening with the world tree might make it possible. The elves react angrily, calling Tianan and his team scoundrels. They accuse them of trying to plunder the world tree. Dazassos demands the elves put down their weapons, defending Tianan's group. DeCassos explains to Tannen that the world tree and its flower are sacred symbols of faith for the elves. Tannen apologizes, explaining that their world will be doomed without the world tree's flower. One elf doubts Tannen, asking if he really is the prophesied hero. Leela steps in, glowing with authority, and asks if there's any other way to save their world. A blonde elf blushes and looks flustered as hearts float around while an older elf is laughing cheerfully in the background. The blonde elf is shown deeply praying or making a solemn wish. The blonde elf suggests consulting the elder, the wisest sage, for advice. A radiant tree is shown and someone mentions the bud of the world tree. The elder elf named Thale explains that the world tree's bud was consumed long ago. Theano mocks the group, questioning how they expect to find something that bloomed 1,000 years ago. Theano sarcastically suggests they might see the bloom in 30 years if they live that long. The Tan and Ina panic, questioning how they can meet their week-long deadline. Thale reminisces about drinking tea made from the world tree's flower petals 700 years ago, vividly recalling the taste. A young elf girl describes the divine taste of the world tree petals. Even powdered petals from 300 years ago were extraordinary. The elder elf brags to the humans, teasing them about having tasted the world tree petals himself. The humans question if the elder is truly wise. The elder dismisses them, refusing to let them approach the world tree, doubting their identity as the prophesied ones. The elder shows his staff made from a branch of the world tree and sarcastically tells them to return in 30 years if they're still alive. DeCassos comments sarcastically about the elder teaching him racial prejudice, calling it an achievement. The elder shows his staff to the Tan, boasting about its uniqueness. The Tan yells for the elder to confiscate the staff, surprising the elder. Tiannan grabs the elder's staff, ignoring protests from his companions, and the elves. A system message displays. Tiannan activating a rank skill called Rampant Growth. The staff in Tiannan's hand begins glowing green, surrounded by magical energy. The staff grows rapidly into a massive tree, shocking everyone present. Tiannan sarcastically comments, "Since you love the world tree so much," while the elves watch in awe as the staff transforms into a growing tree. The tree continues to grow, reaching enormous heights, leaving everyone stunned. The elder exclaims in disbelief, "How is this possible?" While Tiannan smirks, reminding him that the bloom was said to happen every 1,000 years. Beautiful glowing blossoms appear on the tree, sparkling with divine energy. The elves and other characters admire the fully grown tree, captivated by its miraculous transformation. Tiannan is declared the prophesied hero as he radiates blue energy, floating mid-air. Tiannan mocks the concept of time, saying skipping 1,000 years is insignificant compared to skipping 6,666 years. The elf elder falls to his knees in awe, calling the sight legendary, while others watch in amazement. The blonde elf looks up in shock and awe at the miraculous sight above. Tiannan casually holds the world tree bud, stating that they've obtained it. He sarcastically wonders how the demon lord's team is faring. A comical scene shows the Berger character performing a body slam tackle. The demon king, Barachilio, exclaims in disbelief as he faces defeat. The Berger character smugly comments on the demon king's loss, expressing disappointment. Tiannan sarcastically mocks the defeated enemy while the Berger looks smug, proud of its work. Si-yun, Amin, and Adori stand together with serious expressions as they prepare for the next encounter. A massive door begins to open, glowing with an ominous light, revealing the path ahead. A character comments on how Barachilio, capable of defeating 10 dragons, was defeated so easily. A new threat appears, Work Yagami, one of the 4 heavenly kings, exuding confidence and power. He declares Barachilio was the weakest among them, setting the stage for his own confrontation with Tiannan. Tiannan mocks Work Yagami, laughing as he seems to predict the demon's words, infuriating him. Tiannan challenges Work Yagami, observing his nervousness and commenting on how the demon pretends to be composed. Si-yun steps forward with glowing hands, telling the others to proceed while she handles the situation. Tiannan stops Si-yun from recklessly casting a spell, calling it a death wish while covering her mouth. Work Yagami, frustrated, refers to the group as fools for ignoring him. Enraged, he unleashes his power, demanding attention. A powerful attack glowing with purple energy is unleashed, causing chaos. Tiannan dismisses the enemy casually, stating there's no need to deal with them further. The group walks deeper into the demon lord's castle, remarking on its ominous atmosphere. Tiannan humorously asks if the next heavenly king is nearby. As they continue exploring the dark castle, Tiannan hears an unusual sound, looking alert as Idori and the Berger character stand behind him. A mysterious figure greets Tiannan, calling him dear brother. As magical energy swirls in the air, a woman in a gothic outfit wielding chains confronts the group and declares, "This is as far as you go." She introduces herself as the Scythe of Chains while unleashing a powerful glowing attack. Si-yun charges forward, ready to confront the new enemy. While others observe cautiously, Si-yun, frustrated and bored, comments dramatically about wanting to die from the monotony. Adori appears lost in existential thoughts about the insignificance of life forms created by constellations. Tiannan humorously remarks that only cosmic entities seem capable of challenging them now, with the Berger character reacting alongside. Si-yun, Tiannan, and Adori confidently stride forward, ready for the next encounter. Tiannan is startled by something, reacting with a shocked expression. A close-up of the woman's chains reveals an eerie glow, emphasizing the power she wields. Tiannan notices the return of green phantom enemies while casually eating a Berger, calmly observing their reappearance. One of the enemies, the strongest among the 4 heavenly kings, showcases his power, raising an undying army. The enemy commands Tiannan to kneel before his strength. Tiannan calmly deduces that the enemies revive endlessly, treating it like a gimmick. He activates an rank skill, multicasting, showing his readiness, albeit with some annoyance, calling it a hassle. Using Incest rank skill, Dimensional Exile, Tiannan prepares to deal with the enemies on a grand scale. The enemies are banished continuously through dimensional portals, rendering them powerless. One enemy panics, asking, "How is this fair?" As he gets exiled. Tiannan prays mockingly, saying, "May you find peace there." After eliminating the enemies, while maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, Tiannan humorously suggests moving on to their next mission to find a lava sea urchin, displaying his composed and focused attitude. Tiannan realizes they're lost and questions if they took the wrong path to the underground cave. The demon lord suddenly appears in a dramatic and imposing manner. Tiannan casually suggests dealing with the demon lord quickly, surprising the group. A blonde character urgently stops Tiannan, sensing the gravity of the situation. The demon lord demands the group kneel before him, emanating overwhelming power. The group struggles against the pressure of his energy. Clearly overwhelmed, Taein is shocked, questioning the intensity of the situation. The blonde woman recognizes the demon lord, and demands to know why he's there. He calmly explains that this is his castle, revealing his identity as Zepar, the zodiac constellation of war. Dasus explains the 4 heavenly kings but is interrupted as Taein says he doesn't want spoilers. Then jokes that the hero's strange nature must have surprised Dasus, leaving him confused. Dasus reluctantly decides to share only one important fact: the Demon King is incredibly strong. A narration highlights countless heroes who have challenged the Demon King throughout history, showing how none succeeded, and all fell in defeat. Dasus mentions that despite his strength, the Demon King doesn't directly attack the human world. Taein cheerfully brushes it off and confidently says he'll take care of it. The scene shifts to the menacing Demon King, radiating a dark and powerful aura. Taein is caught off guard and struggles, questioning the mysterious person, Udori, for their lack of flexibility in the fight. The Demon King is revealed as Zepar, the constellation of war, who earned a spot among the strongest 12 zodiacs. Taein and Udori are puzzled about why someone as powerful as Zepar, who forbade battles among constellations, acts like a Demon King here. The Demon King ominously questions their need for a reason, declaring his love for war. He explains that due to the constellation Parliament's decision, he can no longer directly wage war. To satisfy his love for conflict, he created a planet where constant wars take place, which he enjoys watching. Furthermore, he harvests powerful mage entropy from those who survive his trials of war, claiming it stronger than anything from other dimensions. The Demon King explains that he proclaimed himself as the ruler, and manages the dimension. Taein angrily questions if the Demon King treats life so recklessly and vows with determination to catch him. The Demon King taunts Taein, noting his defiance. A glowing blue power emerges, signifying Taein's reward for overcoming a previous trial. Taein unlocks Ascension Stage 2, emitting intense energy as the system activates the SS rank skill, Divine Verdict. Bright angelic beings descend as part of the Divine Verdict, unleashing an overwhelming light that targets the Demon King with immense power. The Demon King uses the skill Armor, summoning a powerful shield, and withstanding the intense attack. Taein, amazed by the light attribute skill's power, reflects on its strength. The Demon King praises the skill as excellent and transforms his armor into a massive glaive. He acknowledges Taein as the hero of prophecy and declares his eagerness to fight him, revealing his interest was piqued when he heard about a human destroying a constellation. As the Demon King readies his weapon, Udori intervenes, stating they are undergoing the trial of the constellation of Burmit, and he must not interfere. The Demon King claims he has no intention of interfering. He recalls something intriguing said by another character about the uninvited group. A mysterious figure addresses a gathering, calling attention to the newly awakened Taein. The figure suggests giving Taein trials to harvest mage entropy, ensuring maximum benefits, but warns that rushing could lead to humanity's destruction. They propose fairness in conducting trials, announcing they will proceed in an orderly manner based on which constellations showed interest first. The mysterious figure asks if anyone has objections, and the vote is declared unanimous. The Demon King remarks that his turn is far back in line, holding ticket number 389. Udori explains they entered the dimension only to gather ingredients. As the dimension's ruler, the Demon King offers to create anything they need. He inquires about their ingredient love a sea urchin and asks how much they need. Udori requests as much as possible, and the Demon King agrees, summoning the ingredient with a magical circle. He humorously asks if they need anything else, leaving Taein flustered. Taein asks if the rewards include dragon eggs and paradise rabbits. A swarm of paradise rabbits and colorful dragon eggs appear, creating a magical atmosphere. Taein holds a dragon egg, calling the situation a cheat code. While surrounded by the rabbits and eggs, the others urge him to complete the trials. A powerful figure declares that Taein must undergo a trial. Surrounded by the mystical items, Taein confidently accepts the challenge, saying, "All right," with a smirk. Taein and the others leave the room, thanking the Demon King while promising to return for a proper match. The Demon King ominously tells Taein not to die. As Taein walks away with determination, he gives a confident, resolved look, preparing for what's next. Taein expresses frustration at finding out about a delicious discovery late while others are relieved. Or amazed. Ayla wonders how good the raw food tastes, and imagines how incredible it would be when cooked. Feeling goosebumps, Ayla seems surprised as someone tries to approach her awkwardly. Taein and the group are shocked to find themselves holding vibrant dragon eggs while surrounded by paradise rabbits. Another character asks Taein in disbelief if he acquired all the items at once. Dasus questions Taein, asking where he got the dragon eggs and emphasizing their rarity and importance. Characters discuss the return of the group and question if Taein truly defeated the Demon King. A character marvels at the cuteness of a paradise rabbit. Taein is celebrated as the hero of prophecy and lifted by an excited crowd. He realizes the misunderstanding about defeating the Demon King but promises to do it in the future. Amin struggles to figure out how to cook the dragon egg, showing her frustration. The character admits to being a history major and lacking any cooking knowledge. Amin expresses her inability to cook with unfamiliar ingredients. Feeling overwhelmed, the group discusses seeking help from the best chef to handle the rare ingredients, suggesting the royal palace's head chef. Agreeing with the idea, Tae-in enthusiastically proposes they leave immediately. The dragon character looks confused as Tae-in looks at him for assistance. The group travels on a flying dragon, showcasing an adventurous and exciting moment. A man and a boy in a peaceful market notice something strange in the sky. They debate whether it's a bird or a legendary airplane, but realize it's neither. A large, fearsome dragon appears, ridden by a group of people, stunning the villagers and creating chaos. Tae-in and his companions ride the dragon confidently as villagers watch in awe and fear. Tae-in humorously calls it a super dragon, downplaying the situation as he arrives in the medieval town, questioning if it's the capital of a fantasy kingdom. As locals flee in panic, the dragon informs Tae-in that he must proceed alone and warns him to be careful, especially of the kingdom's king. Tae-in talks with Dasos, who avoids spoiling details about the king and encourages him to experience it firsthand. Tae-in thanks Dasos for his help, and Dasos acknowledges Tae-in as the hero of prophecy before flying away, humorously saying they shouldn't meet again. Tae-in and his group borrow a cart from intimidated villagers. As they walk through the town, someone loudly declares him the hero of prophecy, causing attention and embarrassment for his team. A group of bandits aggressively approaches, demanding they hand over everything. Tae-in jokes about the classic trope of bandits attacking the hero's party. One bandit makes an inappropriate remark about Leela, while another leers at Si-eun. Si-eun's dark aura and anger scare the bandit. Tae-in calmly instructs his group not to kill the bandits. Si-eun unleashes powerful energy, easily overpowering them. Villagers hiding nearby are amazed by how quickly the bandits were defeated and begin to believe Tae-in might really be the hero of prophecy. Tae-in dramatically throws the buds of the world tree into the air, putting on a show for the excited crowd chanting hero of prophecy. In the majestic Ogania Empire's royal castle, a messenger informs King Temurks about a self-proclaimed hero requesting an audience. The king initially dismisses the hero but becomes interested upon hearing he has brought the world's 4 greatest delicacies. The king's face lights up with greed, and he enthusiastically orders the hero to be brought in. Tae-in and his party enter, and he humorously requests to borrow the royal head chef while internally mocking the king as a stereotypical evil ruler. The king agrees but demands all 4 rare delicacies in return and threatens punishment if his order is not followed. The main character comments on the poor state of the country, with bandits and starving children everywhere. He firmly tells Si-eun not to kill anyone. Si-eun smirks and unleashes her overwhelming power, and together they defeat the guards. The king is terrified, realizing his elite knights were defeated instantly. The protagonist sarcastically suggests taking the throne and humorously crowns a burgher, declaring it the new ruler. The terrified king begs for his life. The protagonist demands the head chef be brought in. The royal head chef, Sanchezbek, is presented, looking exhausted and snoring. It's explained that he comes from a poor background, and often slacks off. The king defends working him hard without rest, then loses his temper, and shouts at him. The protagonist, sitting on the throne, expresses disgust at the king's behavior and sentences him to dimensional exile. The king panics and pleads but is dragged into a glowing portal. The protagonist then focuses on the groggy chef, realizing the future of humanity depends on him. He yells at the chef to wake up. The chef, Sanchezbek, finally responds, apologizing profusely and promising to prepare a dish within a minute. The protagonist reassures him that the tyrant is gone and humorously introduces the burgher as the new king, shocking the chef. The burgher king commands Sanchezbek to cook using the provided ingredients. The chef is amazed to see a paradise rabbit, a legendary cooking ingredient. The protagonist informs him that the cart also contains the world's 4 greatest delicacies, challenging him to make the universe's greatest dish. Sanchezbek looks overwhelmed but determined. In the grand kitchen, Sanchezbek and his assistant begin to cook. With precise knife skills and exotic ingredients, the dish starts taking shape. They work together to crack open a giant, colorful egg, revealing an enormous golden yolk. While the chefs work intensely, the protagonist and others play cards. Finally, Sanchezbek proudly announces the dish is ready. He unveils the world's most delicious omelette, glowing with perfection, and made with rare ingredients like world tree flower buds, paradise rabbit, and dragon eggs. The protagonist remarks on the dish's incredible aroma. Amin proudly mentions tasting the food while cooking, calling it divine. The heavenly demon offers a bite to a surprised boy. As he tastes it, his expression turns to shock. A surreal, colorful vision overtakes him, and he is engulfed in a whirlwind of vibrant lights, a transcendent experience of flavor. Tears fall from Tae-in's eyes as he finds himself in a beautiful field of pink flowers, overwhelmed by joy and peace. He gazes at a radiant golden figure, symbolizing a divine connection. Back at the dining table, a visibly moved Tae-in declares the dish delicious. He thanks the head chef and confidently suggests they could challenge a famous culinary entity. A grateful man thanks the heroes for saving him and the country before collapsing from exhaustion. As magical energy surrounds him, Tae-in gathers his team, asking if they're ready for the next trial. He confidently announces they are prepared to take on System Awakens' trial. The system acknowledges the command and begins moving the group to the Garmet constellations dwelling. Tae-in motivates Amin, saying, "Cooking, I'm counting on you," to which she agrees with determination. The team enters a pitch-black space. Tae-in uses a C-rank skill, Magical Lantern, to light up the area. A mysterious voice commends them for preparing quickly. A blonde woman appears, announcing that the trial involves her eating the food they prepare. A bright light fills the room, and she reveals they have prepared something a little different with some advice. Tae-in is shocked as they are welcomed to the Garmet cooking competition in an expansive arena filled with cooking stations. The blonde judge reminds them of the original conditions: create a dish that satisfies her, but they must gather the ingredients and cook it themselves. She reveals the twist: elite chefs from different dimensions have been gathered, and their dish must be the most delicious among all competitors. Amin protests the unfair rule change, but Tae-in confidently accepts, saying he expected it. He declares their dish will be literally the most delicious dish in the world. The judge shares her excitement about one particular chef she has been watching closely, a sleeping Sanchez Beck. On the job, but has a mysterious presence. The team is shocked to discover that Sanchez Beck has all their ingredients, leaving them confused and alarmed. Tae-in demands answers from the system, questioning what happened to their ingredients. Amin panics and asks Tae-in what they should do next. A dramatic close-up of Sanchez Beck highlights his intimidating aura, implying he is a formidable opponent. A special clan dish is presented, the underworld fish cake, featuring unusual ingredients like fish heads and worms. The fish-like chef mentions the dish pairs well with mud jam for enhanced flavor, asking the blonde woman to enjoy. The blonde woman tries the dish with a satisfied expression, indicating she's savoring it. She finds the dish really delicious, impressing the fish chef, who reacts excitedly. Despite praising the taste, she points out a flaw: the cake isn't evenly cooked, shifting the atmosphere. She announces the extinction of the fish chef's clan as a consequence, unleashing a powerful energy attack. The blonde judge calmly calls for the next participant, maintaining her composed demeanor. The protagonist and his group are horrified by the extreme punishment, questioning the fairness. The protagonist apologizes, walking away regretfully with his companions. The protagonist debates with an elderly chef about the strict rules imposed by the Garmet constellation, emphasizing the unfairness of the situation. The chef emotionally explains his inability to repay the kindness shown to him, and appears to offer his dish as a final attempt. Holding a glowing item, the chef expresses deep regret about the way things turned out. The protagonist discusses their current predicament, identifying the blonde woman, Oishekuner, as the source of their troubles. The protagonist calls out Oishekuner, who responds with another display of power. Oishekuner questions the protagonist's readiness for the competition, mocking their lack of preparation. The judge gives the group more time to gather ingredients, smiling confidently. The protagonist reacts with disbelief. The judge nonchalantly tells the group to do their best while the protagonist grows frustrated, calling her arrogant. The judge emphasizes that only personally gathered ingredients are allowed, rejecting the idea of summoning ingredients magically. Summoning or copying ingredients using magic is declared as cheating, further frustrating the group. Growing anxious, they begin strategizing under pressure, calling the situation ridiculous. One member suggests using a time-turning ability, but it's quickly dismissed as constellations would not allow such manipulation. A mischievous idea sparks in the protagonist's mind, and his ominous expression hints at an unconventional solution. The protagonist humorously breaks the fourth wall, thanking the narrator for setting the stage for his plan. He reassures his group while the judge eagerly anticipates their next dish. The protagonist acknowledges that overcoming challenges with risky moves can be exciting. He directly approaches Udori, preparing to ask a question. The presented dish is stir-fried Xenosium ori, a vibrant and mineral-rich food item. The judge eliminates one of the contestants, declaring their clan extinct, and the chef screams in agony. A second contestant, a girl, is also eliminated, causing chaos. The fish-like chef suffers the same fate, illustrating the brutal standards. The judge, seemingly indifferent, laments the lack of satisfying dishes. Chef Beck appears to have completed his dish, gaining the judge's attention. She inspects Beck's dish, which resembles dragon eggs but is introduced as the world's most delicious omelette. The judge comments on the chef's bold claim. Preparing to taste it, the chef credits the protagonist and his team for their efforts in helping create the dish. The judge elegantly takes a bite, showing intrigue. She savors the food, visibly impressed by its flavor, and admits the dish is perfect, acknowledging it as the world's most delicious. The chef is recognized as a strong contender for the win, making him hopeful. Other chefs in the competition observe nervously. The judge praises the natural flavors, and questions where such high-quality ingredients were obtained. Overwhelmed, the chef announces his withdrawal from the competition, surprising everyone. He admits he didn't personally gather the ingredients and feels guilty. The judge intimidates the chef, asking if he'd prefer to face extinction. She sarcastically points out that the ingredients still belong to the chef, brushing off his concerns. The protagonist confidently states that his team will win regardless. The chef tries to defend himself, but is interrupted by the judge's amusement. She questions why someone of his talent would risk extinction. Out of 100 teams, only 8 make it to the next round. The judge teases the remaining participants, hinting at a tougher challenge ahead. The protagonist's team is introduced as the representatives of humanity. The woman questions why they haven't started cooking yet. The protagonist confidently says they fulfilled all the trial conditions but asserts they have their own terms for the trial, which she dismisses as a bluff. The woman mocks their fear of extinction. The protagonist questions if she truly is the garment constellation, and challenges her readiness to enjoy delicious food. She confidently declares her devotion to garment quizzing. Concluding that extinction isn't enough, she decides to teach them a harsher lesson. She will hunt, cook, and eat humanity to extinction. The protagonist responds energetically while his teammate questions his actions. He reveals a condition for tasting their dish: she must give up her status as a constellation and become human. The woman reacts in shock at the audacity of his request. The protagonist confirms with another character that constellations can voluntarily give up their status. A rabbit-like creature with antlers represents the fragile state of immortal constellations, which is viciously attacked by a dark beast, showing the danger in this world. The protagonist states that their prepared dish, which symbolizes the taste of life, can only be tasted if she becomes human. The woman bursts into maniacal laughter and agrees to the challenge, deciding to play along. She declares she will become human temporarily but emphasizes that the trial conditions remain unchanged, warning that any attempt to harm her will be considered interference. The garment constellation decides to let the justice constellation oversee the trial for fairness. As she begins transforming with glowing energy, the protagonist confidently tells her, "You're done for," leaving her shocked. He activates a high-level skill, temporal rewind. He explains that time distortions couldn't affect her as a constellation, but now that she's human, they will. The garment constellation is shocked and panicked as she realizes the time distortions now affect her in human form, and a massive explosion of energy occurs. Thien questions his surroundings as a girl in a crown and another stand nearby. He seems confused and says, "Guess it's about time to show up." He notices something approaching from the sky. A golden dragon emerges, roaring fiercely, startling the group. The dragon greets Thien casually, calling him Big Shot. Thien wonders how the dragon knows him and realizes, "I really did go back in time." Surprised by his surroundings, Thien confidently declares himself the prophesied hero and demands the dragon turn into its human form. The crowned girl warns she'll die if she's touched in human form, but another blonde girl reassures her, saying, "You won't die. I won't let that happen." Thien asks the crowned girl if she's willing to do anything for some delicious food, smirking mischievously. The girl in the crown confidently introduces herself as the constellation of gastronomy and agrees to try human food, though she isn't very impressed. Thien smirks and tells her to trust them no matter what, hinting at a bigger plan. The scene transitions, foreshadowing that she would soon regret that choice. The crowned girl appears disheveled and confused, questioning why she is even doing this. She falls dramatically to the ground. Thien jokingly tells another character to shout the battle cry properly. The girls argue about someone not serving in the army but still being thankful for the soldiers' protection. The blonde girl, exhausted and frustrated, questions how her current ordeal relates to cooking. Thien, with an annoyed expression, wonders how a constellation dares to talk back to him. The blonde girl, Wishekuner, looks regretful, clearly realizing her mistake. Overwhelmed and defeated, she struggles physically, collapsing completely worn out. Thien leans over with a smug expression, asking if she's feeling better. Lying on the ground, Wishekuner nervously warns that if the food is bad, he will regret it. Thien sarcastically cheers her on. As a magical circle appears, Wishekuner is startled as Thien activates a spell. A golden light shoots into the forest. Wishekuner is shown hanging on a rope midair, confused and scared. A massive tree with glowing flowers appears, and Thien instructs her to climb it and collect the flowers. Frustrated, she yells, "Why do I have to do it?" As she climbs, she clings to the rope, panicking, "I'll die if I fall from here." Thien reassures her, "You won't die. We'll catch you. I promise." Meanwhile, one of the girls nervously reacts, while another comments that Thien is being harsh, finding it satisfying to watch. Thien sighs, saying, "This is going to take forever." Wishekuner finally retrieves a glowing flower with a look of determination. Relieved and amazed, she admires the flower and savors her hard-won prize. Thayan playfully grabs the flower from her, and an exhausted Wishekuner exclaims, and it's just for cooking. Frustrated, she threatens Thayan but is reminded she cannot harm him due to the trial's rules. Defeated, she asks, when are we actually going to cook? The scene transitions to a sinister building surrounded by red lightning. A menacing armored figure mocks Wishekuner for turning human. She is shocked, recognizing the constellation of war and asking why it's there. Thayan teasingly tells her to ask nicely and accuses her of stealing ingredients, mentioning that Uncle Beck also gave them to him. The constellation of war impatiently demands they finish the trial. Terrified, Wishekuner pleads for the ingredients. The constellation of war summons glowing ingredients and adorable rabbit-like creatures. Thayan congratulates her on her effort, and informs her that they are now making her food. Overjoyed, Wishekuner exclaims, finally, feeling a new excitement she's never felt before. A confident boy declares, let's finish this world story. Mysterious cloaked figure unleashes a powerful energy explosion. The Demon King in golden armor complains about boredom. A man approaches a throne room, and the guards react with alarm. A young man humorously holds a crown over a king-like character. A magical blue system skill, Dimensional Exile, is activated, surprising the king. Thayan looks panicked and shouts, watch my back, Amin. A chef is fast asleep in the kitchen. He blows a bubble from his nose while someone tries to wake him up. A girl puts on an apron and smiles, I'll just borrow your kitchen. While the chef sleeps, a boy casually eats. The girl serves food on a tray, and the chef is amazed by the smell. A blonde girl triumphantly throws cards, shouting, finally, embarrassed but calm, she says, I'll judge you as a human, but at least give me some clothes. Now in a chef's outfit, she says intimidatingly, if this food sucks, you're dead. The girl lifts the dish cover hesitantly, revealing a glowing plate of lasagna. The blonde chef reflects on tasting the ingredients, thinking they were perfect for lasagna. She reveals she used unique ingredients like world tree flower buds and lava sea urchin roe instead of tomato sauce. The blonde chef states that making this dish was her specialty. She takes a bite, and a dramatic reaction follows as the universe is said to ripple like never before. A pervert, and others watch with curiosity. The blonde chef starts drooling after tasting the food and cries in joy. She eats aggressively, shocking others. The pervert confidently asks the chef about the taste. Overwhelmed with emotion, the blonde chef says the taste makes them regret their existence as the constellation of gastronomy, describing it as a true meal that surpasses even the best food they've tasted. She admits defeat, acknowledging it was the best dish. Amin, the female chef, confirms they've passed the trial. The team celebrates their victory. Amin teases the pervert, suggesting he planned everything. He smirks and admits it was a gamble to create an exciting outcome. Another teammate reacts with frustration. The pervert compliments Amin, saying her food was delicious. Flattered, she thanks him. Surprised by his trust in her cooking, she awkwardly tries to act confident. They have cleared the trial of the constellation of gastronomy, and unlocked Ascension Stage 3. The pervert questions why he still loses fights despite unlocking Ascension. The system sarcastically offers to cancel the upgrade, making him panic and beg to keep it. He reflects that he is still far from fighting at a constellation level but refuses to be controlled by their trials. Meanwhile, the constellation of gastronomy finishes all the food. Amin asks if she is still hungry. The bearded chef is shocked at her appetite, and excitedly offers to make dessert. Touched and inspired, she agrees to cook something in return. Adori praises Wishekuner for completing the trial, and asks if she will report to the King of Constellations. Wishekuner makes a shocking declaration, she will stay as a human in this world. Adori is furious, insisting she must return, but Wishekuner admits that as a constellation, she never understood the true meaning of cooking and now wants to reconsider it. She gives Amin a special gift, the artifact, the immaculate cutlery set. The pervert finds it amusing, sensing things are about to get more interesting. Adori is worried, realizing that first the constellation of wrath was destroyed, and now the constellation of gastronomy has abandoned their position. The team examines the artifact, realizing it holds cosmic power. The pervert encourages Amin to take the last item, a golden spoon, saying it will make her stronger. The bearded chef calls Wishekuner auntie, surprising her. Berger Bun, the mysterious talking Berger, suggests Wishekuner should become the queen if she is staying. Berger Bun jokes that she must have been tempted to eat him when she was starving. Offended, Wishekuner states that as the constellation of gastronomy, she doesn't just eat anything. She accepts the crown, taking on the role of a leader. The pervert and Amin discuss what's next, realizing they know little about the constellation of war. The team anticipates another trial. One member points out that the genre keeps changing, referencing past trials like a zombie apocalypse and cooking. The pervert jokingly wonders if the author can handle so many genre shifts. Adori interrupts, announcing that there won't be any more trials as she will convince the Constellation Council to stop them. A girl excitedly asks if this means no more strange trials. However, a hooded character hints that things might not be so easy, revealing that the next constellation is already waiting for them. The main male character and the blonde woman react in shock. He shouts at the hooded figure to stop. The hooded figure casually smirks and mentions that the next constellation is from the zodiac, urging them to proceed quickly. The protagonist finds himself in an unfamiliar, eerie, rainy location. A girl panics about the strange rain while the protagonist is frustrated, wondering where Amushiroi went. A new male character with green hair uses a glowing green barrier to protect the group. He comments that the place feels terrible. The protagonist senses an intense killing intent, and a woman warns that this dimension is far more dangerous. A dark, ominous voice states, "It's not that bad." A mysterious blue-haired figure emerges, saying that overcoming their trial will be impossible. The figure, surrounded by an eerie blue aura, fully reveals herself. The blonde woman and the protagonist recognize her as the constellation of despair and react in horror. The throne of despair is activated, and a large magic circle appears. She begs Mimir to stop the trials, but Mimir insists that nothing will change her decision. The trials are meant to push the protagonist to extreme growth, and she decides to take their power. The water level rises quickly, threatening to submerge them. Mimir declares that the only way to complete her trials is to die in despair. He refuses to accept defeat, and prepares an attack. A massive blue energy blast erupts. He questions why they created them only to try to kill them. His power surges as he declares his dislike. He prepares a powerful technique, and he and Mimir unleash their powers against each other. He is amazed by her sheer speed and strength, wondering if this is the power of the Zodiac 12. He acknowledges that this battle is far more intense than his previous fight. The character activates a powerful artifact, shocking Mimir. He declares that he has grown stronger, his body engulfed in fiery energy. A huge blast shoots toward the ground, causing massive destruction. He confirms that with level 3, he can now harness the Amulet of Wrath. Mimir is stunned, questioning how a human could gain such power in just one day. He is confident that with his new power, he can defeat the throne. She urgently calls out to him, trying to prevent his attack. If he continues, he will be labeled a threat, and his reputation will be ruined. She reveals that she is trying to protect both him and humanity, fearing the council's decision. The character is conflicted after hearing her words. Watching the situation unfold, she believes humanity is doomed. They notice a towering wave forming, signaling an incoming disaster. Mimir unleashes the swamp of despair, forcing them into extreme suffering. He uses an Agrade defensive skill to protect his comrades. She tells them to stay calm. Anyone caught in it will experience illusions of their worst pain, but they must not give in. She expresses admiration for humanity's strength and assures Mimir that they are strong enough to survive. Udori emphasizes the importance of staying strong. The massive wave is about to crash down. Udori tells him, "Hey, we'll be fine." He must fall into the swamp, confront his inner despair, and overcome it. The character watches as everyone starts sinking. He realizes he can't help them directly. The character activates an ability, preparing for his trial, and his body descends into the dark depths of the swamp. As he falls into unconsciousness, an unknown presence seems to notice him. The protagonist hears a familiar voice. A man, Kim Il-jin, aggressively wakes him up, slamming his head. The protagonist is confused, feeling pain. He realizes he is in a classroom, and not in the past. Kim Il-jin insists on taking him somewhere. The protagonist wonders if this is the despairing situation Udori mentioned. Kim Il-jin intimidates him, reminding him of his past bullying. However, the protagonist is now different. Instead of fear, he confidently grabs Kim Il-jin's hand and smirks, showing he has changed. The protagonist sits on the ground, confused and injured. He recalls confidently grabbing the bully's hand, expecting to overpower him. The bully stands over him, annoyed, while the protagonist wonders why he is getting beaten up again. He desperately tries to activate his freezing skill, but the bully watches, unimpressed, as he fails. The bully mocks him, calling him a pathetic loser, while the protagonist realizes even his weakest skill won't work. He panics as none of his powerful abilities activate. The bully viciously kicks him in the chest, then again, leaving him in complete despair. The protagonist clutches his stomach, remembering how he once destroyed planets but is now being threatened. He is shocked by how real this world feels. He observes the bully walking away and realizes he wasn't always this cruel. The bully, now ominous and glowing, stands over him. Determined not to give up, the protagonist charges forward as the bully's back is turned. He launches a powerful punch, shouting fierce burst fist, but the bully turns around, glowing with overwhelming energy, leaving the protagonist shocked. He screams in pain as someone grabs his neck. Beaten and bruised, he sits in class reading a book, glaring at Kim Il-jin from behind it, plotting revenge. Frustrated by his lack of powers, he realizes he needs to learn how to fight, and decides to find a teacher. He recalls a Min, a strong fighter, and considers asking for help. He decides to visit her class during break. Embarrassed by his injuries, he hesitates to approach her. He notices Kim Il-jin confidently talking to Amin, offering to pay for everything. Amin angrily pushes him away. Unfazed, Kim Il-jin puts his arm around her, teasing her. Amin forcefully shoves him away, calling him a psycho. As Kim Il-jin reacts, the protagonist suddenly charges toward him from behind, jumping on his back and yelling excitedly to hang out. He aggressively claims that Amin is with him, confusing himself. Amin looks at him in disbelief, questioning if he has moss growing in his brain. The protagonist clings to Kim Il-jin, realizing how cocky he has become. Amin warns him that he's asking for trouble. Kim Il-jin violently grabs the protagonist, lifts him into the air, and slams him onto the ground. The protagonist screams in pain as he takes a powerful hit. Kim Il-jin stands over him triumphantly, while bystanders are shocked by his strength. Jo Yooni angrily yells at Kim Il-jin, warning him about juvenile detention. Kim Il-jin arrogantly dismisses her, saying his father will cover up his actions. The protagonist, lying on the ground, realizes that this might be the end for him. The protagonist lies defeated, overwhelmed by despair, as bystanders mock him. Kim Il-jin prepares to strike him again, while the protagonist wishes for peace. Jo Yooni intervenes, grabbing Kim Il-jin's arm with a fierce expression. She warns him to stop before things go too far. Kim Il-jin, frustrated, questions why she is defending the protagonist. He angrily demands to know what's going on between them. Jo Yooni glares intensely, showing her determination. She silently removes Kim Il-jin's grip from her wrist. In a swift motion, she counters his hold, ready to fight back. Jo Yooni forcefully throws Kim Il-jin to the ground. She lands a powerful punch straight to his face. The protagonist, still lying on the floor, watches in disbelief. Jo Yooni stands over the defeated Kim Il-jin with a clenched fist. Both Kim Il-jin and the protagonist lie on the ground as she towers over them. The protagonist, in awe, thinks about how awesome that moment was. Jo Yooni walks up to him, calling him a pervert. She asks if he's okay and mentions his occiput at the back of his head. The protagonist, confused, asks what she means, and she clarifies her concern. The protagonist scratches his head, responding vaguely to Jo Yooni's concern. She questions why he stepped in, saying she could have handled it herself. The protagonist, still dazed, bluntly asks if she's good at fighting. Jo Yooni explains that she trained to become a soldier because she admired special forces. She insists that even if he says he's fine, a strong hit to the back of the head can be serious. She offers her hand and asks if he can stand, with a soft glow surrounding her. With determination, she tells him they should go to the infirmary together. The protagonist stares at her, flustered by the gesture. Their hands move toward each other in a warm, glowing moment. The protagonist looks shocked and confused, sweat dropping. Jo Yooni stands confidently, unaware that Kim Il-jin is menacingly looming behind her. Kim Il-jin, with glowing blue eyes, glares at them and speaks with anger. He demands to know their relationship, leaving both the protagonist and Jo Yooni startled. Kim Il-jin, furious, questions Jo Yooni, implying he won't go easy on her. Jo Yooni steps forward, firmly, telling him to stop. Kim Il-jin, enraged, rushes forward, ready to attack. Jo Yooni clenches her fists, preparing to fight. A student warns that the teacher is coming. Kim Il-jin charges at Jo Yooni with full force. Kim Il-jin scoffs, seemingly unimpressed or backing off. Kim Il-jin threatens the protagonist, calling him a pervert, and warning him about after school. Jo Yooni, disgusted, angrily yells at Kim Il-jin. Jo Yooni angrily questions what's wrong with Kim Il-jin, while the protagonist reassures her that he's okay. The protagonist, injured, reflects that even if this is virtual reality, it still feels real. Jo Yooni's support makes the protagonist feel better, knowing she's on his side. A girl watches as Jo Yooni helps the protagonist stand up in the hallway. The mysterious girl smiles slightly, observing the situation from a distance. Jo Yooni looks around and realizes no one else is in the room. Jo Yooni points out that the protagonist managed to walk on his own. She examines his condition closely, noting that his eyes are focused properly. With determined eyes, Jo Yooni tells him to stay and wait for the teacher, while he nervously agrees. The atmosphere becomes awkward as the protagonist lies on the bed while Jo Yooni sits beside him. The protagonist is surprised that Jo Yooni hasn't left, but she insists on staying in case something happens. Jo Yooni admits she also doesn't feel like going to class, which the protagonist finds unexpectedly cute. The protagonist, curious, asks how Jo Yooni became so good at fighting. Jo Yooni, uninterested, dismisses his question and focuses on her phone. Despite her cold demeanor, the protagonist sincerely thanks her. Jo Yooni suddenly asks if he wants to hear something interesting. The protagonist reveals that he has known Kim Il-jin since childhood as their fathers worked together. He recalls how they used to be close friends playing together in their childhood. The protagonist realizes how different he and Kim Il-jin became over time. As they grew apart, the gap between them naturally widened. The protagonist accidentally bumps into Kim Il-jin, seemingly an intense moment. They exchange glances, showing tension and unspoken history. The protagonist sees Kim Il-jin surrounded by a group of delinquents. Kim Il-jin exhales, seemingly indifferent or deep in thought. The distance between them has become irreversible. Kim Il-jin now sees the protagonist as nothing more than a childhood loser. Over time, Kim Il-jin's treatment of him worsened, leading to their current conflict. The protagonist tries to justify that Kim Il-jin wasn't always this bad, but Jo Yumi is frustrated. Jo Yumi scolds him for allowing the situation to get this bad. The protagonist explains that some people can fight back while others like him can only endure. Jo Yumi dismisses his words as self-pity, and insists he can change his situation. The protagonist gets angry, saying she doesn't understand his struggles. He reveals that his problems even involve his father's job, making it impossible for him to fight back. Jo Yumi calls him a dumbass, unimpressed by his excuses. She challenges him by asking if his father would still see him as hopeless after seeing his current state. Frustrated, Jo Yumi wonders why she even cares so much about his situation. The protagonist, with a determined smirk, asks Jo Yumi to help him. He agrees to try changing things if she said it was possible. With serious eyes, he asks her to teach him how to fight. Jo Yumi looks surprised by his sudden request. She smirks slightly, amused by his determination. She questions if he really expects her to teach him how to fight. Her eyes glow with a mysterious power, signaling something unusual. She suddenly refuses, unleashing an intense energy that shocks the protagonist. The protagonist feels an overwhelming wave of despair and panics, questioning why. Jo Yumi, glowing with power, coldly states that she wants nothing to do with him. The protagonist is suddenly thrown into a dark liquid. Overwhelmed, he struggles to get up, refusing to give up. Looking at Jo Yumi's intense energy, he realizes he must act fast. Determined, he slams his hand down, trying to escape the dark force. In a desperate move, he shouts his feelings, confessing that he likes Jo Yumi. The girl is shocked and questions what she just heard. She gets angry, frustrated by dealing with multiple troublesome people. In one day, she regrets saving the protagonist and wishes she had let Kim Il-jin finish him off. The protagonist panics, realizing the situation is worsening for him. As she walks away, he desperately shouts, "Lasagna." This catches her attention because he knows her favorite dish, making her suspicious. He reveals that he knows details about her past, adding to her confusion. She finds it creepy and accuses him of being a stalker. In desperation, he dramatically declares, "I'm your boyfriend from the future." The girl's eyes glow blue as she seems to activate a mysterious power. She walks away, leaving someone struggling and reaching out. A man sinks underwater. Realizing he went too far, he wonders if this is the end. As he drifts deeper, a hand grabs his, stopping him from sinking further. He is pulled out of the water, gasping for air. The girl demands an explanation from the coughing man. She questions how he knows about her past and rejects his talk of the future. The boy looks surprised and flustered by her reaction. The girl holds the boy's hand while he looks at her in shock. The boy suddenly confesses his feelings to Jo Yumi, surprising her. The girl angrily calls him a pervert and slaps him, despite being the one who grabbed his hand first. A shocked woman walks in, questioning what they are doing. The girl grabs the boy by the collar, seemingly demanding answers. She processes the fact that he claims to be her boyfriend from the future. She recalls their past as comrades fighting aliens in another dimension and questions his story. The boy laughs nervously, realizing how ridiculous his explanation sounds while she thinks he needs to be sent to a mental hospital. The boy realizes the girl didn't notice his struggle and sarcastically calls it convenient. He pleads for fighting lessons, fearing Kim Il-jin will attack him after school. The girl dismisses him as crazy and refuses to help. He insists his story is true, except for the time-traveling part, proving it by knowing her past dreams. The girl firmly declares she won't lie to him anymore. The boy confesses his feelings, leaving the girl shocked and blushing. He points out that Kim Il-jin also tried to hit her earlier. The boy vows to protect her from Kim Il-jin, clenching his fist in determination. The girl is taken aback, seemingly affected by his words. The girl warns him that he has no chance against Kim Il-jin in a fight. She points out their huge weight difference, and Kim Il-jin's martial arts skills. She mocks him for thinking he can get stronger in just a few hours. The boy insists he should at least try. He reminds her that she once said hard work can change things. She recalls her own words and is caught off guard. She sighs and agrees but doubts his chances of winning. She lowers her head, making him curious about what's coming. She suddenly punches him hard in the face. The boy is shocked after getting knocked down by the girl, who plans to finish this fight before it even begins. She walks toward him with an intimidating aura, explaining how to exploit openings and target vital spots. She declares they'll keep practicing until school ends. The boy struggles to get up, realizing the training won't be easy. In the classroom, the teacher dismisses the students. Exhausted, the boy slumps in his seat, thinking Jo Yoon's training is harsher than divine trials. As he tries to rest, someone looms over him, calling out to him. Kim Il-jin menacingly tells him to follow, his presence seeming even more terrifying. The boy nervously decides to stick to Jo Yoon's plan to survive. The girl asks why he got hit, making the boy confused. He says it was because she attacked suddenly, and she confirms that's the point. She explains that he got hit because he didn't expect the attack and if he had known he would have dodged. She compares this to Kim Il-jin, making the boy realize something. She reveals that Kim Il-jin is always focused on attacking and wouldn't expect it. Surprise strike. The boy nervously prepares as Kim Il-jin confronts him. Kim Il-jin blames him for everything and vows to make him pay. He takes off his jacket, getting ready for a fight. The boy seizes the moment and lands a critical strike while Kim Il-jin is distracted. Kim Il-jin glares with glowing eyes, struggling to recover from the attack. The boy realizes he successfully landed a vital strike, just like Jo Yoon taught him. Kim Il-jin rolls backward, unable to maintain his stance. Enraged, Kim Il-jin screams in fury, vowing to kill him. The boy breathes heavily, realizing the fight isn't over. He wonders if only attacking vital points is cowardly, feeling uncertain. Jo Yoon bluntly calls him an idiot for doubting himself. She reminds him that Kim Il-jin bullied and tormented weaker people despite their differences in strength. She declares that true cowardice is using power to hurt others, not using strategy to fight back. The boy is deep in thought but gets startled by a loud scream. Kim Il-jin, furious and defeated, vows revenge despite his injuries. The boy clenches his fist, refusing to justify violence, but standing his ground. He realizes that this is a virtual world, and Kim Il-jin is just a programmed character meant to manipulate him. Determined, he refuses to let Kim Il-jin control him any longer. He delivers a powerful final blow, completely overwhelming his opponent. The protagonist is exhausted and breathing heavily. He overpowers Kim Il-jin and pins him to the ground. Jo Yoon is shocked that he won against Kim Il-jin. The protagonist glares intensely and speaks with anger. He warns Kim Il-jin never to mess with him or Jo Yoon again. Jo Yoon looks surprised by the situation. She covers her mouth in shock, realizing what just happened. The protagonist feels relief after overcoming his struggle. Suddenly, Kim Il-jin grabs the protagonist's waist. Kim Il-jin's eyes glow as he angrily grabs the protagonist. Jo Yoon watches in disbelief, calling him an idiot. Kim Il-jin, enraged, threatens to kill the protagonist. The protagonist lands a powerful punch on Kim Il-jin's face. He continues to pummel Kim Il-jin with full force. Jo Yoon questions Kim Il-jin's decision to fight from a disadvantage. The protagonist recalls a lesson from Jo Yoon. He looks up, visibly shaken and overwhelmed. Jo Yoon suddenly mounts the protagonist, pinning him down. The protagonist awkwardly protests the situation. Jo Yoon punches him straight in the face. She stands over him, demanding what he just said. She repeatedly punches him as he struggles. She advises him to use the escape move she taught him. The protagonist tries but struggles to execute the move. She punches him again for talking instead of acting. She explains that if he gets caught in a mount, he's already lost. The protagonist realizes that getting the mount gives him an advantage and begs for mercy. Jo Yoon observes that Kim Il-jin lacks knowledge of takedowns and submissions. She leans in, preparing to teach him something useful about mount control. She instructs him to keep his center of gravity back to maintain control. She presses down to restrict his arm movements. She emphasizes finishing the technique properly. The protagonist is startled as he braces for what's coming next. He executes the move just as Jo Yoon taught him. He pins Kim Il-jin down and warns him not to mess with him again. Kim Il-jin collapses, completely defeated. The protagonist realizes the fight is truly over. As the aura of despair fades, Jo Yoon praises him for executing the move so quickly. She acknowledges his natural talent for fighting. The protagonist humbly credits her as a good teacher. He playfully gives her a thumbs up while a bird reacts comically. Jo Yoon chuckles and sarcastically calls him an idiot. The protagonist is surprised to see her smile genuinely for the first time. He asks how she became so skilled at fighting, even beyond military training. Jo Yoon explains that her father's connection to a special forces instructor allowed her to train in real combat. The protagonist is shocked by the idea of a military-trained high school girl. Jo Yoon casually lists multiple martial arts she has learned. The protagonist is surprised, realizing he has overcome his trial by defeating Kim Il-jin. He wonders why he is still in this world if the fight was supposed to be his final test. A new character appears, questioning why Kim Il-jin is knocked out. Jo Yoon and the protagonist react in surprise to the newcomer. A group of strong-looking men appears, mocking the idea that a loser defeated Kim Il-jin. Jo Yoon cautiously asks who they are. The boy warns the girl about the dangerous Brahm crew. Park Kang-woo, known as the Gale, is tough and thick-headed. Ban Yoonjul, called the Storm, has a strange reputation for farting. Go Wang, known as the Typhoon, is just a big guy. Zero, the Tempest, was a failed idol who still uses his stage name. The girl finds it childish, but the boy insists they are dangerous thugs. Kim Il-jun's father is the boss of the Sunbong Group, a company originally started by gangsters. A group of men in suits, likely gang members, walk in confidently. The second-generation gang members surrounding Kim Il-jun are introduced, known for their violent actions. The Brahm crew reacts to being called thugs, appearing unbothered. Zero mocks the word thug, acting indifferent. Zero casually denies being a thug, calling his group just good friends. Zero suddenly taps the student on the chest, calling him friend. Zero menacingly asks if he was the one who hurt Kim Il-jun. The student realizes the danger, remembering that messing with them could put his father in trouble. Zero's aura intensifies as he declares that the black-haired student is not their friend. The girl steps in and firmly tells them to stop. Zero is surprised and curious about the interruption. Zero questions if the girl is the black-haired student's girlfriend. The atmosphere shifts dramatically, causing the black-haired student to panic. The girl, now enraged, demands to know what Zero just said. A group of men in pink tracksuits perform a bizarre fusion pose. A guy laughs while watching the fusion pose video on his phone. He struggles to hold back laughter while approaching two girls. A girl teases her friend, saying her boyfriend is nearby. The girl glares menacingly, making the teaser nervous. She warns not to joke like that, terrifying the other girl. A masked silver-haired guy reacts in surprise. He asks if the girl is the protagonist's girlfriend. The girl's rage explodes at his words. The masked man apologizes for misunderstanding the situation. He suddenly realizes she doesn't have a boyfriend. Two guys mock the masked man, calling him a womanizer. The girl coldly tells him to leave while she's still being nice. The masked man challenges her by asking, "And if I don't?" The girl prepares to attack, showing her fighting stance. The protagonist hurriedly explains he fought Kim Il-jun first. The masked man smirks, pretending to believe the explanation. The masked man unleashes a powerful attack, knocking back his opponent. The girl is shocked by his speed and realizes she couldn't react in time. The masked man powers up with a dark aura, accusing the opponent of wrongdoing. The girl swiftly attacks him, forcing him to dodge. She demands to know who he really is. After exchanging blows, the masked man casually states that he doesn't hit women. He warns her to walk away, but hints that his friends won't be as kind. His allies appear, radiating a menacing energy. The protagonist shouts Jo Yooni's name, rushing to her side. The protagonist urgently tells Jo Yooni to leave. As the enemies power up, he shouts again while the masked man and Jo Yooni seem amused. He questions if she really thinks she can take them all on. He coldly tells her she's not even his friend. Jo Yooni looks shocked by his words. She smirks and scoffs at his statement, calling him a loser. She walks away. The protagonist watches her leave, believing it was the right decision. He reflects that Jo Yooni is strong but would become a bigger target if she fought. The protagonist accepts that he must face this battle alone. The masked man mocks him, calling him trash after his argument. The protagonist clenches his fists, preparing to fight. He bravely challenges the entire enemy group. A powerful dropkick is delivered in the battle. The protagonist gets hit hard and is sent flying. He sinks into a deep, dark abyss. He finds himself in the swamp of despair and feels oddly comfortable. He considers letting himself sink, feeling that he could escape all pain. The protagonist closes his eyes, sinking deeper into the abyss. Visions of important people and memories flash before him. He suddenly realizes he's not the only one suffering. Determined, he refuses to let himself fade away. Desperate, he begs for another chance. A sudden explosion of light surrounds him. A mysterious silhouette speaks as he regains consciousness. He wakes up in a hospital bed, disoriented. He looks at a stranger and asks who they are. The protagonist's father is shocked that his son doesn't recognize him. The protagonist, surprised, shouts, "Dad." Upon realizing who he is, his father jokingly acts disappointed that he doesn't have amnesia. The protagonist complains, but his father laughs, relieved that he's alive. He wonders why the room feels damp, and his father reveals that his mother was crying. His father scolds him for always getting beaten up. While he protests, his father asks if he got revenge, but the protagonist explains it wasn't just one person. His father silently contemplates the situation. Unexpectedly, his father praises him with a "well done," leaving him confused. A man with glasses recalls a saying about violence not solving anything. A young man, injured and in hospital clothes, reflects on how he hid his bullying. The older man claims it is their duty to create a more peaceful world. The young man, confused, listens as he is told he must stay in the hospital. The father reassures his son that he will always be by his side. The young man feels at ease when talking to his father. The father asks his son to tell his mother not to worry. The father steps out of the hospital room, looking serious. The father receives a call, and it is revealed that he is unaware of something important. The narrator questions what kind of person his father truly was. A man receives a call while playing golf. He is surprised that director Lee Byung-jin is calling him. Director Lee Byung-jin, looking serious and intense, asks what's happening. The golfer looks nervous and confused by what he's hearing. Someone speaks ominously about protecting their family. Director Lee Byung-jin declares that he will never let the shadows of Sunbon fall on his family. A mysterious voice mocks someone under a night sky, asking if they've really forgotten. A scared guy is being yelled at for losing to someone they call a loser. The group mocks him, saying the proud young master got beaten by a nobody. Another man admits they beat up the loser, smiling confidently. A strong man approaches the group, catching everyone's attention. Everyone is shocked as an unknown old man suddenly appears while someone's phone rings. The boy answers the phone in fear and his angry father yells, calling him a bastard. The furious dad shouts through the phone, demanding to know what trouble his son's causing. The boy stands alone beneath a stormy sky, his eyes reflecting a mix of resolve and inner turmoil. A mysterious figure lurks in the shadows, silently observing the unfolding drama. Tension mounts as rival characters lock eyes, each bracing for an imminent clash. A sudden flash of lightning reveals the fierce determination burning in the boy's gaze. Electric energy fills the air, hinting that a dramatic confrontation is about to erupt. In the midst of chaos, every face shows a blend of fear, anger, and hope. And unexpectedly steps forward, casting a glimmer of hope over the turbulent scene. The stakes grow higher as every character readies themselves for the impact of fate. With unwavering courage, the boy steps into an uncertain destiny. Determined to change his future, he walks away calmly. After single-handedly defeating the gang, he offers a gangster a job. After overpowering him using his sharp business skills, he built a successful empire. He transformed the run-down bar into Sunbon Foods and built an entertainment company. He turned a labor office into a powerful industry, expanding his influence with confidence and leadership. He led the company during Korea's growth. This brilliant man is none other than the protagonist's father, Lee Byung-jin. He refused the chairman role, demanding something else instead. He only wanted his family to live a peaceful, ordinary life. He didn't care for riches or violence. He only wanted a normal life. For him, family mattered more than anything, almost to an insane degree. He chose a quiet life with his family over fame or power. With a warm smile, he hides everything by calling himself an office worker. The boy's father warns that they've crossed the ultimate line, his family. A thug nervously asks if the mysterious man knows them. The man calmly reveals the thug's real identity and background. The mysterious man flips one of the gang members with brutal strength. Panicked, the boy shouts into his phone for Kim Il-jin. He tells them that violence solves nothing. Calmly brushing dust off his suit, he then adds, some people like them aren't even worth solving. One of the gang members charges at him in rage. But the man effortlessly counters, slamming him with overwhelming power. He identifies the guy as the son of Seo Bang Yoonjul. Mocking him, he implies the son is just as weak as the father. The fat guy gets furious, yelling at the man while another warns him to calm down. He charges forward. Screaming in anger to avenge his friend, the man casually questions, "Go Wong," as if unimpressed. The fat guy charges with full force, but the suited man blocks him easily. Stunned, the fat guy freezes in disbelief. The man coldly asks, "Sorry, but who are you?" The fat guy nervously replies, asking if he knows his father, Go Young Hwan. Recognizing the name, the man fakes a smile and says, "You've grown up so much." But suddenly, the man's tone shifts, and he prepares to strike. He throws the fat guy with ease, saying he needs to lose some weight. The masked boy and the other one are shocked by what they just witnessed. The man casually deduces the masked boy is the son of Nam Jin Jiao from Sunpong Entertainment. The man guesses the masked boy's full name, leaving him shocked. Angrily, the masked boy demands, "What the hell are you, old man?" He turns serious and asks, "You think this is funny?" He questions how someone who bullies others ends up so weak. Fixing his glasses, he tells the boy he clearly needs some discipline. The masked boy hesitates, panicking and asking if the man can handle this. The man steps forward and asks if the boy ever thought about the consequences when hurting his son. Terrified, the masked boy admits he was wrong. The man coldly declares, "If you did wrong, you should be punished. That's responsibility." The masked boy screams in panic, overwhelmed with fear. A knife flashes, someone's holding it firmly. The mom, holding apple slices, gently offers them to someone. The injured boy apologizes to his mom while she reassures him he did nothing wrong. The mom angrily says the bullies should be the ones apologizing. She's glad the girl called the police right away to help him. Surprised, the boy realizes Jo Yooni reported it. He's impressed by her loyalty. His mom jokingly says she's surprised he has such a pretty friend. She adds Jo Yooni was really worried, making the boy secretly happy. The masked boy's eyes widen with terror as he braces for the next move. The man steps forward, his stern gaze promising no mercy. A tense silence fills the space as everyone holds their breath. The masked boy stumbles, overwhelmed by fear and doubt. With swift force, the man lands a decisive blow that shakes the scene. Onlookers gasp in shock as the impact reverberates through the air. A close-up captures the masked boy's tearful eyes, reflecting regret and pain. The man stands resolute, his face set with cold determination. In the aftermath, the heavy silence speaks volumes about the unfolding consequences. The boy is shocked and confused, asking, "How do you know about that?" Ina happily tells the boy she escaped the trial of despair and came to save him. She admits she doesn't remember how she escaped. She woke up inside a barrier made by Adolina while everyone else was still unconscious. She saw the others were having nightmares while still asleep. She felt a unique energy coming from the boy, different from the others. She touched his forehead because the energy was beautiful. Suddenly, she felt herself being pulled into his body, shocking Adolina. Adolina witnessed the strange light, and looked surprised. Ina tells the boy she ended up inside his inner world without even realizing. Ina tells him they should escape together, but he's unsure how. She's surprised and asks if he hasn't already overcome despair. She says she doesn't feel any despair from him and questions if he truly wants to stay. He insists he wants to leave, save his friends, and keep fighting the constellations. He says there's no reason for him to stay behind. A woman walks in and asks what they've been secretly talking about. Ina laughs it off, saying it's stuff only they understand, while the woman scolds him for talking about fighting again. He nervously tells her, "No, Mom. Tilda, that's not it." A man gently calls the boy by his name, Tin. Tin's mom tells him he's the most important person in their lives. She says that just being happy and healthy together is what really matters. She asks him to promise to always tell them if something dangerous happens. Tin hesitates, unsure how to respond. Suddenly, Tin's dad enters the room, jokingly calling him out. The dad laughs, saying the funeral wasn't for someone close, and wipes food off his face. The dad tells Tin that no matter what, they'll always be by his side. Tin looks touched and a bit surprised, silently taking in his parents' love. Tin smiles gently, feeling at peace. He reassures his parents not to worry. With a big grin, he boldly declares himself the chosen savior of humanity. His mom freaks out, thinking he's lost his mind. Ina awkwardly insists it's true. Tin claims his inner growth made him stronger after feeling his parents' love. He tells them not to worry because he has trustworthy friends by his side, with Ina posing cheerfully. He starts to feel something warm and emotional deep inside. Holding his family's hands, he tells them, "I love you." His mom's still unsure and wonders if he really hit his head that hard, while the dad smiles calmly. Tin's parents smile warmly and say, "We love you, too." Their hands join tightly in an emotional moment full of light. A powerful glow bursts out from the hospital room, illuminating everything. Tin wakes up in a new setting. Shocked and alert, Ina cheers. Adolina is shocked he's regained consciousness. The scene is revealed to be the deep abyss inside the swamp of despair, protected by a magical barrier. Adolina asks if Tin overcame despair like Ina did. Tin replies, "Well, you could say that." While Ina flashes a peace sign, Tin admits someone helped him more than anyone, implying a meaningful moment is coming. Several unconscious teammates are still trapped in nightmares, sweating in distress. Tin realizes despair is growing stronger. They must act quickly to save everyone. Ina is shocked to feel a strange energy coming from the talking burger bun. Ina reaches for the bun, and Tin panics, yelling for her to stop. Both of them are pulled toward the glowing bun in a burst of energy. Adolina watches in disbelief as they disappear again. Adolina questions what Ina truly is, sensing something strange about her since the constellation of Rathevent. A flashback shows suspicion. Another girl asks why Ina wasn't affected by the virus like everyone else. Ina cheekily claims she's unaffected because she owns the dream, though others shout, "It's not a dream." Ina hugs Tin while radiating power. Someone observes in awe. Realizing she lifted despair's curse, even though she pretended to forget, Ina was the first to escape the trial of despair. She can even enter others' mental worlds, something not even powerful beings like Adolina can do. Adolina looks shocked, beginning to suspect Ina is something much more than human. Ina panics and calls out to Tin, saying there's a huge problem. Tin wakes up on the grass, confused and surrounded. "Who are you guys?" They've somehow landed in the middle of a soccer match, and the coach is furious. The coach demands to know where these strangers came from. Ina quickly apologizes and pulls Tin away, surprised to realize they're at a soccer stadium now. Tin wonders if they're inside Burger Bun's inner world. Ina confirms they are. Tin is confused. How can a bun feel despair if it's just bread? He explains that Burger Bun was originally a boy named Kim Iljan, whom he turned into a burger under strange circumstances. Ina is shocked, realizing they're inside a painful memory from Kim Iljan's past. Ina asks, where is Kim Iljan now? She spots a commotion happening nearby. A boy angrily lashes out at the coach, claiming he's being unfairly blamed, and threatens to tell his dad. The boy shouts they might replace the coach and his name is revealed, Kim Iljan, age 15. Tin realizes this is Kim's past self during middle school. He used to train as a soccer player before quitting. The coach grabs Kim Il-jin by the collar, silencing his tantrum with a firm, "Hey." The coach grabs Kim Il-jin and tells him bluntly selfish players don't belong on the team. Kim storms off. Inet and Tin realize what's going on and both think the same thing. Tin and Ina recognize the situation. This is a classic underdog redemption arc. Kim Il-jin powers up with new resolve, ready to transform from rebel to team hero. Ina and Tin smirk. Let's wrap this up fast. It's just a one-shot Webtoon. The guy looks confused and says hi. He sees Tin and Ina surprised, and asks if they know him. Tin says he feels like he's seen him before. The guy wrongly accuses him of being a pervert. He questions why Tin is suddenly so tall. He freaks out seeing a girl with the supposed pervert. Tin wonders if he can use his power again. The system activates the S-rank skill, time stop. Tin happily talks to the system after it responds. Ina is amazed by the time stop ability. She questions if taking Kim Il-jin now is a good idea. Tin wonders if both versions of Kim Il-jin can exist. Ina explains he must overcome despair to return to his body. Tin trusts Ina's logic. He starts adjusting Kim Il-jin's mind and personality, then gives him a buff to boost his soccer skills. They step back to watch what happens. Tin releases the time stop. Kim Il-jin stands in shock after time resumes. He looks surprised and confused. He suddenly drops to his knees. He hesitates and begins to speak. He confesses his struggle between passion and pleasing his dad. Ina asks what's wrong. Tin says he fixed his mindset. Kim Il-jin realizes the importance of teamwork in soccer. Tin thinks this was when Kim Il-jin became rebellious. Ina wonders if he'd be better off if he hadn't quit soccer. Tin regrets not understanding Il-jin earlier. He suddenly cheers up, calling the past cleansing complete. He says they should help Il-jin quickly. Ina's disappointed. Tin activates a time acceleration skill on Il-jin. Il-jin enters time acceleration mode. He sees his coach and team on the field. Il-jin kneels in front of the coach, overwhelmed. He breaks down, crying deeply. The coach looks shocked by Il-jin's emotion. The coach smiles proudly at Il-jin. He gestures, surprising Il-jin and his teammates. Il-jin runs confidently while the coach watches. Both teams turn to face Il-jin seriously. Il-jin looks nervous but determined. He kicks the ball with full force. Il-jin and his teammate rush forward on the attack. Il-jin shouts to coordinate the play. His teammate reacts quickly under pressure. The teammate dashes forward with full focus. Il-jin looks ahead, concentrating on the game. The red team intercepts the ball at high speed. They aim a powerful shot toward the goal. An opponent charges in fast to stop them. Il-jin leads the attack while his team follows. A player speeds past defenders. He strikes the ball fiercely toward the goal. Il-jin races through defenders, ready to finish. The defenders and goalie panic under pressure. The player charges forward with fierce momentum. Il-jin stays focused and determined. He breaks through defenders and kicks the ball hard. Another teammate dribbles the ball swiftly. He looks nervous but ready. Il-jin smirks confidently, surprising an opponent. His teammate speeds ahead with a grin. He kicks the ball toward the goal past the shocked goalie. The ball hits the net. It's a goal. The team celebrates their victory with joy. A teammate pats his friend on the back proudly. Il-jin hesitates, unsure how to respond. His teammate offers a hand with a calm smile. Il-jin smiles back, moved by the gesture. They shake hands, forming mutual respect. The coach watches proudly from a distance. Then declares the scene over with a cheerful timeout. Inet and Zoman get excited watching a soccer match and want to binge sports webtoons. The red team starts to regain their spirit on the field. Ina feels like someone has conquered inner despair through the game. They cheerfully decide to keep going. Together. A powerful energy surge spreads across the soccer field. A cute Berger character wakes up from a satisfying dream. The Berger feels refreshed and happy after its nap. Ina is relieved to see the Berger character awake and checks on it. The blonde girl is amazed as Ina happily confirms she's fine. Zoman prepares for the next challenge as Ina listens with the Berger in hand. They enter the ominous world of the heavenly demon where two women lie unconscious. Ina expresses concern over the martial arts universe, but he reassures her. Zoman activates his powers and promises to protect her. Ina blushes and agrees with a soft smile. The group stands over the unconscious woman, ready to help. A powerful golden energy sphere begins to form, glowing brightly. The boy looks shocked as blue light flickers around his face. He excitedly declares they're entering the martial arts world to face the heavenly demon. He sees Jo-Yuni and Leela in strange outfits and is confused. The group stands before a glowing green smoke, puzzled by their surroundings. He questions Jo-Yuni and Leela about why they're in this world and wearing those clothes. Someone calls out to Ten, pointing toward movement in the smoke. A woman in black appears from the green mist, confused and startled by her voice. The boy panics, realizing he has somehow returned to this exact moment. The heavenly demon is horrified to realize he's been turned into a woman. The boy is surprised and thinks something over as he watches her. The heavenly demon demands to be changed back, launching an attack. The boy dodges and agrees quickly, trying to fix the situation. He channels energy into the smoke to reverse the transformation. The heavenly demon looks at his body and joyfully confirms he's returned. The demon laughs maniacally, glowing with purple energy. The girl says it looks like everything's fine now. While the boy jokes about the demon being androgynous, the heavenly demon clutches his chest and proudly announces his return. The heavenly demon proudly declares himself the greatest man in the world. The group decides to move on quickly while he remains confused. The heavenly demon angrily demands to be changed back to his original form. The boy smirks and says the readers prefer him in his current form. The heavenly demon threatens violence while glowing with purple energy. Ina suggests viewing it positively as a chance to experience something new. She explains he already conquered the world as a man and lived a boring life. He reflects on her words and finds the idea of becoming the strongest woman intriguing. He realizes that his new body has altered the flow of his ki, unlocking new potential. The heavenly demon cheers the group on, telling them to gather. The group decides to help Leela, who is lying unconscious. With determination, they all prepare to move out together. A sword glows as someone whispers Leela's name. A blonde man is told, "You are mine," and points a sword nervously. A calm, white-dressed woman tells him to relax. Leela looks up with tears in her eyes, surprised. The blonde man says he doesn't care what others said and that it's not about obedience. Leela cries, remembering the sincere look he gave her. Feeling touched, the blonde man yells, accusing her of using him and never loving him. Leela quietly reflects on his words, looking sorrowful. The man laughs maniacally, his eyes glowing blue with madness. He mocks her, calling her the worst temptress of the imperial palace. Leela calls herself a beautiful but unyielding flower. She says if her thorns continue to hurt others, it's not worth it. Enraged, the man shouts he'd rather cut it out and lunges forward. Another person questions what he's even saying as a glowing force is released. A massive blast of energy shoots out, overwhelming the scene. Leela calls out to Lord Tin as he confidently says he came to save her. He tells the others to forget about German, calling him trash. Despite everything, Leela still defends German, saying, even so. She breaks down crying, calling him a pitiful man who lived an empty lie. Tin gets confused, thinking something feels off with her reaction. Ina explains that Leela's guilt is because she believes she caused German's death. Tin finds that explanation makes no sense as Leela holds her head. The heavenly demon watches her, and coldly calls her pathetic. Leela raises her weapon, threatening to kill in a fit of desperation. The heavenly demon calmly steps in and questions her actions. She mocks Leela for pitying someone she tried to stab with killing intent. The heavenly demon says she despises such delicate weakness. Leela hesitates and claims that wasn't her true intention. The heavenly demon challenges her to prove it by picking up the weapon. She explains only survivors with goals hold meaning in the demonic path. Leela is told to grasp the weapon if she wants to live because that's the essence of fighting. Tin and Ina admire the heavenly demon's words, calling her incredibly cool and heroic. Leela reflects emotionally, realizing how much everyone is doing for her. She smiles with tears, feeling grateful and saying thank you. The group is shown exiting a glowing portal together. Adolina watches and comments that it's amazing. She observes that the group is overcoming despair together. She specifically notes that even the perverted one has grown. Tin smiles and Adolina thinks they'll all become stronger from this trial. Suddenly, Joyuni collapses as someone shouts her name in concern. Tin reflects that without Joyuni, he would have been lost in despair. Determined, he vows to save her this time no matter what. He leads the group, declaring they'll rescue her together. Suddenly, he sees Joyuni standing alone under the night sky. Shocked, he questions what's going on with her. Joyuni appears in a ragged state and he's stunned by her eerie transformation. The group is shocked to see Joyuni as a child and wonders how she ended up on this island. Tin realizes the place is deserted and senses no other human presence. Ina observes little Uni quietly, wondering about her past. Young Uni suddenly looks at Ina's chest, startling her. Berger Bun yells not to be mistaken for food, scaring Uni. Tin gently reaches out, telling Uni she must have been really scared. She asks how he knows her name, surprised and confused. Tin nervously replies that her dad sent them to rescue her. Joyuni questions how they know she's really herself, suspicious and guarded. Tin gets hit but recalls her dad's request to take care of her no matter what. He gently hugs her, calming her down as she cries. The others gather around, amazed at how long she survived alone. Tin softly asks how she ended up on the island. She wipes her tears and says she was traveling with her dad. A memory appears showing young Yune in pirate clothes with a big dream. A comical panel shows her dream is to become a pirate. Captain, shocking the group. Joyuni recalls her dad teaching her how to sail during an overseas trip. A violent storm hit, and the boat started shaking uncontrollably. Her dad told her to stay inside the cabin for safety. Determined to help, she grabbed her pirate hat and decided to assist him. As she rushed to help, the boat shook again and she fell into the sea. Despite her cries for help, her dad couldn't hear her. The boat drifted farther away, leaving her alone in the stormy ocean. Jo-Euni doesn't remember what happened after falling into the sea. When she woke up, she found herself alone on a deserted island. On the first day, she cried non-stop by the shore. That night was freezing, and she feared she might die. She thought of her parents and didn't want to make them sad. Remembering her dad's words, she believed someone would come save her. Gathering her strength, she built a shelter to survive. She eventually found a clean stream and started drinking water from it. Jo-Euni managed to start a fire by herself to stay warm. She learned to gather food and cook it on her own. She got injured sometimes while surviving on the island. She also fell sick but kept pushing through. Despite the hardships, she stayed strong, believing her dad was out there searching for her. Leela praises her courage, saying she now sees her in a new light. With tears in her eyes, Yumi asks if she can finally see her dad now. Tin cheerfully tells Yumi they'll go see her dad now. Yumi excitedly starts running ahead, but Tin suddenly pauses. He reflects on how incredible it is that she survived alone at such a young age. A flashback shows Tin playing as a carefree kid around that age. Yumi softly calls out to him, ready to go. She then reveals something in her hands, surprising Tin. It's a beautiful seashell she found, which she saved to give her dad. Tin smiles and says her dad would definitely love the gift. Ina suggests it's time to leave and go meet Jo-Euni's dad. Tin activates his rank teleportation skill to transport the group. A bright beam of light surrounds them as they teleport away. Later, Tin learns that in real life, Yumi was rescued by a passing fishing boat. It took her a long time to finally reunite with her father. During that time, she sadly lost the precious seashell she had saved for him. The reunion in reality wasn't as smooth or magical as their current journey. Tin reflects that if things had gone like this before, Jo-Euni might have turned out differently. Tin reflects that the most important thing is that they all overcame despair. Jo-Euni murmurs, "Dad," in her sleep as tears roll down her cheek. She wakes up confused and sees Tin leaning over her. Startled, she punches him, yelling at the sight of his face first thing. Rubbing his cheek, Tin groans in pain while she clutches her head. Jo-Euni says her head hurts and it all felt like a strange dream. Adolina praises the group for overcoming the despair of Muramchiyama. Tin thanks Adolina for protecting everyone with the barrier during the ordeal. Tin announces it's time to return to Muramchiyama's lair for the final confrontation. The group gathers, ready to face what comes next. Adolina holds a glowing orb and contemplates stopping them to preserve universal balance. The orb shoots skyward, creating a massive burst of energy. A masked girl observes from afar. Surprised by the power, she declares it's impossible that everyone overcame despair, and prepares to intervene. The group teleports into the battlefield with glowing energy. One of the enemies activates Ascension Stage 3 in a fiery transformation. He unleashes the Amulet of Rage and screams Muramchiyama's name, igniting the battle. The fiery warrior unleashes his ultimate move, the Ascendant Berserk Punch, crashing down with explosive force. Face to face with his opponent midair, he yells to settle the fight once and for all. The masked girl gets overpowered by a powerful energy strike, and is sent flying. Shocked, she can't believe what's happening and exclaims in disbelief. The enemy unleashes Ascendant Berserk Kick, slamming her with blazing force. He lands, feeling refreshed and excited by the intense battle. As chaos unfolds, she questions what's going on and how the tides turn. She identifies herself as a member of the Zodiac, believing such teamwork shouldn't be possible. The man states clearly that based on his observation, she didn't intervene. Adolina confirms the group passed the trial by working together. She clarifies that there was no foul play and everything was achieved through teamwork. The man steps forward as the masked girl watches him with interest. She begins to tremble with excitement. Overwhelmed by the energy he radiates, she calls the power of humans dangerously delicious. Unable to resist it, suddenly the man launches a powerful energy blast toward her. He prepares himself with focus, channeling his strength into a glowing attack. His energy strike clashes with hers in an intense explosion of force. The masked girl retreats, shocked by the gap in their abilities. She admits she underestimated him, and starts reassessing the situation. With glowing red eyes, she promises to close the difference in strength herself. The system activates a greatest skill called Imitating Fist, surrounding Tin in flames. Tin declares that mere resolve isn't enough to win, and powers up his burning punch. With a battle cry, he launches himself at his enemy. He performs Meteor Fist Punch, aiming directly at the masked girl. She is shocked and mutters, "It's impossible." As his power overwhelms her, she counters with a powerful water-based skill, Crushing Flood, to suppress the flames. The water blast collides with Tin's fire, creating a massive clash. Ina realizes that since it's raining and the area is wet, fire-type attacks are at a disadvantage. Adolina agrees, saying it makes sense in such an environment. Tin realizes that the amulet of rage trapped him into relying only on fire-based attacks. His opponent's eyes glow as she sees an opening in his narrowed thinking. She unleashes maddening despair, a skill that drives deep into the opponent's mind. Tin screams as the despair starts consuming him from within. The system activates the great skill Galactic Discharge, surrounding him with lightning. He channels all his energy, bursting out in a wave of blue electric power. The masked girl is shocked. She didn't expect him to survive that attack. Tin stands firm, now glowing with lightning instead of fire. He explains that he survived by tightly controlling his mind and balancing rage with the power of Ascension. Tin decides to use an electricity-based attack to counter the current situation based on elemental advantage. He confidently asks if they're ready to go again. He taunts the enemy, saying she might end up as a roasted electric turkey if she can't block this. Tin breaks the fourth wall, joking that he's explaining his actions to the viewers. Joyumi is annoyed and says he's pointing his hand the wrong way. Tin continues explaining how flashy action scenes require twice the artist's effort. He claims adding dialogue increases viewer satisfaction by making the action feel longer. Joyumi looks confused and yells that she has no idea what he's talking about. Tin gets serious again, shouting, "Here we go," and charges at the enemy with lightning. Tin unleashes a powerful galvanic punch attack against his opponent. The masked girl braces herself but realizes she can't block it. She struggles to maintain her defense as it begins to crack. Despite the overwhelming force, her resolve kicks in. Suddenly strange shadowy blobs rise around Tin, confusing him. He's surrounded by countless dark creatures and wonders what's going on. The masked girl mocks him, saying it's useless to challenge her in her own domain. Tin responds by shouting and releasing another massive electric blast. The energy explodes across the field, blasting through the darkness with pure electricity. The shadow creatures begin to reform, showing Tin's last attack didn't finish them. Tin clenches his fists in frustration, realizing it's not working. The masked girl demands Tin show her his true despair. As black energy swirls around him, Tin calmly replies that it's useless. With a confident smile, he declares she's not the one who will break them. The masked girl's eyes glow red as she summons a monstrous energy behind her. She unleashes the powerful heavenly demon Black Dragon Annihilation Palm. A golden grid traps and blasts through the shadow creatures in a dazzling explosion. Tin protects the girls behind him as golden energy slices through the remaining shadow creatures. The masked girl slowly walks toward him. While he looks back, acknowledging her, Tin and the others reflect on how they overcame despair and grew stronger. The masked girl mutters, "Impossible," repeatedly, struggling to process what just happened. Her expression shifts to panic as she realizes her dominance is slipping. The girl observes the villain is shaken while Tin clarifies it's not over yet. Internally, Tin realizes she's forcing him to consider using his original power. The masked girl floats upward as water spirals around her, preparing a final attack. She lunges forward in a blur of blue electricity, unleashing her full strength. The blonde girl yells at Tin, warning him that what he's seeing is dangerous. The masked girl transforms into a new form with glowing armor and blue jewels. In her celestial avatar form, Virgo, she floats inside a magical water ring surrounded by droplets. Tin realizes she has activated the ultimate power of the Zodiac 12, leaving him shocked. She confirms aloud that this forbidden transformation belongs solely to the Zodiac 12. A catastrophic constellation war once erupted, marking the first and last clash since the universe's creation. The cosmic collision caused massive devastation across space. To stop further chaos, the Constellation King created the Constellation Council. The council forbids battles among constellations. Constellations are urged to protect universal order while resembling their creations. Overwhelming power was still needed to enforce balance. Only the 5 strongest, the Zodiac 12, were given this power. This power, called Incarnation, unlocked a constellation's true form. The blonde girl explains to Tin that what he sees now is the incarnation of one such zodiac. The group watches Virgo's dazzling form, realizing it's Murami Rimir's true self. Meanwhile, a girl with purple energy gets excited and decides to challenge it, launching an attack. Tin tries to approach, but he's blocked by swirling water. Virgo floats calmly, saying it's impossible for him to reach her. Confused, Virgo admits she doesn't understand why he resists. She says despair is a powerful emotion, and encourages him to embrace it. With a twisted smile, she admires the swirling emotional chaos. Tin activates Incest rank skill, Planet Buster. He shouts her name and prepares to strike with all his power. Virgo smirks, asking if he's sure about his move. She suddenly attacks another girl with a blast of water. Tin winces as the girl is hit and thrown back by the impact. The girl inside the water screams to blow it away, refusing to give in. Tin injures himself, but the enemy notes even a heavenly demon can't escape unscathed. Virgo smiles, enjoying his face twisted in helpless despair. She remarks that for a mere mortal, he's enduring pure despair, which interests the other constellations. Suddenly, a girl throws a talking Berger Bun character into the scene. The Bun criticizes Virgo's arrogance and activates Berger Bun Ultimate. He uses a surprise attack called Pickle Fling, hurling 2 pickles at Virgo. Virgo catches them and says, "Oh my." Confused but amused, she thanks the attacker for the compliment but asks who she even is. Virgo gets kicked and hears the Bun yell at her to remember him. The girl holding the Bun says he may look like this now, but he's Kim Il-jin. A man appears, claiming to be the one who stole Virgo's gaze. The system announces a rank skill activation, Unleashed Malice. As the girl charges in, she attacks, demanding Virgo let go of the heavenly demon. Virgo is caught off guard, shouting in surprise. She's suddenly hit with water and complains about the ambush. The frozen girls begin to emerge from the water prison. The girl who threw the Bun and tin run toward them, shouting, "Guys." Virgo says resistance is useless but is suddenly struck on the neck. She turns in confusion, noticing the attack. The girl approaches with a glowing fork underwater. Virgo is surprised and asks what it is. The girl explains. It's an artifact from the constellation of gastronomy. Virgo wonders why a mere human has such a divine object. Her expression shifts to fury as she demands, "How dare you?" The girl releases a powerful scream while trapped in the watery barrier. The boy charges up with fiery energy, and Virgo reacts in shock as he blasts toward her. The girl pleads with Adolina for help, fearing everyone will die. Adolina refuses, reminding her that battles between constellations are forbidden. The girl insists it's unfair and begs her again, pointing out Adolina represents justice. She urges Adolina to use the justice scales to judge the situation. Adolina silently considers it while looking at the scale. After pausing, she activates the judgment mechanism through the scales. Meanwhile, the boy ignites with fiery energy and prepares to strike. A system message confirms his skill activation, Ethereal Sword. Virgo taunts that he can't bring himself to harm his own friends. He shouts in frustration, and demands a fair one-on-one fight. Virgo refuses to stop and slams down a divine attack, launching them back. Din is hit hard, while Virgo coldly says that's enough and praises their efforts. She mockingly thanks them for giving her hope only so she could crush it deeper. Kim Il-jin is shocked to see even Tin fall and cries out in despair. The boy, now underwater, calmly bids farewell to despair as if he's preparing something. Virgo is confused as he unexpectedly smiles, asking if he's seriously smiling now. He continues grinning, saying he feels oddly calm despite everything she's done. Suddenly, he lands a surprise hit that stuns Virgo. He confidently declares that momentum is shifting to their side now. Virgo panics as her body begins to lose control and the others start breaking free. The boy shouts Adolina's name as she suddenly steps in with a glowing strike. Virgo is shocked and accuses her of attacking a fellow zodiac, calling it madness. The Berger girl celebrates, believing Lebra has joined their side. Virgo questions if the universe's order is worth the lives of mere mortals. Adolina calmly says she didn't weigh lives but judged what was right and wrong. She says acting now based on her belief is the right choice. Holding her sword, she confirms that both she and Libra reached the same decision. Virgo looks fearful and pleads for her to stop. But Adolina activates her divine incarnation, radiating power and determination. A golden divine energy bursts into the sky. The Berger girl reacts in awe, shielding her eyes from the light. She's amazed, holding the Berger bun with wide eyes. Adolina appears, transformed into her avatar form, Libra. The boy clenches his fists, cheering and saying he knew he could count on her. Adolina admits her past hesitation but feels sorry for it now. She declares her support for justice after witnessing others fight against injustice. She promises to protect that justice, flying toward her enemies with power. Virgo angrily warns her that the Constellation Council won't ignore her actions. Adolina commands an end to the unjust oppression of humanity. Virgo declares the space her domain and orders Adolina not to interfere. Adolina calmly accepts and prepares to act. She unleashes a powerful golden attack named Righteous Intervention. Virgo screams as she is overwhelmed by Adolina's divine power. The cycle of despair shatters as Virgo is sent flying. The team safely lands as the damage is undone. A system message shows its rank skill activated, Seraphic Blessing. Virgo, shaken, accuses Adolina of being manipulated by the bugs. The girl with the Berger claims the constellation of justice is on their side. Ina desperately pleads with Adolina for help. A warning is given: if this continues, Adolina will vanish completely. Tin is shocked upon hearing that Adolina may disappear. Adolina admits she broke the rule that forbids constellations from fighting each other. She explains that she's raising an issue now, even if the council handles it later. Tin is surprised when Adolina references the constellation of gamers. A figure appears with a sly expression, cutting in. The new figure swiftly clashes with Adolina. Another being comments that the Constellation King is furious. Adolina screams in pain as she's struck by divine energy. Tin rushes toward her, calling out her name. The pirate warns Tin to calm down or risk ending his story. He explains Adolina has only been restrained, and will be judged in the constellation trial. Tin insists she's in agony and demands answers. In explains Adolina stopped her only to protect humanity, saying they weren't fighting. The pirate quietly admits it was all his doing, and finds the situation impossible to believe. He states that the past can't be undone as Adolina is lifted by divine power. Tin screams Adolina's name again in desperation as she rises. Adolina is lifted helplessly within the pillar of light. She screams in pain as her body is overwhelmed by the divine force. Tin watches in panic, fearing she'll vanish at this rate. The pirate calmly says it's the Constellation King's power and can't be stopped. Adolina tells him not to worry about her, accepting her fate. She smiles, saying that as long as justice lives, she won't truly vanish. She asks Tin to carry out justice throughout the universe. Tin reaches toward her, calling her name as she rises. He promises to come save her and tells her to hold on. Adolina's figure begins to fade as her hand stretches out in farewell. A divine force descends from the sky onto the earth. Tin stands with the pirate, watching in awe as the pillar fades. The pirate grins and says, "That was fun," catching Tin off guard. Tin is grabbed by the collar and asked what's going on. He tries to calm the pirate down, saying he's on his side. The pirate reminds him of what was said in episode 63. Tin recalls the voice that whispered he would be the strongest. The pirate confirms it and says he'll make that happen. He promises to take care of Adolina, and vanishes. Ina gasps in pain while Tin walks away quietly as his friends rest. Tin stares forward, preparing for the next step. A system notification shows In's rank skill, mass teleport, has activated. He teleports his allies away for safety. He tells them to rest, and begins to understand the story's direction. A girl screams that she should have killed him earlier and launches an attack. She creates a massive water vortex but doubts it would have stopped Adolina. Tin's allies cry out as they are pulled away in the swirling torrent. The water spirals wildly, engulfing everything. A boy with purple hair clenches his fist, burning with regret over his weakness. A flashback shows Adolina promising to protect justice, and not let the innocent suffer. She declares that she saw true justice in his actions, and will protect it. The boy's rage intensifies, and his eyes glow red as he powers up. A powerful vortex of energy erupts around him, shocking his enemies. His fury builds without needing borrowed strength, turning into pure power. He explodes with overwhelming energy, activating a move called Infernal Nova. His opponent panics, realizing this level of power is unimaginable. The boy stands tall, crackling with electricity and rage. He declares his intent to bring them down. The girl is shocked, questioning if he really thinks he can defeat her alone. She activates her powerful skill, Seismic Deluge, to flood the battlefield. The boy walks forward unfazed, his body glowing with fiery energy. A massive whirlpool of despair forms behind her, threatening everything. She explains the technique will drown the entire planet in despair. Despite the chaos, she suddenly feels a strange sense of discomfort. The boy remains calm and composed, surprising her. He activates his ultimate move, Heavenly Demon Dance of Chaos. A black swirling sphere of energy forms, shocking the girl. The boy tells someone to stay safe, but smiles, ready to fight. An ally joins, refusing to miss out on the battle. The enemy admits the boy isn't even transcendent but still powerful. The enemy declares they won't play these games anymore and powers up. A dark sphere surges with energy, shocking everyone nearby. One of the enemies grits their teeth in pain, struggling to endure. A grinning villain vows to crush the boy's arrogance. The girl watches the attack and calls it a pointless effort. The system activates a level skill as the energy builds up. A girl watches in shock as a powerful ability is unleashed. The boy declares the end of despair for Murami Rimir. Another system prompt shows the activation of Starbuster. The girl tries to counterattack with a scream of force. A massive blast erupts, tearing through the battlefield. The explosion lights up space with a fiery burst. A glowing figure sighs, sensing something in the stars. A voice asks what was observed. As the figure turns, the sixth Zodiac Palace, Murami Rimir's dwelling, has been destroyed. A figure from the fifth palace of the Zodiac questions if the same human transcendents are responsible again. Another constellation warns that they must kill the threat before he grows stronger. A glowing figure urges them to stay calm, saying there's a bigger issue now. The narration reveals he's from the fourth palace of the Zodiac, Kumen of Cancer. In the first palace of the Zodiac, the execution of justice is being decided. The old figure from Libra states he will carry out the execution for Adolina's case. The boy gently carries the unconscious girl through space. He's praised for managing to hold off a Zodiac constellation temporarily with only a human body. The voice acknowledges his effort, saying he's done well. A new constellation appears, warning that even though the human did well, he'll be exhausted. The boy calmly declares he'll keep fighting until his enemy gives up. The constellation wonders why the boy keeps moving forward despite everything. The boy smiles and replies that it's because he's the protagonist. He admits that sometimes he wants to give up when things get hard, but he believes if he keeps walking without stopping, his story will continue. He learned this lesson through his experiences with Murami Rimir. The boy expresses his gratitude to Murami Rimir for helping him grow. The constellation is touched but realizes that defeating the boy is impossible. Murami Rimir starts to fade, acknowledging the boy's unwavering resolve. The constellation warns that as long as the boy exists, despair will keep returning. The constellation acknowledges that the boy genuinely cares about Adolina. The boy holds her and silently promises she won't disappear meaninglessly. He tells the constellation not to worry, and to leave everything to him. He declares that he'll protect his comrades no matter what. The constellation observes his resolve and reacts with surprise and emotion. Another constellation admits that defeating him is impossible. The boy activates a skill while holding Adolina, preparing to return. He smiles, announcing that the trial of despair is finally over. Holding her close, he prepares to teleport and says they'll return to the others. A man in a hat warns that it's dangerous up ahead and stops the boy. He mentions this situation is much more serious than when they fought the constellation of Wrath. The man reveals that the constellation assembly has issued a wanted order for the boy. The boy is shocked to hear about the wanted order and asks for confirmation. The man says Adolina is involved, and that the boy destroyed the 6th palace of the Zodiac directly. He hands the boy an artifact belonging to Ishtar. He promises to hide the boy from Lady Sanara's surveillance and adds that he has already moved his friends to a safe place. He tells the boy there will be a new friend waiting at his next destination. Just as the boy starts to question what's happening, he is teleported away. The man smiles with relief and says goodbye, expressing his gratitude that things went smoothly. The man in the hooded robe says it was close and confiscates the artifact of Murami Rimir. He reveals it is now the artifact of Ishtar, and that it nearly fell into the hands of their friends. He admits he's cheering for the protagonist but wants to avoid making the story boring. He activates teleportation and sends the protagonist and the girl away. The protagonist arrives in a new place and is surprised, asking where they are. The girls recognize him and excitedly run to him, asking about the battle with Murami Rimir. One girl demands he change her back to her original form before he dies. He explains that he used teleportation to bring her and the weapon to Earth. The others mention that the constellation of amusement gathered everyone again, but they're unsure of the exact location. Someone observes it feels like they're now in another constellation's domain. The protagonist looks up in shock, wondering what strange presence has appeared now. A large, ominous red eye opens in the darkness, leaving him stunned and alert.